Good morning and welcome everyone to Amazon University Esports Masters, brought to you by Twitch and Intel. It is time for playoffs. I'm Kachka, joined by Black Boxer, and in the first match today we'll have UDL Sigma taking on KTU.
Oh, it's going to be a hype matchup right here. We're going to have a little bit of a repeat from the group stage to kick off today. Today and tomorrow we're going to be bringing you games from this preliminary round of the playoffs. Whoever wins this will be going on into the proper set of the playoffs with the semis, quarterfinals, semifinals, and then hopefully onto the finals for all of these teams. It's going to be absolutely insane. These two teams have faced each other before. They went 1-1 in groups, so we're expecting a full-blown fiesta, a really good time, and I'm so excited.
I am as well, and also these are the last representatives of the French and Lithuanian region, so a lot on the line. This is playoffs proper. It's single elimination bracket, no second chances. It's your time to, win glory for your region and for yourself as well.
Yeah, this is do or die for all of these teams. I mean, that being said, KTU have already been in a do or die situation. They have brought their way through, the last chance qualifier, which didn't go fantastically for them. Unfortunately for them, they faced up against AGH, who are an insane team, really very good, and so it's not surprising that they didn't do so well there. They've still managed to get themselves back into the playoffs, though. Very impressive, and very impressive for the first Lithuanian squad we've ever seen.
Yeah, this is the first time they are in UEM, but these teams are playing for quite a lot. I mean, we have mentioned the prize pool throughout basically the entire tournament, but this is actually now the time for you to get yourself into that top 8.
Yeah, top 8 is where the prizes are going to start. We've got 14.5k worth of euros on the line for whoever wins, to split up through everybody. The first prize is going to be 5,000 euros. But if you're looking down at the bottom of that, 5th to 8th place still get 750 per team. This is a ridiculous amount for, a broke college student. Will be very useful. Might be able to buy yourself a little something nice. Maybe you'll even be able to afford a food bill for once. But any of these teams that win today are up into the top 8 and will be eligible for this prize. Everybody else, though, who loses today, unfortunately, you've played all of these games and you don't get any monetary rewards to keep you going.
Yep, it's literally as simple as that. Win, you're in at least top 8, you lose, and unfortunately, that is goodbye to you and you will be walking away. You can say empty-handed, but at least you made it to playoffs if that's what you were going for, then sure. But let's take a look at how we got here, because this is the last stage of the tournament. We have group phase all throughout March and April, last chance qualifier last week, and now the last stretch.
This is the very last little bit we've seen. It is playoffs time. You said we've seen group stage. These two teams were in the same group, which is very hype, but we saw a lot of action, a lot of teams facing off. A couple of the teams who got knocked out of the group phase came back. They would have won their regional league, and then they would have come through the last chance qualifier that we saw last weekend. Now, this weekend, today and tomorrow, we've got the preliminary round. Next weekend, we've got the quarterfinals, and then on to the finals week, second half of June. It's been a long road for all of these teams, especially those that have gone through the last chance qualifier, but possibly that extra games might be a little bit more practice. And the thing that's really interesting, I think, about this long road is the fact that the patch keeps changing.
It does indeed. I mean, we're in a completely new patch now than we were last week, and if you're a team going in through the group stage, then I think it's been 4 patches since that happened, so the game has changed quite a bit, and this makes it interesting because in all matches that we're going to see in the preliminary round, we essentially have a team going from last chance qualifier facing a second seed from the group. And we're going to take a look at this schedule to see what kind of matches exactly will be there. And yeah, there you go. You can see we'll start off with UDL Esports Sigma versus KTU, and Braves UMA versus Yenil Mesler. I think that's the word for today.
And then tomorrow we'll be coming in with the Turkish versus Polish squad and then the German versus Hungarian squad. If anybody's, been watching throughout all of the games, the hype ones possibly are, the ones with teams that we know from past tournaments are all tomorrow. But this today tournament is a lot of the teams that we haven't seen before and that have actually been doing quite well for themselves. We said that KTU got knocked out, both of these teams from Group C. KTU got knocked out, didn't have the best time of it, went 5-5 during the group stage. It was a bit of a fiesta of a group. It was not quite Group of Death levels, that was Group D, but still this Group C was pretty insane. And UDL Esports Sigma coming out as the second seed, as all of these teams in this preliminary round will be.
Yeah. And I feel like also next round, just to mention on it, Yenil Mesler, they are a team that made a full run through the lower bracket of the last chance qualifier. They weren't there for the group stage, new winners coming out of Turkey, knocked out down the first round, went through, they didn't care, they're now in playoffs, so yeah, honestly, good for them.
Both of these teams that we're seeing today that are the last chance qualifier teams have been knocked down into the lower bracket and have fought their way back through. It shows perseverance and the ability to adapt, and so it doesn't necessarily mean that these are weaker teams. Obviously, the fact that they did not make it through the groups is not ideal. Both of the other teams they're facing, the Spanish and the French teams, did make it through the group stage, came out as the second seed, but still, these teams have shown their adaptation, and also they've played on a more recent patch at this level of competition. We started off on patch 12.5. We're now way further ahead, and so it means that things have changed quite a lot.
Indeed, I believe we might be taking a look at the bracket for the whole playoffs, and there it is in its full glory. I believe we're on the right-hand side, aren't we? Yes. So the winner of the first match today will be facing Esports Team 20, and the winner of the second match will be facing Bobcats, which, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, all the quarterfinals teams look really scary.
Every single team from the quarterfinals seems scary. The thing about this is if you take a look at Bobcats and if you take a look at Kit SC White, these two teams went undefeated during groups. These were the Group A and Group B representatives, did not drop a single game, absolutely ran through Kits. The thing is about the other two teams coming through, the Esports Team 20 that we've got and the AXI Shura team, oh sorry, not AXI Shura, sorry, PG Lions team, is that although they did come through not undefeated, they were in bigger groups and they were against possibly stiffer competition. We saw some of the best teams from last tournament back again with the same rosters fighting through, especially Group D, the Esports Team 20 came out on top of. That was an absolute bloodbath. We saw the last tournament second place team in AZS AGH getting knocked out of that group. They've now brought themselves back into playoffs, and so every single team in this quarterfinal is terrifying. You win today, you are not out of the woods yet.
Oh, absolutely not. But at the end of the day, you can see how the bracket looks, right? It's a single elimination. It's a straight road straight to the finals. Is it easy? Hell no. But is it straightforward? Yeah, just win games, lol. So, at the end of the day, if you're any of the teams in the preliminary rounds today, your mentality should be just take it one game at a time, right? You win today, you worry about next week later, and who knows, maybe you'll make it all the way.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a long road. Everything is going to be best of threes up until the finals, in which it will be a best of 5. So there are a lot of games that you can play, a lot of chance for adaptation as well. You have to take it one game at a time. This has been a long tournament so far, as we showed you previously. This tournament is spanning multiple months, and so keeping your head in the game for that long can be very difficult. I think that the teams coming into the quarterfinals and some of the second seed teams coming in this preliminary round possibly are going to have a worse time of it because they haven't played in almost a month.
Yeah, it's been a long time, which, to kind of bring us back into the match that we'll be covering first. Well, we'll take a look at the roster of UDL, and they are the ones that I also do want to talk about, because they haven't played since that group stage. Of course, it is Repulsive, Hidden, Chrisor, Sididi, and Student. Chrisor is Chris, I double-checked, same OPGG, small change in the nickname. So we have seen this team, but we've seen them over a month ago on a patch that was 4 patches ago. So, questions all around.
Yeah, definitely questions all around. We've seen a lot of power out of all of these members, really. If you're looking for the way that this French team like to play, Repulsive and Hidden were really all of the power. Crystal did an okay time, and Sididi and Student, while they were not bad, last time we saw these two teams match up against each other when DJM was playing, DJM was subbed out in one of the two games, but in the game that DJM was here, DJM and Prapsmuk had a fantastic time against Sididi and Student, so probably weak side for this bot lane of UDL Esports, but the top side is where all of the focus is going to be, especially Hidden, who's really the linchpin and the engine of this squad.
For sure, and if Repulsive is going to get to play the kind of bruiser champions, I mean, his favorite champion is Jace, but he's played a whole lot of Olaf in the group stage, let me tell you that. We could be looking there. Another thing that I do want to mention for the French squad is Pyke for Student. If that gets through, we've seen good things in the group stage happen.
Good things if you are UDL. If you're not UDL, horrific things. Very, very bloody games where Student was absolutely popping off on this Pyke. Fantastic on it. And because of the patch that we're on, we've seen a slight change in the way that Pyke is working. Pyke has lost a lot of the gold income that they would get through that ultimate, but it has changed into just more power, less cooldowns throughout the rest of his kit, meaning that the Pyke is, I'd say, even stronger in the early levels especially. And so going to be able to, absolutely run through people if you let that through. The question is, do you let them through? If you're KTU and you let a Pyke run all over you, I think that might be a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, UDL will be taking blue side in the first game, so I'm just gonna place my bets and say Pyke is off the limits for at least the first game. From then, we'll see how that goes. I also believe we might have the graphic lined up for their opposition, because we should be taking a look at the other team as well. And there we go, KTU from Lithuania, Capio, Billas, Misius, DJM Forever, and Prasmic, the same roster we have seen last weekend, make it through Last Chance Qualifier.
If you're looking at this squad, it is the bot lane that is the main point of focus. They are fantastic. JJM Forever and Prasmuk. Prasmuk specifically has a huge champion pool, 8 unique champions during the Last Chance Qualifier, which is a ridiculous amount. Most players actually played 2, maybe 3 throughout the entire time. Whereas, Prasmuk decided, actually, I'm going to show you my champion Ocean, a fantastic player right here. If you're looking at the rest of the squad, Misius is more of that control mage player, can pull out some ridiculous things, to be fair. There can be some of that Akali, that Silas, but more often than not is playing a bit more of a supportive role, just trying to be the AP damage for the team. The place where things could be a little bit interesting is Capio. Not the main top laner, actually. Deathron was the main top laner for KTU, is no longer here though. This is the top laner that was played during the Last Chance Qualifier, and could be a swing factor actually. Was mainly put on tank duty, but actually pulled out the Camille during the Last Chance Qualifier and made it work.
Yeah, Jax, I believe as well we have seen against AGH, and I believe he actually beat out Comic in lane. Well, not by a lot, but it was still there. So yeah, Capio definitely slotted in that top lane very solidly, and then Billas on that. And I like to call them enabling junglers, just going around the map, ganking your lanes. You're not really the main carry, you're not the person drawing all the attention, but, it works. So this KTU squad that we have seen going through the LCQ, I think it's going to be a very close match, but the group stage kind of does speak for itself. UDL are the team coming in with the higher seed, and I feel like that needs to be said. If we look purely statistically, UDL should be the favorites here.
Oh yeah, UDL most certainly should be. They were the highest seed coming out of this group, the shared group. And also, they were just the highest seed. KTU got knocked down in the Last Chance Qualifier as well. Not a great look, although when you look at the caliber of opposition they were against, it means a little bit less. AGH are a fantastic team. We're probably going to keep reiterating that, considering the fact that, oh boy, are they strong. We're going to see them tomorrow as well. But still, KTU fought their way through, and they've shown a lot of resilience, and they've shown a lot of potential recently. That's the thing, we've not seen UDL for forever. Almost a month since we've last seen them play, and because a lot of the regional leagues have been on break. It's off-season for most of the regional leagues. I'm not sure how much this team will actually have played together recently, whereas we know KTU have played together. They played in the Last Chance Qualifier last weekend.
Yeah, and I feel like the biggest question for a single player in UDL has to be Sididi, and not because I don't think he's going to perform. He performed fantastically in the group stage, but that was on a Jinx. That was on a hyper carry champion, and the flavor of the month has kind of shifted away from those in the AD carry.
Oh yeah, the AD carry has changed drastically. You are no longer seeing that high priority on the Jinx, Aphelios, Jhin. You're still seeing a little bit of Jhin still popping up, a slightly different build path, perhaps, but really those three main carries are gone. In now, and what we saw throughout all of the last chance qualifier, were more of the interesting picks. It's not just the attack speed carries, it is more of the Lucian, it's more of the Ezreal, and we saw some Kalista. A really different champion that can change up the matchup in the bottom lane. It didn't work out when we saw it, but the fact that it's even popping up means that it is a possibility going forwards.
I mean, DJM Forever, I believe, did pull out the Kalista against AGH, which is where we saw it not work, but in other matches where he made, greater effectiveness of that. So we know DJM Forever can adapt. CDD, I have faith in that man. I mean, great performances in group stage. If you look at his solo queue, has been adapting the champion pool to the current meta, but the point still stands. We haven't seen this team on stage since 12.5, and yeah, in this game one, if I want to see UDL go through into the quarterfinals, they need to show that they are right on top of the patch, that they know what they're doing.
They have to, because if they move on, they're going to be facing up against other fantastic teams. All the way through this bracket, they're going to continue running into just buzzsaws worth of talent. And so if they do not show a strong performance against a last chance qualifier team, I'm worried. I think this is a theme for this entire preliminary weekend. Whoever wins, whether or not it's the last chance qualifier team or the team that came in second during the groups, if they don't win convincingly, I am worried for them once we get into the next round.
I mean, all the first seeds in the groups have been dominating, so yeah, I think that is a fair assessment. Of course, that will still be a question. Yeah, they were the first seeds, but they also haven't played in a while. That's a question for next weekend, though. We can play that later. And yeah, let's maybe talk more about what we could be expecting to see in the draft. We mentioned it in passing, but UDL will be blue side. I also mentioned I want to see the Pike band out. Do you have maybe any more expectations? What could be seen?
If you're looking at, you said the Pike ban already, if we're looking at other things possibly to ban out, I'd like to get Capio nervous. We've seen that Capio can play, those slightly more carry champions in the Camille, in the Jax, but can you ban out some of those, force them maybe onto tanks to remove that as a threat, or maybe ban out those tanks and say, hey, Repulsive is our main carry, we believe in Repulsive, think that they can be the ones to carry us through. Do you have enough talent to really back it up? If you ban out more of Capio's champion pool, all of a sudden that could become a lane that if it swings, we've seen throughout this entire tournament, if the top lane goes, the top lane goes. The whole map can begin to swing, and it doesn't necessarily matter how well the bot lane is playing.
That is actually very true, and if we look at how UDL have played in the group stage, a lot of the time it is Repulsive and Hidden playing for the double bruiser comp. Olaf Trundle is something we've seen a lot from them, and it's just a nasty 2v2 lane, and if they get rolling, they absolutely do, so sure, put Capio on something where he can fight back, and that might just be the strategy that UDL go for. But then, as with every point today, been 4 patches. Is this still the same UDL we have seen in the group stage? There is unfortunately only one way to find out, and well, we can only theorize until that happens.
We can only theorize indeed. It's unfortunate because not having seen these teams play on this patch, we were only 1 patch previous for the Lance Trust qualifier, so we have a bit more of an idea what KT is going to be playing. Nothing that they played particularly has been taken off the board. The Ahri is the only thing that maybe would have popped up that now has been nerfed basically into oblivion. Bye-bye Ahri, you were fun for a few patches and now you are gone. For the side of UDL though, as you said, we've not seen them in multiple patches worth of time, which is unfortunate because we don't know how their champion pool is going to change. One thing that could pop up is the fact that the Hecarim was a big pick for Hidden, which was not around during the last chance qualifier, but has been rebuffed into a passable state. It's still not fantastic. It's not at the point at which we saw it, where it was about a 90% presence during the games of the group stage. But actually, it could be picked up again, and so that sort of comfort that we know that Hidden is good on maybe could come out again.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, if you got used to the Hecarim, got nerfed for last chance qualifier, you had to innovate. But if you do the El Sigma, you might just be conveniently skipping the patches. We'll see. I guess mid lane we haven't really touched on that, right? Because we have a bit of a divide here. Messias more towards the AP. I like to call them outplay champions, things like Zoe, things like Silas. They're not, really assassins. I mean, depends what your definition of an assassin is. They can one-shot you. Yeah. But, they're not straight-up assassins. On the other side, Chrysor playing more the standard control mages. Wave clear, supportive, things like Victor, things like Karma, etc. So, I mean, we have seen that kind of dynamic many times in this tournament before.
We have, and I think that I like the champion pool perhaps out of Chrysor a little bit more. Simply because I think the supportive mid laners have been excellent throughout this entire tournament. We've not seen them go away, they've not been nerfed, banned out, anything like that. People tend to not ban them for some unknown reason considering how controlling they've been. If you can play the things like the Zilean and the Karma in the mid lane, all of a sudden you open up the rest of your map to play more aggressive with less worries about if they're going to survive, because there's going to be 1,000 health shield put on their head, or maybe they get to just revive with half of their health again anyway. And so the fact that Crystal can play these champions, it could be a possible ban angle as well if you don't want to have to deal with that. The Zilean specifically changes the balance of matchups so much, especially for either your very aggressive jungle / top lane that's going to want to go in, or perhaps for your very squishy AD carry that might be under threat from maybe a Zoe or a Sylas blowing them up. If you can just revive them all of a sudden, it doesn't matter if you lose lane in terms of farm and CS, as long as you're not so far behind that you're basically a Calster minion, then you will be able to do something and be useful in those team fights.
And I think the crux of the issue here is we haven't seen those supportive mid laners be punished that much. If it is a mid laner that is, very confident in their abilities, that knows how to play carries, that also picks up a supportive champion, it seems like the person opposite just doesn't know how to react to that. And the one problem potentially is we have seen KTU against AGH. Magister is that supportive kind of mid laner, and Misius, let's be honest, did nothing that series.
No, basically, nothing happened. It's unfortunate. And as you said, we've seen it before, specifically from AIX as well as from AGH. Both of those teams have very highly talented mid laners. Top 300 challenger for AXI. So, very good. But they pick up champions that are more supportive, the Galio as well as the Karma or the Zilean. And so definitely an angle that could be going for. If Misius does just get shot down, all of a sudden that's, a fifth of your map that's not doing anything. Oh, yep. And there's the pike ban.
There is the pike indeed. We are in Champ Select. And guys, in case you guys haven't noticed, with UDL on the blue and KTU on the red. And I like the Yasuo ban. You mentioned try and pinch Capio. This is one of the picks that he brought over from the mid lane to the top lane. And now the Graves is well taken away from Billas.
Yeah, you can see that actually a lot of the focus is going towards the top side, which is not entirely what we expected. KTU's bot lane is more the main focus, but if you can get the rest of the map off kilter and actually help your strongest lanes rather than hindering their weakest lanes, maybe you'll be able to swing the map so far in your favor on one side that it doesn't really matter what DGM or Prasmuk are doing.
Yep, the Jhin banned out, of course. Blue side AD carry priority has still kind of always been there. If it's not the Jinx, we're going to see the Jhin being the next one, and KTU not wanting to give that up. It still means Kalista is up on the board as the second pick that DJM has deviated towards. I wonder if UDL will want to ban it, or maybe even pick it away.
It is quite possible, as the Sylas comes off the board for the final pick, and so it is a full topside focus. We're seeing the Yasuo could technically be a ban into the top lane or the mid lane, but we know it's more Capio's style of champion. But all three of those being taken out means that actually the strongest side of the map for KTU, their bot lane, is being left alone. The Jace coming off the board as the final thing. You don't want to face Repulsive's Jace. We've still seen it absolutely destroy people during the group phase.
Yeah.
And often does not get it because of how strong he is on it. We'll see what this first pick might be. Are you going to go for something for Siddidian Student to keep them safe? Or are you going to, lay down the gauntlet? Looks like the gauntlet might be laid down. And it is.
It is the Wukong. It's a pick that has surged up in the previous matches. So first question, do UDL adapt to the meta? Well, first pick Wukong is a sure sign.
Yes, they have managed to adapt to the meta, but an insta-lock of the Akali probably into the hands of Misius, but Capio also plays it.
That is true, but this brings me back to a week ago where we have seen KTU against AGH, and as soon as that was the first pick Akali for Misius, we had AGH lock in the Galio. Now,
yes,
Chris, not known for his Galio, admittedly.
No.
So we'll see if that goes through as Karma. That is now a lot of flexibility in those two picks.
I love that. That can be flexed. The Karma can be flexed into all lanes but the jungle. I mean, try run jungle Karma if you want. Probably won't work out. The Akali can also be flexed as well. And so this is a lot of flexibility in their draft, as you said. The TF being locked in as well, though. Clearly, Chris is not interested in trying to fight either the Karma in the mid lane or the Akali, and instead wants to influence the rest of the map, probably going on to the top lane to help out Repulsive.
The question now, do you pick up a top laner for Repulsive here and try to have a strong top side, or maybe leave it up and see what the KTU have? And the answer is going to be the Kaiser, so they lock in a pick for Sididi.
Alright, so a pick for Sididi, clearly not wanting them to be banned out, makes sense for your weaker side. If you get your weaker side put onto one of their least played champions, all of a sudden that can be a big problem for you on the map. We'll see what the final pickup here is for KTU as well. Are they going to round it out with a jungler? Indeed they are. They're going to go with the Viego here. And so this is a very powerful top side if indeed all of these champions end up in the top, middle, and jungle as we're expecting them to. Obviously the Karma can still go down into the bottom side and support a very aggressive bot laner to create a high pressure bot lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that Karma definitely feels more like a flex, mostly because Misty is not the kind of player to pull out the Karma in the mid. Although we have seen so many not the kind of players to pull out Karma mid play this champion in this tournament that I'm actually not that confident in this statement. The bans in the second phase going firmly towards the bot side though, as both teams still yet to pick up either of their bot lanes.
Yeah, we're going to see the Caitlyn being taken off the board. Makes a lot of sense if that is indeed a Karma down there. That's a high poke bot lane that is not fun for anybody to get involved with. The Olaf coming off the board too. Olaf has had a lot of power, returned back into the fighting style of his kit, and a lot of it taken out of the jungling style of his kit. And so it means that actually getting involved a lot more, which is kind of Hidden's whole thing. Take it off the board, Hidden will probably be able to pilot that very well, and so it makes a lot of sense. The final ban for UDL will be the Jinx, and so a lot of focus now coming in onto DJM that we didn't see during the first round.
Kalista is still open, but if you're gonna look in Kalista, I don't think that's going to be a Karma in support position, so that is a bit of a riddle for KTU to solve in this draft. What do you look in?
Yeah, there's no Jhin, there's no Caitlyn, and there's no Jinx. That's some of the big carries just gone. The Lucian is possible. Lucian Karma is a high poke bot lane. But the Kalista does go in, so we're not expecting this Karma to go into the bottom lane. Otherwise, if the Karma does go into the bottom lane, you might want to tether yourself as the Kalista to somebody else.
That's a viable strategy. Of course, we'll see. It opens up KTU for that flex pick, mid lane or support. I would expect the Karma to... Actually, it is tough, yeah, because you kind of want to leave your last pick for Messias here in this position if you're KTU. Either way, back to UDL. They're going to lock in the Poppy right now. Honestly, yeah, you've got a Kali, you've got a Kalista, you've got a Viego on the other team, sure.
It makes a lot of sense. It's a definite counter pick rather than a strong particular pick for Repulsive. Repulsive can pilot it fantastically. Also, though, the Poppy can jungle just fine, and then Repulsive can take this Wukong in what would be a highly aggressive matchup into whoever does end up being in the top lane. We're yet to see how this KTU roster is actually going to shake itself out. The final pickup should be a support.
I don't know if it's Poppy or Science support. It could be either.
We've seen Wukong support as well in the last chance qualifier. I'm not expecting it.
Yeah, this is too big.
But it is possible. Basically, both of these teams have decided we don't want to tell you what we're doing. We will see once they actually move things around.
I think it's gonna be Wukong for Hidden, to be honest. I think it's likely to be Poppy support just because you want to absolutely destroy a Kalista in lane. And Braum, as a pick, I like it because that is a very short range comp from UDL.
It is. It's going to be fantastic at stopping what UDL wants to do. However, that is another dash, technically, that you've just stopped with your Poppy into the bottom lane.
I mean, Braum doesn't like to dash that much, at least not in the vicinity of a Poppy. But yeah, that is true. If Poppy does cut someone out, pop up the Steadfast Presence, Prasma can't be here, at least not with the ability. And actually, I was wrong. It's going to be Sign in the support right now. Alright then, we've got the comps here. UDL, this is, to say the least... Okay, this yeah, never mind. But either way, they are. This is a completely different look than what we've seen from them in the group stage. So what is the playstyle that they have drafted for here?
Oh boy, out of UDL, this is ridiculous. They are laying down the gauntlet actually and saying Hidden and Sididi are going to be more of our main carries, which is not how they played throughout most of the group stage. Actually, the bottom lane really wasn't the main carry, but with this composition, there is a lot of support that is going to be ready to keep people locked down, knocked up, unable to dash away for this Kai'Sa to shred through them. Kai'Sa's pretty strong in the current patch, but it's going to be a very tough laning phase to get through as well, versus the early power that will always come out of a Kalista.
Yeah, Kalista and Braum, DJ and Forever and Prasmic, they were a bot lane that, honestly, kind of impressed both of us, and they have had strong performances throughout the last chance qualifier, so this is really the lane to watch for me. And something that I do like is, we questioned the adaptation, wondered how UDL will evolve. In the group stage, CDD, great AD carry, but you could just put him on a hyper carry, leave him alone, and wait for 30 minutes for him to scale. Right now, the meta doesn't work that way, so what do? They put him on an early carry and they draft around bot lane.
Yeah, I like the adaptation right here. It makes a lot of sense what they've done, and as you've said, games are not going that long at the moment. During the last chance qualifier, whether or not this was a bit more indicative of the caliber of teams and there's a little bit of a mismatch, games were ending pre 30 minutes every time and around 20 minutes for quite a few of them. And so if everything is happening a lot faster, actually drafting a highly early game aggressive competition, as this Lithuanian squad has done, it makes a lot of sense being able to say early on, we're going to beat you out and snowball that into victory. That's what the meta demands right now, and they've definitely drafted well for it if you're KTU.
Yeah. I guess one question is what is going to happen with this top lane. You've got an Akali into the Sion, which, if you start snowballing, it's all great, but eventually the Sion is just gonna hit that point where you can't really kill him that easily.
Yeah, I've got to question this KT strategy of first picking the Akali. I don't think anybody's going to ban it out, to be honest. And I don't think it's going to get picked from the other team. Nobody on UDL is going to pick it. Okay, it could be picked by top.
Yeah, I actually just remember that I don't remember if it was Akali mid or top. Oh well.
Hang on a second.
We're gonna see in a moment. We're gonna go into the game right now. There we go. So we can start talking about it with the correct. Okay.
It is
Never
Akali
mind
mid.
my
That makes
previous
much
point.
more
Yeah,
sense.
that does make much more sense. It's morning, everyone. It's gonna be a long day. Just forget that happened. There we go.
That
League
makes
of
a
Legends.
lot more sense because otherwise you're going to have Akali into Sion, which is not a particularly fun matchup. Instead, we have Sion into Karma, which should hopefully be a boring snooze fest of supportive champions. There is the possibility of Repulsive being able to pick up a kill, very talented player, but not really expecting that to be the main focus. If we're looking for places where there's going to be a lot of action, probably going to be the mid lane and the bot lane, especially once we hit 6, and all of a sudden Chris and Missius are going to be roaming all across this map.
I want to see one interaction happen this game. I know it's a very minor thing, but I would love to see Chris using the Destiny and then Missy is just tagging along with the Shuriken flip. Please
Yep.
just make it happen once.
We've seen Caps do that quite a lot in the European League, and so that would be quite fun to see. For the minute, though, we're going to look like everybody's starting up towards the top side. So, focus towards the bottom lane in terms of ganking. Makes a lot of sense because this bottom lane will be so aggressive. And
Yeah.
already you can see DJM and Prasmic, they want to stand forward and they want to make their presence known.
Yeah, you don't want to stand too far forwards, I feel like, because a Hail of Blades Kai'Sa, when there are no minions to block the Cathian Rain for you, that's a recipe for disaster. But other than that, so much combat power for both these bot lanes. If you do get the lockdown to anyone, they are basically just dead, so you can see both sides playing with respect.
Nobody wants to be the people that, lose out early on. You can already see the amount of damage that everybody in this bottom lane is taking. This is just trading. Nobody cares about farming right now particularly. They just want to fight. And so as soon as these junglers make it down towards this bottom lane, all of a sudden it will swing whoever is able to get here faster, which will likely be the Wukong, a slightly faster clear in the early game than this Viego has.
Yeah, Billas did go for the Croc, so not rushing towards the bot side, it seems like, which I assume KTU in the next minute will need to dial it down, because if they're gonna be this far up in the lane, I mean, Hidden's just gonna stroll right in, and you're gonna be in trouble.
They've got to know that Hidden is going to be making their way down here, especially because, already Sadidi and Student were in the lane, definitely no leash going on, and the Wukong likes to have a leash in the early game, and so, yeah, standing this far forwards will be a recipe for disaster. When they know that their jungler has done for Krogs is not going to be down there particularly early, you can already see Chris walking into the river down with Hidden. I mean, this is one way to deal with an over-push bot lane.
I mean, they are looking to loop around the jungle as well. Prasmic will flash over the wall. There's the gold card, and that is the summoner from the support down, and now Billas is very much unsafe in his own jungle.
For absolutely nothing as well. Chris pushed the lane in. It was under tower as Missius was attempting to clear it out, and so nothing was lost for the TF. We're able to just roam down and get a blown summoner spell instantaneously. If for some reason, Prasmic was not walking up at that exact moment, had not placed a ward, that could have been a double kill, so it's the least of a bad situation, but still, a very nice little roam out of Chris before the level 6, which is not when you expect a TF to roam.
Not really, but you're playing into a Kali who is going to struggle to push those waves out, so why not? Chris gets priority, gets a roam, gets a flash from Prasmic. Now, of course, getting a summoner, it's all well, but you need to capitalize on it. Of course, UDL, their comp is built around going bot lane, so I expect that to happen.
If there is no actual bot lane fighting in this game and everybody decides to turn it into a farm fest, we will be shocked because these bot lanes are both designed to fight. They want to get up in each other's faces, especially when the junglers are high-powered enough that this should be able to happen. You can see the early push here out of Capio is what you expect because the Karma has a lot of early pressure, a lot of ability to poke people out in the early game. Eventually, Repulsive will significantly outscale and be able to farm just fine. Eventually, as the Karma goes, a more supportive build most likely, because there's enough AP you're going to get out of the Akali. Oh, hidden down here. There is a ward, though.
Yeah, but there's also no setup, and DJ Forever is very close to the wall. The charge does not quite get this stun, and DJ Forever will... Oh no, actually, it was a cleanse. Might have been an instant cleanse. Either way, one summoner for the gank, and yeah, UDL get another one out.
Nice and quick as a gank right there, and you can see the power. There's a lot of setup out of Student, can put up that steadfast presence as well. All of a sudden, you know, nobody's dashing away, able to push somebody back into the wall, stunned up, and then you can burst them down very quickly. There's a lot of damage out of Sididi and out of Hidden as there's a gank in the top lane.
Yeah, teleport however immediately being channeled from Chris, and Repulsive is going to go down. First of all, picked up by Capillo, but that is the gold card down onto Billas. He's going to try and run away. Repulsive getting the auto attack in, but Billas is going to be safe.
That is unfortunate all around. A nice dive. It looked like it was a little bit close. Capillo was taking a lot of tower shots, did end up getting hit by the knockup. Still, though, they managed to pick up the kill onto Repulsive, and no return kills go down. Chris also blows the teleport for basically nothing, doesn't actually get involved. I mean, manages to pick up a wave of farm, but not worth it for the teleport. And blowing that teleport pre-6, if that dive had have happened a couple seconds later, Chris would have had that level 6, been able to use that to get up there, would have gotten up there quicker, as well as in a better spot to have actually stopped that dive or have capitalized on the low health bars. But everybody on KTU knew that, went for the dive early enough, and managed to pick up a kill.
Yeah, and good capitalization there, because Capillo just had permanent priority, and if you're not going to do anything with that, then, well, you're wasting the Karma pick, which isn't the biggest sin, because you're not picking Karma for lane priority, but if you've got it, and if the bot lane is losing summoners, then that's the best way to get your foot in the door if you're KTU. And now, 6 minutes in, very slight gold advantage with this game still. We're waiting for more decisive plays, especially when, like, come on, just fight in the bot lane, guys. Like, that's what we want to see.
That's what we're expecting. Once the level 6 is hit, it may be a little bit easier for everybody to get involved. There'll be more knockups. Oh, talking of knockups.
Okay, that ult is going to miss, but Capillo running the wrong way around, and Hidden will be able to equalize the kill. A fight happening in the bot lane. Student is already going to kill Billas. Smith's just coming in. He's got the level 6, and that is a double kill being picked up by DJM. Forever CD is going to be flashing away. Both summoners down, and that is KTU swinging the fight in the bot lane 2-4-2 across the map.
A lovely fight in the bottom lane, gonna be able to pick themselves up a couple of kills right here. And unfortunately not the Drake, because Billas did end up dying, gonna have to come back. But all across the board, action, all of a sudden, things seemed pretty chill, and then it's exploded at the 6.5 minute mark. Nobody gets the Drake, which is the interesting point. That's what everybody was fighting around. Nobody ends up actually picking that one up, and so that will be another point of contention. It is a Hextech Drake, the single best Drake to get if you're only going to get one of them. Capillo in trouble.
The flash, there's the gold guard coming in from Chris. A lot of damage being laid down, but Karma notoriously difficult to take down. And yeah, just walks away.
And doesn't need to blow any summon spells. That is the difficulty of killing a Karma. And that's the power of Karma right there. Not necessarily in keeping themselves alive, but in keeping everybody else alive the whole time. Low health bars on the KTU bot lane. And Hidden and Chris are down here. Looks like they are more interested, however, in picking themselves up the Drake, while their bot lane has a health advantage.
No ultimates available, and it is a Hextech Dragon. I mean, I love this Drake. As a single dragon, it's the best one in the game. CDR attacks me. There's no champion in the game that doesn't want either or both of these stats. And yeah, first Drake of the game, going the way of UDL Esports Sigma.
It was nice. You could see that there was enough priority in the middle lane that actually Chris is going to make it back in order to catch this wave. And then enough pressure in the bottom lane that it was a pretty free Drake take. The response out of KTU is going to be this Rift Herald. Could be placed into the top lane or the mid lane. Most likely the mid lane. You really want to be able to unlock, you know, your TF. Or, sorry, your Akali. But it's not going to be completely uncontested. Billas might have to be careful here. Repulsive will be able to do a lot of damage, and Hidden is on the way.
And as well, a Student pathing towards the top side. If this stalls out, UDL will eventually have a numbers advantage. But the Herald down to 1,500. Hidden is around, though. No ultimate to speak of, but it is going to be a smite fight. There comes the Astral Bulldog. We have the perfect execution coming in. And Chris already kills Capillo. We have Misius able to equalize the kills. Billas picks up the Herald, but I think he's going to fall down. And double kill goes the way of Chris, as UDL find a 2-for-1 despite losing the Herald.
Was a nice little collapse coming out of UDL. KTU thought that they had an opportunity to pick up the Herald. They do get it in the end. Billas has to give their life for it, but managing to pick themselves up multiple kills, and you can see the ability that we saw out of UDL during the group stage, which was collapsing onto whoever was pushed too far forwards very effectively.
And if we look at the gold, it is now even. Chris picking up 2 of those kills, and well, it's interesting because CS, there's no real advantage to speak of. Now Repulsive picking up a slight lead over Capio Midis even, and now bot lane has equalized as well. So, yes, kills going the way of EDL, but Herald is on the side of KTU, and that will be the difference maker in the next 2 minutes.
If they're able to place this down and get themselves a whole tower, or at least the couple of plates that the Herald will pick up for you, then they'll be able to swing the gold in their favour. But KTU still have to be careful. Their bot lane is pretty strong, but their Karma is beginning to fall behind. All across the map, the swing factor seems to be Chris is everywhere. And actually not everywhere simply because of having the ability to jump wherever you want to do with the Destiny on TF. Actually just walking wherever they are needed, constantly being involved in fights, and that numbers advantage is what is swinging each fight.
Lane gang being set up by KTU. However, Hidden is around. We could be in for a 3-on-3 fight here. Destiny available, no teleports for KTU. So they are going to be at a numbers disadvantage if a fight breaks out here.
They need to be careful and know that Chris will be able to get down here in a moment's notice. Did not use the Destiny during the previous fights. DJM still walking pretty far up. It's safe enough with the Braum behind them, as well as knowing Billas is in the wings, but still stepping very far forwards. This is a tense situation. If DJM steps too close to a wall, it could spell disaster.
Trading happening already. Down comes the Glacial Fissure, and Hidden looking for an engage. The Cyclone to Prasmic, and the Braum is getting low, but the Fate Call will keep him alive, and that's Billas taking down Hidden. DJM Forever takes the second kill, and Chris goes in with the ultimate, but what for? It's just a double kill for DJM, and Messi is looking for one last kill under the tower, and Sedidi falls down. Clean sweep in the bot lane for KTU.
Woo! That was a lovely fight coming out of KTU. Everything worked just perfectly, and what did you ask for with the perfect execution out of Messias? Just a lovely little fight. They're going to be able to pop the Rift Herald down here as well, pick up this tower, and just beautiful execution. Everybody was fighting on the edge. It looked pretty bad. There was going to be a numbers disadvantage for KTU. However, Prasmic being pulled away with the Fate School just at the right second, launches back in, and the amount of damage that Billas laid down instantaneously to pick up that first kill in the fight swung everything.
Listen everyone, you want to blow open a game of League of Legends? This is how you do it. 3,000 or 2.5 to be more precise. Gold lead for KTU, 4-0-1 on DJM Forever. I mean, that Kalista is scary right now. I do not want to be facing DJM in this game.
No, DJM is getting insane. This is exactly what the attempt was last time we saw DJM pick up this champion. You want to get an early lead and snowball it. We were slightly worried that DJM was going to be paired to a Karma, which really would have stopped a lot of the power coming out. Ooh, that's a little gank. No, coming out of this champion. However, you know, because of the pairing with the Braum, you could throw a Braum in, and although, you know, Prasmic was very low, it didn't even matter because of this power that a Braum has with that shield blocking so much damage and able to be a nuisance the whole time.
Just the glory of Braum into into short range compositions.
Oh yeah.
That's all I gotta say. Like, I love this champion. I like to play Braum whenever I can, and when I see 3 melee champions, Kaiser and the Twisted Fate, this is a prime game. Pick it up, and yeah, Prasmic and DJM Forever still yet to die. Throw in Misius to that squad as well, and now KTU will get the dragon. Let's see what the soul is, because that one's interesting, and boy, it's Infernal.
Ooh, yes, it's gonna be an Infernal Drake, so high powered, everybody is gonna want this. Everyone has enough damage that they are going to love a little bit more coming out of this Infernal. It means we're going to see some more spicy fights, especially because both of these teams are going to have to pick up 3 for themselves before they hit Soul, because it is 1-for-1 at the moment. This could lead to an even spicier game as more fighting in the bottom lane.
Glacial Fissure going down, Student getting low, but here comes in for the counter, and Gank and the Destiny, and KT probably might have bit off a bit more than they can chew, and DJM Forever will go down, shut down, going the way of CDD.
See, way too aggressive out of DJM and Prasmic. They didn't necessarily know that Hidden was going to be there, but they can always know that Chris is going to get down there, so going way too aggressive. Thought they could maybe pick up a kill onto CDD before anybody else made it down there. A little bit of a miscalculation, and so shot down gold off of this Kalista. A little bit unfortunate, but still in a strong position. Still though, you can see that going too far forwards for even a moment will always land you with a Destiny on top of your head.
Yeah, unfortunately, KTU aren't the only team that want to play around this bot lane. We now have the Kraken Slayer and Serrated Dirk picked up by CDD, which, means that actually the power difference between those AD carries isn't maybe as huge as you'd expect from the 4-1 Kalista.
No, it's not ridiculous right now because of just how strong the Kai'Sa is. Finally, though, this bot lane tower gonna be picked up. Actually, towers have been pretty hard to get throughout this entire game. Even the Sion that's been free pushing in the top lane for Repulsive has not managed to pick up that top lane tower. So a little bit more of an injection of gold. KTU, I'd say, are still mainly in control of this game, but they have to be careful because they can never be fully in the driver's seat when you will always have a numbers disadvantage in fights.
As we get into the mid game, as the game is gonna get more bloody, it's gonna be a difficult one for the teams, right? This is the first game for best of 3 as, you know what? Yeah, this happened. CD got ratioed by Capillo.
Sure. Okay, Capilla, good job, I guess. That was a slight... Prasmuk, what are you doing?
Do it. Nah, he's got the Ignite and all. Like, that was a kill angle there.
Oh yeah, definitely could have happened.
Has to lose the cleanse in the mid lane. That is not ideal, to say the least. However, the rest of KTU are collapsing and Shooter is going to get cut out by the stun. Cyclone out from Hidden, and Prasmuk is there for the backup. So, shenanigans ensued. KTU tried overextending on the bot lane. They lose the tower, they lose their AD carry's cleanse for it. So, yeah, don't do that anymore, guys, if you want to keep your lead.
Way too far forwards. Capillo might be caught out right here. Having to flash over that wall just then, should be able to now get away from Hidden with the speed up that Karma gets. Indeed, is able to do so. And so a little bit of a oopsie for Capillo, stepping too far forwards, but overall, nothing too much has been lost other than that tower in the top lane. Now the Siren has more of a free lane to keep pushing through. So far, we've seen that Repulsive does not want to get involved with any of these fights, constantly split pushing, may end up going for the Hull Breaker if this is the playstyle that Repulsive is planning to use throughout the entire game. And then at that point, you are always worried to finish off fights as quickly as possible, lest you use multiple towers, or maybe even your base.
Yeah, I don't know if Giant's Belt builds into Hullbreaker. I don't think it does.
I don't think it does.
So right now, not going for it, just going for the good old tank build. And yeah, in this mid-game, we have already seen KTU do some questionable things, losing summoners across the board and a tower in the top lane. And this is what I wanted to get into. This is the first game of a best of 3. You lose here, you know, it's not the end of the road for you, but you only have one more chance after that. So getting yourself a confident win in this first game could be the difference between you making it to the quarterfinals or you dropping out here.
Could be the difference between you getting in on that prize pool or not as well. Yeah. There's high stakes for both of these teams, and so you definitely want to put yourself in a nice spot. Currently, though, KTU slightly further ahead by 2k. It feels constantly, though, that they're battling against having less map pressure because of the ability of TF to always be there. I mean, also, if the Siren ever does want to get involved, can get places very quickly as well with the Unstoppable Onslaught. All across the map, it is very difficult for KTU to find those fights, but they have enough burst damage to kill somebody quickly and then get away before the numbers disadvantage sets in.
Is true. Let's see though where the next play is going to happen. And also something to add is KTU in the last chance qualifier. They knocked out the only other French representative that could have made it through to the playoffs. Yeah, so if they win this series, they would have single-handedly eliminated France.
Very impressive out of this first Lithuanian squad that we've seen as the Infernal Drake pops up. Will they be able to continue their run against the French squads? Currently, GGM is just being left to try solo this out.
Yes, we have a fight breaking out in the river. There we go. The tanks just trading HP bombs. Missy is going in for the flank, and Hidden is so incredibly low. The Cyclone causing some chaos. CDD on the flank. He's going to get turned on now by the rest of the KTU, trying to stay alive, but will fall down. Double kill going the way of Billas, and Missy is on a killing speed. KTU are running through UDL, and Shunan is the only one alive. Here comes the Shuriken Blade, the stun for the ace, and KTU, they've got everything they want.
That was a beautiful fight. It is a clean ace for KTU. They're going to pick themselves up this Drake. They're going to be able to pick themselves up the mid lane tower as well. The only thing they're not going to be able to get is the Baron because it's too early for the Baron. Just lovely all around. The funniest interaction we saw during that entire fight was Mitius getting punted away by Student and then just flipping straight back in because there was a Sugarcane landed already.
Doesn't matter how far away you are, Akali will track you down, and that is an Infernal Drake, a 5,500 gold lead. I mean, Billas, Misius, DJM forever, all the carries are online for KTU.
Because the thing about the UDL Sigma composition is, oh, we just see Chris go down, is that they're good in rotation. Their composition is very good at rotating into fights, getting more members, and winning through a numbers advantage. However, if you bring the fight directly to the people who are trying to rotate around, all of a sudden it doesn't work so well. We saw that in the top lane as Misius just destroys Chris. At this point in time, there is no way the Twisted Fate can step up to this Akali. But also we saw it in that big 5v5. If you have all members around, it doesn't matter. You're already at a numbers, well, not disadvantage or advantage, it's equal. And so that power that this UDL composition has is gone.
And it's gonna be tough to come back, honestly, here, because, well, that one play in the bot lane where DJM picked up a lot of kills, that swung the game open, and UDL have been playing back catch-up ever since. You've got 2 items with that death stance on Billas. I mean, yeah, Chris has got 2 items, that's nice. Twisted Fate is not gonna carry your team fight, though.
No, not single-handedly and not versus enough health bars and shields that are going to come out of Capio. It's not like everybody on the side of KTU is squishy enough that actually your Twisted Fate will be able to burst them down, needs the support from everybody else, and nobody else is in a position to really do so. There's a big CS advantage top lane for Repulsive, but actually the Sion has proved less useful than Capio. Repulsive landed a 3-man knock-up during that team fight, and it didn't matter. Everybody continued to stay healthy simply because they have Karma shields being laid down at all times, and a Braum to block most of the damage.
Yeah, and let's look at all the other champions, right? Let's continue this train of thought. Sunderer, Death Stance, Conquer on Billas, insane sustain. You've got Riftmaker, Conquer on Misius, and you've got a Shield Bow on DJM forever. Everyone on the side of KTU either has shield or significant sustain. There just is no easy way to deal with the amount of health they can bring to the fight.
There is no easy way, and that's in isolation. And when these champions start working together, if Prasmut gets bursted down, well, DJM just pulls them back and then shoots them forwards to give more knock-up. If DJM starts getting taken down, all of a sudden there's more shields on. Looks like UDL want another fight. Currently, both of the Akali and the Sion are up in the top lane, so you would be avoiding the threat of Misius, but UDL working themselves into a bit of a choke point.
Oh, I mean, I do believe there is an engage going on the side top of DJM from Prasmut. Look, they're not even at half health, and Hidden is dead already, falling down to the Ignitus. Yeah, that is a numbers advantage that UDL wanted to go for. I don't think KTU got the memo. DJM forever wanted to go for the fight, and they got caught out. However, the rest of the KTU, they are on the offensive yet again. They're looking for more, because here comes Billas and Misius, and suddenly the numbers are even yet again, as Chris is going to go down, and Student popping up the steadfast presence to get away, but the perfect execution to get behind them, and there is no running from Misius. He is unstoppable. Repulsive is going to be able to get the blast on the way to safety, and yeah, you got a kill onto the AD carry UDL, but doesn't matter. No, it doesn't.
It does not matter at all. A lovely little fight again out of KTU. You said it so well during the chaos of that team fight. When it was a number advantage for UDL, which they were able to produce quite quickly for themselves, beautiful. As soon as it was equal, all of a sudden KTU start absolutely running through people. Misius is the main point right here. If Misius is part of a fight, all of a sudden none of the backline of Sididi or Chris can stand around and try to do damage, because they will die. And they're constantly on the run then. And at that point, there's not a lot that you can actually do, as, oh, Capio, you're in a bad spot, my dude.
Does have the flash. Let's see if he can get out of this one. Escape Artist, Houdini, and nope, just dead. Billas is going to be flashing away. Hidden is trying to continue the chase, but there comes the stopwatch and teleporting from Misius. Billas, he's just healing way too much, and that is now a takedown. So the Death Stance provides even more health. Double kill picked up by Misius. Billas gets another one, and I'm seeing a recurring theme. Someone dies on KTU, everyone else comes up, KTU win the day.
What needs to happen for UDO, and I think they might have learned this lesson by this point, is they need to get in, get a kill, and run. Turn tails and absolutely get out of there. Do not try to get another kill. 1 kill a time, every time you manage to catch someone out, will be good enough to get yourself back into this game. It will be slow, but you're not winning those big 5v5s, especially not when Misius is around. Either collapse onto Misius, or, you know, just try to find a fight where you can beat a good little kill. As we've seen, KTU have just picked themselves up with Baron, so now the push that was not the strongest at a KTU will be a lot better. We'll be able to push forwards, hopefully take out all of these outer turrets, and maybe even get into the base.
I mean, let's take a look at the items. You've got 3 on Misius, 3 on DJM Forever, and Billas is working towards his 3rd item as well. I mean, Capillo has got the Zonias now, so he can buy an insane amount of time. I'm gonna say it, I think this game on is done. I don't really see UDL winning this unless CDD just pops off completely. Like, it's still a Kaiser. Let's remember that, but boy, is it gonna be difficult.
It is definitely going to be difficult. They've got to play with their numbers advantage and they've got to play around Sididi. Unfortunately, keeping Sididi alive when Missy is around is very difficult, but it is not impossible. There are enough tools. Student has to sit on top. Repulsive also has to sit on top of Sididi. And probably you're going to need your gold card as well to really try to keep them safe. But if Sididi is able to just keep laying down the damage, as we've seen whenever Misius isn't in fights, there is still a chance. Still though, KTU are in a massive advantage, as you said. 8k gold lead, now about 9k. And at this point, with the Baron, we'll be able to push forwards into the base.
I mean, I really like how KTU have played this game. You had the one play in the bot lane, snowballed cleanly, and, you know, took DJM a while, but he was always just a bit ahead of CDD, and that meant you had that bit more damage and the power of Callista. Everyone else got online. Macy's got a bunch of kills, and this is quite a clean game from KTU. Let's see if they can put it to the finishes. That is going to be Plasma cut out. Fate Skull gets him right out. Back for the re-engage. Glacial Fissure goes down, but that was on the clone, unfortunately. So KTU go away empty-handed, and the Keeper's verdict from Student stops the fight.
That was a lot of things blown for absolutely no kills, and the siege continues. Unfortunately, people from UDL are going to have to reset. Repulsive is under half health at this point. This tower will fall.
Yes, he's going in, getting stabbed right into the inhibitor. Will pop the zone. Yes, pops back out, and that is a big shutdown. Going the way of hitting. KTU find the inhib tower, but they lose their only deathless, well, yeah, their only deathless carry until that point. And, yeah, maybe not the most worth trade, but the siege continues on.
Pick up the tower, which was the main point. Unfortunately, oh, more fighting.
Yo and Prasmid, I mean, those are the supports. They shouldn't be able to kill anyone, but look at how much time they're buying. DJ and Forever and Billas, they join the fight right now, but it is a 5-on-4. I don't know if KTU want to even take this fight. Double knockup coming in from the decimating smash. And DJ and Forever, he's caught into the disengage, but he's still healing. He's still life stealing, and Billas takes 1 kill. Capillo takes down Repulsive. And this is just insane. KTU, you can't do it to him.
That should definitely be a win for UDL, and instead KTU are going to transition it into more siege. They're going to pick up this inhibitor, rotate up and pick up this tower, and possibly inhibitor as well if they want to. Oh, the minion wave dies, possibly not in the best spot to continue this push.
That is a knockup coming in with the Cyclone. There goes Capillo. There goes DJM Forever. And both those going on the CDD. CDD is already on 3 items. Watch this Kai'Sa, because right now, I'm starting to believe.
You know, the amount of gold that just went onto CDD is insane. You can see how without the Brom, you're missing just a lot of that survivability. DJM and Capillo can kite around, but as soon as they're caught out by that Destiny coming in from behind, the gold card landing, they're in just a horrible spot to actually continue on fighting. You need a lot of the lifesteal coming out of DJM, and as soon as the Callista is locked up, cannot lay down that damage. So, a nice little fight out of UDL, and as you said, Sididi getting stronger and stronger. Not seen them go back, and now we'll see what they're able to purchase with the gold just picked up. It is going to be...
Okay, it's a last whisper.
Yeah. Lovely. Okay, so more ability to shred through all of that healing and, you know, just shielding that we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, also all the armor that is slowly being stacked up. You've got 2 Zonias, a Guardian Angel, and, well, Prasmic picked up a whole Thornmail. So you will be able to actually deal with the front line, which is direly needed if you're UDL, because you don't have much of a tank shred in your composition. So when it comes to the fights, I mean, how do UDL go about winning them? Because we have seen them already, you know, put themselves in winning positions. So what is the method to that?
I think the method to that is exactly what Sididi just did. If you take a look down into the bottom of the scorecard, you know, and take a look at this Brom, that is an unkilled Brom. You have got to kill this Brom, and then the rest of the fight will come to you, because all of a sudden you're not constantly being locked up with those concussive blows. You're not constantly being, you know, slowed, having half of your damage cut out by the shield. The Brom is a massive annoyance in these team fights, and finally being able to deal with him would then allow the rest of the team fight to come a lot easier.
I think finding numbers advantages is also the key to success, as we have mentioned so many times before. And Misius is going to be out of position trying to get something, but it's a shutdown going the way of Sididi, everyone. More gold for the prime carry of UDL Esports Sigma. And, well, the soul is the immediate concern now, because if KTU get it, and it's going to be even more power to this squad that is already rolling through team fights.
They do so much damage. If KTU pick this up, it's going to be increasingly difficult for UDL to actually get back into this. The thing is, though, we're still seeing the same... Oh, fight might occur. Same adage. Is there a numbers advantage? Then UDL might be able to win. If they don't have a numbers advantage, then it's going to go badly. Right now, numbers advantage, because Misius is dead.
But Bilas has the flank. Keep your eyes on CDD. He's going up to Prasmic. There is the Fate Call, keeping the Brom safe and alive. Bilas goes back. Killen is going to be the target. CDD on the backside, trying to deal with Prasmic. And he does manage to take down the Brom, but the rest of KTU are taking down the members of UDL. And the enemy carry is dead. Triple kill going the way of Bilas. Quadra kill picked up. That is still Bilas. That got baited by the portrait. And KTU get the soul. They shut down UDL. I think that might be the game.
That's going to be the game. A beautiful fight there out of KTU. They didn't have their main carry of the game in Misius, but in the end, DGM plays it lovely in just keeping alive long enough for Bilas to come through, get a quadra kill, and destroy people. You can see the power of this Viego, constantly able to stop the fight for a second as they're picking up a new form. Does not go down, and this is going to be KTU going 1-0 in this fight.
Beautiful game one from start to finish. Some fright in closing it off. A few kills given to very much the wrong people if you're KTU. But they pulled off with the win. If you're Prasmic, you know, you lost your perfect KDA. My heart goes out for him. But, I mean, it's worth it. You bought so much time. The one team fight that was needed to finish off this game. KTU get it, and they're now one win away from... well, single-handedly eliminating France from UEM and going to the quarterfinals in the first ever time Lithuania is a region in this tournament.
As you're saying, Lithuania, the first time we're seeing this country being represented at UE Masters, and they're going to possibly eliminate France. Just ridiculous, playing so very well. You can see how good DJM was. Actually, the whole map played well. They all played their parts. I really felt like this squad was working together. The thing that they were tripping up over was the fact that constantly UDL was able to get in on top of them with their composition. I think if they were against a slightly less roam-heavy composition, they would have been able to play that one out even cleaner.
Yeah. And question of production, are we going to see some replays for this game? Okay, I believe that we are. Whether that's now or soon, we'll see. I'm just gonna start talking. So, I think what's impressive about this and what's different from AGH is how KTU were able to solo. And is this the fight where it all started? I think it is, yeah.
This is the fight where it looked like it should have been bad, but how does Prasmic survive? I don't know. It was so very close. You could see that also Misius managing to get in, and this was just the beginning, really, of the end for UDL. You didn't know it at the time, but every other fight continued to get better and better for them. This was the next fight that really swung in the favor of KTU. You could see massive knockups coming out of the San, and in the end, it doesn't really matter because Sididi is just getting taken down so very quickly. Bilas and Misius dealing so much damage, and DJM jumping around so very often that it's hard to actually take down this Kalista. All in all, lovely fights across the board. This was a clean ace, and you can see just constantly the chase that came out of having the Brom was disgusting.
Yeah, and whenever KTU managed to get their death bolt together, there was just not enough damage, not enough survivability for UDL, it feels like. Yeah, towards the end fights, which we probably will see in a moment, CDD was able to unleash damage, and you had picks like this one, where you do kill Capillo, but the rest of KTU are around, and unfortunately, when you are too far behind, things just end up going the way they did.
The rest of KTU are bombing their way top lane in this fight. You can see how the decision for Bilas is to just stand and fight. The amount of healing that comes out of this champion is disgusting. The Viego may well hit the ban table considering how strong it was. And actually the first pick Akali worked out in the end. Misius played it very well. This fight still ends up going in the favor of KTU. It really shouldn't have done, if we're being honest with ourselves, but the healing... Even though there were plenty of anti-heal items on UDL, it didn't matter. KTU could keep going for days and days.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to throw it off to a break. UDL Sigma, they're up against the wall, the last French representatives in the tournament. We'll need to win 2 games back-to-back, so don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll find out if they can do it. Welcome back, everyone, after the break to UEM, powered by Twitch and Intel. I'm still Ketchka, still joined by Black Bloxer and UDL Sigma. They are now against the wall. They will need to win 2 games in a row in order to proceed, and KTU only 1 win away from punching their tickets to the quarterfinal.
Indeed, UDL coming in as the second seed out of this Group C. KTU had got knocked out of it, had to play through the last chance qualifier, didn't even make a clean run through the last chance qualifier, had to fight their way through the losers bracket after losing out to AGH, and yet here have taken UDL to task. It was a fantastic game out of them all across the board. They played to their win conditions well, they knew what they needed to do, and in those big team fights executed pretty perfectly.
Yeah, and after a clean game like that from KTU, the question that naturally follows for UDL Esports Sigma is, what next? What do you do now?
What do you do? If you are UDL, there were a lot of things that went wrong. That Kalista was very strong. That Kalista-Braum combo, I don't know if you let both of those go through. Also, you allowed the Akali to get quite far ahead against a champion. Really shouldn't have happened. The Akali actually was roaming down to fights almost as quickly as the TF. Not what you expect in that matchup. Akali's good at roaming, but TF is the king of that from the mid lane. And so it was not ideal play there. I think the main thing I want to see is I want to see Repulsive on something that is more highly prioritized. You know, the Scion play was pretty good. The Scion had a lot of CS lead, a lot of tower pressure. It was good. But in the team fights, actually just felt a little bit meh. And we know that Repulsive likes those big high carry skill champions. Why not have something like that? Clearly playing a bit far back, a little safer didn't work. Change it up.
Yeah, that is definitely one angle that UDL Esports Sigma could go for. Another one that I also want to put on the table is, draft was fine. The execution, perhaps, was something to fix, because we saw the early roam from Chris and Hidden going down towards the bot lane, burning Prasmic's flash. Then Hidden regangs the lane, burns the cleanse from DJM. And then nothing happens until KTU make that play in the bot lane. If you are going to draft so much around CDD, execute around CDD. It's kind of as simple and as difficult as that.
We saw how much damage Sididi was laying down later on in the game. By the end, after a couple kills were picked up, it was beautiful play. Sididi was playing a very clean, solid game, but that was a clean, solid game after 20 minutes, and by that point, you know, it was already kind of out of the hands of just one player. If you do think, hey, our champions were fine, our draft was all good, we don't mind it into what we had seen, our execution was bad, then yeah, the win condition of playing around Sididi was not met at all, which was unfortunate because they had the draft to do so. Maybe change up the Poppy for something with even more solid engage. You know, the Poppy is fine, actually made a lot of sense into the draft that we saw out of KTU, but you could have something with even more engage. Maybe steal away the Braum, you have first pick now. Sorry, you do not have first pick, but you will be able to have the counter pick. These teams switch each time.
Yeah, and this leads into the second point I wanted to say, is that we probably will see adaptation in both play and draft, because UDL now have the red side. They do have the privilege of a counter pick. Maybe we'll still see Chris on something like Twisted Fate. Those like the control mages, the more passive, I want to say, mid laners, not the ones that you absolutely need to snowball, but maybe that almost have Repulsive, or some kind of hyper carry pick in the top lane, or, well, hyper carry is the wrong word, something more up his alley, something like the Olaf, some bruisers that, you know, actually get to fight and get to have kill pressure.
If you want to pick up the Wukong again, give the Wukong to Repulsive. It was right there if they wanted it. I think there's a lot of avenues that UDL could go through. We know that this is a very good squad. Usually, though, we see them playing around the top side, and actually they laid down the gauntlet and said, we will match you down in the bottom side, and it just didn't end up working. Whenever they had the numbers advantage, it was quite nice. Maybe you continue to draft like that, constantly trying to have your numbers advantage, and learn from your mistakes. When you manage to find yourself a pick, back off afterwards, rather than continuing on into a fight where all of a sudden Missy gets to run through you on the Akali. There definitely were execution errors that came out of UDL, but I think that just saying, hey, UDL played badly is a disservice to KTU, who I think played a very nice game.
That is true. If you're KTU, I feel like you can just run back a very similar composition and feel fairly comfortable doing so, because you weren't really punished in it. There are still some things I would like to see them do. For example, you know, not losing those summoners early game, not getting caught out of position in mid lane, and yeah, Prasmic not trying to dive the inhibitor tower and leaving his AD carry alone in the mid lane to lose the cleanse would be some things that KTU could potentially clean up.
Most certainly, there were things that were not ideal, and the thing is, against UDL, who are the second seed coming out of Group C, maybe you get away with these little mistakes. if KTU do end up winning this and going on further into the tournament, you do not get away with mistakes like that.
No.
Versus almost anyone we saw versus AGH, KTU did not get away with any mistakes. There were places where they seemed like they were doing okay versus AGH. They made one tiny, and I mean minuscule error, and all of a sudden the game was completely in the favor of AGH. So KTU need to continue to clean things up. If they're able to win this game even cleaner, then I'd have a lot of confidence for them going on into the further rounds. If not, if this turns into a bit more scrappy, whichever team comes out of this, I'm a little bit worried for them going forwards in the tournament.
I mean, you are immediately going to be facing Esports Team 20 in the quarterfinals if you are the winner of this, which does not fare for you. They are the number 1 team from the group of death. I mean, honestly, my personal favorites alongside Kit to win the whole tournament. I'm going to say it already. So this is absolutely not going to be easy, but right now, as things stand, KTU, you give me another match like this, and I will be second questioning myself. Oh, I don't know what the phrase is. For that, guessing. Yeah. Second, that's the one. There we go. Yeah, I'll be second guessing myself when it comes to the quarterfinal match.
Yeah, quite possibly. As you said, Esports Team 20, a ridiculous team. We saw them drop a full 2 games during day 1.
What, 2?
They dropped 2.
Okay.
But they dropped 2 with a different roster. Once they actually got all of their players in, once they actually had their true bot laner, I think, no, not confirmed, don't want to lay any shade on somebody, but somebody did not quite wake up for one of their first match games of the day. Once their bot laner had decided that an alarm clock was a good investment, they tore through everybody, didn't drop a single game in the second day of groups, was just ridiculous the whole way through. And so, facing off against Esports Team 20, whoever wins in this matchup, it's not going to be a fun time, but yeah, more well-played games out of KTU, and I wouldn't feel like they'd be absolutely run through.
Yeah, and let's bring it back to the regional kind of expectations. France, they never made it past quarterfinals.
Nope.
In the history of UEM, even back when they were together with Belgium and Switzerland as one region, none of those teams have made it past quarterfinals. We had Labekul in last year get knocked out by Esports Team 20 in the quarterfinals. They currently got knocked out by KTU in the last chance qualifier this year. And KTU on the verge of eliminating the second French team. So UDL Esports Sigma, I mean, they are quite literally playing for the honor of the French region here. And KTU, yeah, they're ruthless.
Oh yeah. KTU are representing the first Lithuanian squad that we've ever seen in UEM. A brand new addition, and I mean, what an addition it is. Sometimes when you get new regions in, you worry a little bit, because the way that the ecosystem of these tournaments works is oftentimes a new region sends a representative, that representative absolutely gets kicked into the ground, but this is fine. That's not a bad thing when they first join. It's the exact same thing that we see from minor regions when they go off into the MSIs or the Worlds. You get kicked into the ground, it's bad, but you learn. You go back to your domestic region, you play, you probably win it again, but then the rest of the teams in the domestic region, by getting kicked into the ground by you, learn, and it's the way that you drag the whole region up. So the fact that KTU out of Lithuania are already doing so well is a great sign for Lithuanian esports as a region, and if they can continue moving it on forwards, then we're going to have high expectations for them coming forwards into next tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, already top 12. First tournament, great. Make it top 8. One more game separates you, and then KTU definitely, I mean, it's an impressive feat in the history of UEM. I mean, there's still KSC, who have won 2 tournaments in a row and are looking like they're gonna win their third one, but hey, you know, not everyone is KSC. You can always impress in slightly different ways.
Indeed, whoever wins this, we're going to be pretty impressed, because they've made it far enough to get into the top 8, to get into the prize pool portion of this tournament. Top 8 will receive some prizes whether or not they win in the next round. There is 14,500 euros on the line here, not for the winning team, not all in one lump sum, but broken down throughout all of the top 8 teams. So you are playing for a little bit of a cash prize right now, and for the pride of your region. As we've said, France playing for the pride of the region as a whole, and I think Lithuania has already been made proud by KTU, but how far can they go?
It's just testing how much you can get out of them. And coming back to UDL specifically, I want to see more out of this team, because it would be a very disappointing run in playoffs if we see another game 1 repeat again. If we see KTU snowball it and close the game out with UDL putting out minuscule fights, I mean, that's just not the kind of thing we'd be expecting from a second seed of the Group C, especially, you know, the seed that came out on top of teams like Grey Warwick.
Yeah, it came out on top of the best that the UK was able to produce, and sorry, I'm just gonna have to throw a little bit of shade at our region, but we did not do well in this tournament,
I mean,
unfortunately.
not at all. Yeah, UK kind of washed out.
Yeah, we sent 3 separate representatives and none of them did well, which is fine. We're not salty about that at all. We're not sad about that at all. But yeah, we're expecting UDL to show more right now. Will they be able to pull it out in this next game? Hopefully they'll be able to adapt, and if they don't adapt, just execute cleaner. We'll have to see once we jump into draft, as we should be doing in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see if we're going to see some bans targeted towards the picks that KTU went for. I mean, do you ban Messier Sakali? Maybe. He's probably going to first pick it if you don't. And what kind of bans do you even throw away from the game one? Because it felt like all of those were, you know, pretty good bans.
Everything seemed to work well. I don't disagree with the bans. I think you could probably leave the majority of them alone. The thing is, you might want to get rid of that Viego. It really swung fights in the way of the Viego was so hard to kill, could jump in pretty much, you know, solidly and safely, because there was never a worry that the Viego was actually going to go down with all of the healing and shielding.
There we go.
Actually, there we go. Decided that they don't want the Akali on the board. Interesting.
Yep. No Messier Sakali first picks happening this time around, which means KTU will have to innovate with their first pick strategy.
And they'll have to try something else. We've not actually seen KTU play anything different recently. The Jace also going to come off of the board. Once again, Repulsive getting banned out. I still think Repulsive has a big enough champion pool that they will be okay to pull something a little bit more interesting than Sion out. There's the Viego ban. Like I said, didn't want to play with it. So actually, UDO have decided that the draft of KTU was the problem. Not necessarily their draft, but the draft they're playing against. We'll see if they ban another champion. Maybe the Kalista comes off of the board as well. Kalista, a good counter to a lot of what Sadidi likes to play.
I mean, Viego and Kali are disgusting champions. There goes the Olaf in the first round of bans. KTU respecting Repulsive's record in the group stage and not allowing him this champion so far. Now let's see if that Kalista is going to be off, because if it is, then we're going to see all 3 bans from the first, like being the champions that KTU played in the first game. But that leaves things like Yasuo, like Graves open. No shields.
It's not the one that we thought, but it is 3 bans from the previous game, and KTU respond with an insta-Jin lock. Probably the next best thing to really lock in if you do not feel comfortable in having that Kalista anymore. It does leave the Kalista open to the other side. Sadidi does not particularly like to play it. We don't expect this to be the pickup. What will be the first pick here? Are you going to go for the top jungle side or more of a standard bot lane and jungle decision?
Well, it is going to be the Kaiser locked in. Sadidi, another shot on this champion. I don't think he looked bad. In fact, he looked great when it came to the late game. I want to see, though, UDL either draft more around... I mean, I don't know if you can draft more around Kaiser than what happened in the first game, but at least play more around.
Alright, the Wukong also going to be picked up, so it really is what you expected out of UDL. They said, hey, the enemy composition was the issue, our team draft was absolutely fine, and
Yeah,
that's
so...
a Diana! That's a Diana. Yes, I love this, I love this, I love this, because once you put your AP into the jungle, all of a sudden you can put your AD into the mid lane. That's what we wanted to see. In possibly or top lane as well, Capio does really like to play the Yasuo. It opens up the draft so much once you have AP in the jungle. It is my favourite thing to see in any draft ever, and this has made me very excited for this KTU matchup.
I mean, I'm just a fan of Diana Yasuo in general. It's just such a beautiful combo. Disgusting to play against, but it's glorious to watch when you have massive knockouts set into the Yasuo. But... okay, that was a lock-in. I thought we're still waiting on that connect, and there we go, Repulsive going in with the aggression.
And this is what I was asking for during the pre-game. I wanted something more aggressive out of Repulsive. What more aggressive can you get than this unhinged crocodile up in the top lane? Going to be taking the fight possibly to the Yasuo, if not to whoever is going to be against. This is what Repulsive is known for. Into the bans, though, we're going to see the Nautilus being taken off of the board. Going to be looking at a lot of support bans, considering we've not seen any locked in, but we do know who the AD carries are.
Yeah, support bans, potentially some control mages taken away from Chris if KTU feel like a Twisted Fate. You might as well get rid of that, right? Because it's still that Kaiser Wukong setup happening, or... yeah, but support also makes sense with the Rakan.
Taking the supports off the board makes a lot of sense. Once you take the Rakan off of the board, all of a sudden, you're not going to be able to have that Kaiser Rakan, which can really jump in, stuck around fights, as, you know, is more, I think, Sadidi and Student's real playstyle. On the other side, yeah, taking away big, tanky, safe champions. The Thresh got buffed on this patch and also is a good pair up with the Jhin. We're going to see the Zilean off the board, however. The Zilean off the board makes a lot of sense as well, can be paired well with the Jhin, can be also left in the mid lane in order to give a lot of safety to everybody around.
Zilean Karma have been the bane of this tournament, depends how you look at it, because they have denied so many plays when put in this solo lane, so both of them are going to be banned out by the side of UDL, and there goes Victor Chris, not going to get his hands on, well, that control mage, but I would still expect some sorts of AP damage from this mid laner.
You'd have to find some sort of AP, especially some more, possibly early power if you want to really capitalize on the fact you have good early power, or some late game power to balance out the fact that the Renekton will begin to fall off. The Alistar lock-in would make a lot of sense. It's very good when paired up with the Kai'Sa. This is now a high power bot lane. Will not be particularly good in the first few levels, but once the level 3, 4 is hit, all of a sudden there is a lot of power down this bottom lane. This is what you wanted. You wanted Sadidi and Student to be put on something they could really play through and be able to fight through. All of a sudden though, if you are looking at Hidden, you are all across the map trying to find where to be. The Thresh lock-in, I said it might be good.
Yeah, definitely so, because as you said, once level 3 is hit, Student and Sadidi, they are just gonna go in, and DJM for everyone at Jhin, not having too much mobility. That being said, I was gonna say a lot of good ultimates are up on the side of UDL, and we are gonna see that Sylas locked in, very likely to go into the hands of Misius.
I expect this to be a Misius pickup as well, because the Yasuo is played so well by Capio, and this is an aggressive team composition. Oh my, it has enough scaling, but also in the early game can be very aggressive. The Thresh is great because everybody is going to be wanting to leap in, and all of a sudden with the Lantern they can leap back out. We'll see what UDL is going to pick up to round out the composition. Some AP in the mid lane is what we're expecting.
Or not.
And it's not what we're going to get.
Why? Okay, you know what? Let me clarify that. I understand the Poppy in isolation. You've got 3 champions with dashes that want to go into you, but again, you're putting a lot of onus on Sadidi to perform. You have the alternative of whoever's going to be piloting that Renekton, and I will just wait for them to swap around, but again, this is a comp where Sadidi must pop off. If this goes like game 1, if the early game is KTU's favor, I think it's over. Okay, I don't want to say it's over. It's going to be very tough for UDL.
There's an issue in drafting, which is where you draft yourself into a corner by trying to say, ha ha ha, I'm cleverer than you are, I know the counter pick. We saw this, the best example of this I ever have is Fnatic in Worlds years ago, where they ended up drafting Corki in the bot lane. It was awful. It was great in the matchup in isolation, but it was awful in the terms of the whole composition throughout the rest of the map when looking at both teams together. And so the Poppy is fantastic when you look simply at the KTU lineup, but when you look in what they needed, you just stack armor, right? Unless you're going for an AP Kai'Sa, which has been nerfed badly in the previous patch, all of a sudden there is no true AP damage coming through, and KT could just stack up armor and have a pretty easy time.
Let's put it this way. UDL, they must get ahead, because they've got a really strong top side and bot lane that can fend for themselves. Essentially, all 3 lanes, they can just go in. It is Poppy in the jungle, Wukong in the top lane, Renekton in the mid lane, and Kai'Sa Alistar bot. You've got kill threat in every single lane. But if UDL do not execute on it by 10-15 minutes, your composition doesn't do much more.
No. It just sort of happens, and then it stops. And there's not a lot more. Like, we're expecting some AP that may be scaled to pull through into the late game where the Kai'Sa begins to pop off. And then we got a Poppy. Like, all of a sudden, there's just not that mid-game transition between the early game power of a Renekton and the late game power of a Kai'Sa. That middle transitional period has sort of gone away. It's so aggressive in the early game. We need to see UDL find themselves early fights, early kills, and early map pressure. Otherwise, they are not going to be able to pull themselves back into this game.
Yeah, and then on the other side, I mean, KTU, they've got many of the same pieces, but looking at their comp, you do have the Diana Yasuo, you have a way more rounded damage profile. When it comes to the engage in a team fight, honestly, I'm gonna hold my judgment. I'm gonna see how this game goes, because trying to analyze them right now at level 1, it's pretty tough. But Given what you saw in Game 1, with KTU being able to control the game and play the team fights well, it's all on UDL. If they lose here, they're out. The last French team eliminated by KTU, who would have single-handedly taken out 2 of the French representatives.
Yeah, managing to just destroy their way through all of the French representatives so far. Every bit of onus is on UDL, not just in the context of the game, in the fact that they need to win this in order to go to a game 3, but also in the context of these compositions. This Renekton will fall off. This Wukong is pretty good in the mid game, but eventually will fall off, whereas the members of KTU, if they're able to keep getting stronger, will continue to snowball all the way into the end of the game. And as you said, you were mentioning that the Silas might be a good pickup. Look at the ultimates up and available.
First Verdict, Cyclone, I mean, the Unbreakable Will, they're all great. And something I do want to point out immediately is Capillo and Misius decided to swap sides. It is going to be that Yasuo into the mid lane, and Misius takes Silas into the top side.
It makes a lot of sense. Capillo was always going to be better on this Yasuo than was Misius, but also Capillo just, is going to have a nicer matchup versus this Renekton. It's going to be a lot better of a time. Misius is not going to have a great time early on, but will be able to pull back into a little bit of favour with this Wukong. I think there's also the expectation that Capillo with the Ignite will be able to find, a better ability to actually pick up kills for themselves versus this Renekton.
You'd have to imagine, but Hidden is already looping around the mid lane version. Capillo is going to get engaged upon immediate flash away, but the stun still connects Capillo down to 200 health. Is it going to be enough? Ignite is down, and first blood goes the way of Chris.
And that's what we wanted out of Hidden, constantly being able to get into these fights and actually find ganks. We really didn't see any particularly good ganks. The one gank that Hidden tried in the previous game ended up going quite badly, as, oh, that's a good stun.
And Prasma gets a great hook down onto CDD. The Ignite is taking flash. Auto attack. DJM, does he have the damage? Yes, he does. Prasma flashes away. The Ignite from Student will be able to kill him though. And DJM forever, he needs to get away because those minions are going to hurt quite a lot. But Student doesn't have the cooldowns available to fight back. Now down to 100 health. DJM forever. He's going for it. Level 3 take by Student. Oh, this was almost dangerous.
Oh boy. I think people don't realize quite how much damage an Alistar can do within the first 5 levels. A full combo Alistar plus an Ignite, obviously the Ignite is now down for Student, but that can deal a significant chunk to a squishy AD carry. You can see the fighting back and forth. The important thing about this bot lane fight, however, is that DJM picks up a kill, whereas the kill goes over to Student instead, putting Sididi quite far behind.
Yeah, a gold advantage for the AD carry of KTU, but DJM forever is still yet to recall. CDD does have the tier, which, isn't necessarily the biggest spike you're hoping for after recalling, but at least for the next minute or two, I would expect the bot lane of UDL to have control over the lane, I want to say, because DJM forever, you can't play aggressively right now.
That is certainly the expectation, but DJM is so far behind in terms of health and mana that it's just going to have to be a reset. It's unfortunate that because of what the Jhin wants to buy as that first item, was not able to pick it up during the Death Fountain. Now he's going to pick up that Serrated Dirk.
Okay.
Finally, DJM actually going to be in a good spot to fight in properly. You can see Chris is coming down here, going to place down a ward. Villas now spotted out. Hidden is hanging around. There is a possibility for a collapse here.
Capillo should be the first one on the roam if that happens, but the junglers just wave to each other and will be going their separate ways. Heavy trading happening in the top lane, Repulsive getting the better of Misius, forcing him away from the wave.
You can see how many minions Misius is having to fight into currently. Will, finally be able to clear those out and not have such a horrible time of it versus Repulsive. This top lane is very explosive, but for the minute, people just waiting for their abilities to come up. I'm expecting more than 6's hits, that actually we might see some solo kills going down in this top lane. Capillo does have the Ignite up and available. In this bottom lane, things have evened out a little bit more. It's pretty much going to be even in gold, considering that DJM did manage to pick up a little bit more from that kill, but overall the bot lane even. The mid lane though is pretty nice in favor of Chris.
Yeah, and you can see the support that UDL are providing to their mid laner. Capillo, if he's gonna walk up, he's a dead man. However, Chris still going for the stun, but yeah, Capillo close enough to the tower. He's not in any danger right now.
Manages to step back. That is useful that the Yasuo decided to dash back towards the tower and not in. Otherwise, that, as you said, was going to be one dead Yasuo. Bilas is around. Chris stepping a little far forwards. Capio does have 6, Bilas does not, so there is not that big wombo combo that we're excited for during the draft phase. Other than that, though, there is the Drake already spawned. It is a Hextech Drake first again, meaning that it's a very strong solo Drake to pick up for yourself. Neither of the jungles, though, in a position to pick it up right now.
While that is true, I do want to touch on some very early pickups because I feel like KTU have a slight spike. Mostly the serrated Derek Hextech Capacitor. They give you a very immediate spike of damage.
Oh,
so if KTU want to go for this dragon, I feel like they can.
They definitely are in a position where they could. They just have to be careful is the only thing. Don't want to put yourself too far forward, end up losing out. Misius may be too far forward. Hidden going the long way round.
Is this hijack the Cyclone, but he's so very low, and Hidden coming in with a heroic charge. There is the shield coming in. Repulsive, he's going to get Misius heals with the Kingslayer, and is out. Well played by Misius.
Boy, Misius, that was the edge of danger, but a lovely little play there. Looked like absolute disaster. Is not lovely right there. Just managing to use that healing, and I mean, you can see already the amount of healing that the Stylist does, and the Stylist doesn't even have any healing items yet. That is going to be a problem again. Last game, there was a lot of healing that made UDL's life very difficult. Now with healing once again on the board. Finally, though, a team gonna actually go for this Drake. Poppy is around, but I think too late, and this should be KTU's Drake.
We'll get a Hextech now. Collapse coming in from UDL. Let's see if they get out because Capio has been knocked up, knocked away with a head, but down comes the ultimate from Bilas, and DJ Forever already killed Student, but a double kill from Hidden in return, and he's running away. Chris very low on the front line. DJ Forever can't kill him though, and it's only Prasmag alive. UDL will win the fight. It is 3-0, in fact.
Just a ridiculous fight. I thought that Student went down there.
Oh yeah, maybe he did.
I think Student did go down there, but it is still a 3-1. A slightly ridiculous fight in terms of just DJM got caught out. DJM did not have the damage to be able to lay down. In a fight that lasts for that long, you're probably only going to be able to deal 1 set of shots as a Jhin, maybe 2, and because the shots do not deal very much damage at this point in time, there was not a lot to be laid down, and a lot of the health loss had been absorbed by the Drake already, meaning that KTU were in a disadvantage. Still though, they picked themselves up the Drake, but they are now down 2k gold when they were in an advantage.
Not a great spot for the Lithuanian squad, but nothing, you know, game deciding happening just yet. A lot of those kills did go over to Hidden, however, CBD 1, 1, and 2, not near as much behind as it happened last game as the PO. He is going to return with the last breath. Unfortunately, only knocked out the clone. Shooter and Chris are around it, but so is Bill, as this is going to be a fight out. KTU are committing for Repulsive. Does flash away. Here comes Hidden. No Keeper's Verdict. Knocks out Macy's, who is very, very tanky. Bill has to flash over the wall, and you can see UDL, they do win this fight tactically, zoning away KTU.
We might have been wrong in the last game. It might not have been the composition that allows UDL to constantly have more members to fight. They might just be very good at rotating everybody down to every single fight, constantly being in an advantage. The only thing that this is causing is CS leads across a lot of the map. Hidden has been picking up lots of kills, but is down about 30 CS. That's a gigantic deficit. Again, in the top lane, there's a pretty big deficit as well. The mid lane is more even, a slight skew in favor of Chris, but the bottom lane, DJM, more CS. The whole map is rotating for UDL, but it means that they're falling behind in terms of CS, and so if kills don't actually go down to UDL, then they're beginning to miss out.
Yeah, they do need to actually get some takedowns in those fights, I agree. They did get a flash out from Bilas, which, you know, means Diana is a potential target. I would like to see maybe more priority thrown from UDL about actually, you know, hunting people without flashes. But I agree, if they don't capitalize on those rotations, then they are essentially worthless. That being said, Herald picked up by UDL, so they should be able to get that, and let's see where they place it.
We can see that Bilas is making their way towards this Herald, but unlikely to get there in time for a steal. So, a possible injection of gold. If they manage to actually use it effectively. See, 3 members are up top here. The Alistair roaming around. Student absolutely never in the bottom lane. Possibly a dive going to go down onto Misius in a second.
Yeah, that is a lot of UDL members in the top lane. Misius is going to hijack the Path Keeper's Verdict, healing himself up with the Kingslayer, but Hidden still takes him down, and Velas is there to clear the wave. That being said, enough health bars have been knocked down that this is not going to turn into a Herald play immediately.
There was already the roam out of Belas and Capio were up there. Possibility for a counter gank. There's no reason to overstay. As we saw in the last game, UDL found a pick and then overstayed, and it ended up going quite badly as, oh boy, a big fight down in the bottom lane. We did not see the setup of this.
Let's see, CDD will flash away, the second shot catches him, but the third one goes wide, and they create to clear the wave. CDD able to hold his own in the lane, does lose both the summoners and the ult right now, so is in a vulnerable position, which means we might see Student roam less in the near future.
Quite possibly. If Sadidi is constantly getting pressured whenever, Student is off and on a roam, then there's not really a point if your AD carry is falling too far behind. Yes,
there is a gank in the bot lane from Hidden, and Prasmic is just going to be left to die with Hidden going on a rampage 4-0-1 on the Poppy. Oh no, CDD, the minion! The minion! Oh, that's a tragedy.
Oh no, that's gotta feel bad. At least it was a minion kill, and it wasn't gold into the pockets of the enemy, but oh boy. Well, somebody clip that, that is hilarious. An unfortunate play. If UDL managed to win this game out, then that's a funny thing that you could show them and be like, it wasn't all clean. You can see now a big collapse coming into the top side. It looks like Repulsive is just gonna make it out, but still, a lot of pressure going on to this top lane tower.
Trying to pick up the plates whilst you still can if you are KTU, because, yeah, the plays have all been going the way of UDL, but it doesn't feel like they are out of this game just yet. Eclipse picked up by DJM, and if you can get Capio and Misius to just get a bit more gold and start picking up their mythics, you can fight, essentially.
You'll be in a much nicer spot. There's a lot of damage that is available for the composition, and it's this... Please don't tell me.
Capio trying to contest the health, losing a lot of health for that. The Ignite, I don't think it should be able to kill him. No way! DGM just stole the dragon. Oh, KTU, they take everything that UDL wanted here, and Capio gets away with an illegal play.
What? No, that should not be legal, as you said. Possibility of more fighting, though.
Yeah, Prasmic is dead here. There's no way he survives. No, guys, don't attack him for God's sake! I can't.
Oh my god! If you are UDL, you are fuming at this point. What are they doing? All across the board, they are losing out. It's a return of the useless. Oh no, Capio.
Okay, I mean, there's no way he survives this, right? Yeah, there we go. Hidden goes unstoppable.
Consolation prize. Good job, guys. Well done. Kashka, it's a return of the completely and utterly useless Rift Herald that we saw all throughout group stage.
I mean, potentially, it was a good attempt. I feel like you start the dragon, you put the Herald mid lane. KTU should not be able to respond, but they steal the dragon, they get the Herald. And no one died until Capio decided to walk back mid without checking vision.
Oh my god. Well, good job to KTU. They've managed to pull themselves into a position where they're now only 1k behind from being in a 3k deficit just a couple of minutes ago. So, nice set of plays out of them. The dragon still may possibly be the most impactful of all of them, however. DJM managing to steal that Drake means that all of a sudden KTU are on 2. They will be able to continue to stack up for the Mountain Drake. A Mountain Drake on this composition will be excellent because you have a lot of squishy members who hopefully will not die any quicker. And so, just being that one Drake up means you're able to put a lot of pressure on that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. Missy is going in.
Repulsive does have the Conqueror on the Wukong, which means both of them are going to be healing insane amounts. No Sunderer yet. Otherwise, I feel like Repulsive would be winning that fight way, way harder. So
yeah, these top laners do not have mythics yet. I had not quite checked that. This is
Messias does. We still
surprising
have
considering that we wouldn't have expected them to be so far behind.
Yeah, Messias does have the Everfrost. We just didn't swap the top lane and the mid lane quite yet. But yeah, Capio 03 doesn't have the mythic indeed. There we go, another fight. DJ Emperor, you might want to cancel that ultimate here. Hidden looking for the stun, does get him into the wall. There is the knock-up, and welcome to the UDL bounce house, as that is 2 kills going the way of the French squad.
That is the way you do it if you are UDL, putting yourself firmly back in control, managing to catch up DJM. DJM cannot be stepping forwards, especially not when Prasmuk is level. The only time that DJM on this Jhin can step forwards is when Prasmuk is far enough behind that the lantern can be thrown out and keep them safe. Unfortunately, in that situation, there was nothing to be said about it. It's just way too far forwards for DJM and Prasmuk. They get caught out, and that's a lot of pressure now. You can see just UDL are fantastic at roaming. They're constantly having more members to more fights.
And this game is actually paying off. You've got Hidden very far ahead, and that is slightly starting to, transfer over to the players you want to have gold on. Chris picking up a kill, CDD picking up a kill in that last fight. You have the gold drinker for the Renekton, and CDD is slowly stacking up that mana meter.
DJM, there we go. That is the combo that we were looking for. Prasmuk was far enough behind that the lantern could be put down and DJM is safe. If you're Prasmuk, you don't get to step up and forwards unless you are engaging with the Jhin far enough behind that the Jhin is still safe. That's the combo we want. Misius might now be on the return end of this fight.
Doesn't have the flash, does hijack the Unbreakable Will, which means he's going to buy a lot of time. There goes the Lantern, and the rest of the KU come to the rescue. But it is a 3 versus 3. Billas, he can't quite find the way in. There goes the Moonfall, finally, 2 for 1. But DJ Forever, he's walking through uncharted territory, taken out in rotation, and Billas now is going to be locked down by Sididi. 4 for 2 in favor of UDL.
It looked like it was going to go well for KTU, but all of a sudden the rotation from the map again out of UDL, it was lovely. The return of the Moonfall was just insane. It managed to pull multiple members in, and then it just sort of fizzled out. All of a sudden nothing actually ended up happening. A lot of knockups. You can see the amount of CC that is coming out of UDL makes it very difficult to continue these fights. If Billas and Misius are not working together and dealing enough damage, all of a sudden it is very difficult to actually win these fights, considering the fact that DJM is still trying to actually get into a position where they are far enough forwards to deal damage.
Yeah, unfortunately one problem with the Lethality Jhin build is you're not very useful against people who build armor, and I can see at least 3 people having armor items right now on the side of UDL, and you'd have to believe Repulsive is gonna get some. Okay, DJM, he's looking for another steal. There goes the crit, and the smite comes through from Hidden this time.
Much cleaner, a nice little pickup for UDL. Now they are getting themselves onto the Drake train as well, stopping that Drake stacking coming out of KTU. And all of a sudden this game feels pretty difficult for KTU. Although they're finding good fights, it is a nice spot right here for all of UDL. The only thing is, UDL need to continue to snowball this because the Renekton will fall off. The Wukong eventually will fall off. And your Poppy's not going to be laying down damage. The only person who will be able to carry you through the late game is Sididi, but Sididi is currently not in a strong enough position to do that single-handedly.
Yeah, while I agree, I feel like the Mountain Drake stacking is going to help a lot, mostly because you essentially take out DJ Forever out of the equation. It also makes it easier to itemize, against Billas and Misius. Both of those AP damage dealers aren't necessarily tank shredders, so just a bit of MR goes a long way. It's only Capio that, you might be worried about actually being able to cut through your health bar later on.
Indeed, it's a very good point, actually. The amount of burst damage on KTU is fantastic, but there's not a lot of burstable champions. The thing is, if you're relying on Sididi to be your main carry threat, and then all of a sudden Sididi is not managing to get through anybody being bursted out instantaneously, then it's going to be pretty hard.
But I feel like that there's still a lot of time, and Misius is going to get caught in the top lane. Billas is around. That's going to be the Zonians. The rest of the KTU are coming through. Misius still holding on, not for long, deciding not to burn the flash, and yeah, KTU just don't go top lane. They lose another member.
Misius stepping too far forwards again, constantly doing this, and then beginning to bleed out. If you take a look at the gold, it's pretty even, about 2k gold lead for UDL. The thing about that is it's only CS and towers that are keeping the KTU squad in touching distance. The kills are ridiculous. Every single time there's a fight, it is way more kills going over to UDL, and this will begin to bleed out. I think this mid lane tower will have to be conceded, not a useless Rift Herald this time around.
Yeah, it's going to be the mid lane tier 1 broken down, and hook onto Chris, not gonna do too much more. It will be a charge down onto the tier 2 UDL. They are slowly extending their lead. We are 20 minutes in, and they have taken down the mid tier 1, which means setup for the Baron and for the upcoming Dragon in 2.5 minutes is going to be that much easier.
managing to take down this mid lane tower, fantastic. Quite a while after we expect it to go down, as Chris is dead.
There we go, last breath into the burst from DJM as well, and Prasmic laying down DCC is enough.
We can finally see the actual combo that, you know, KTU are trying to get done. It's been very difficult for them the entire way through, not managed to actually find the combo, but it is still effective. As soon as you could get Billas and Misius in onto one fight, you're going to deal a lot of damage. Misius needs to be careful going top lane. We've seen this go wrong for them quite often. Shouldn't be any more collapse. The thing about that kill is it was a nice kill, it was a nice show of the combo, but not a lot actually gained from it.
Yeah, I mean, KTU, they are buying more time for themselves with finding those picks. I mean, the 0-10 power spike is a meme everyone knows for Yasuo, but the reason why it works is because by that point in the game, by the time you usually get 10 deaths, you already have 2 or 3 items, and then Yasuo starts getting online. So KTU, I feel like they're just playing for that spike.
Oh yeah, the KTU lineup can just sit back, allow the game to come to them. They just have to not put themselves in a position where they are actively losing. Unfortunately, right now, I think they are actively losing, but if they can stem the bleeding, it's not on them right now to turn it around. Just have to wait long enough to actually be able to find those fights. The Baron is a fantastic opportunity to fight like this. We've not seen any true 5v5s around objectives yet. But in choke points where you can get lots of knockups done, and then all of a sudden have your Yasuo come flying in, which can be provided by Billas pretty easily. I mean, also by Misius if you manage to pick up that Wukong ultimate or that Poppy ultimate. You know, there's a lot of options here to find that combo. You have to be able to get into the pit, though, to actually find it.
Yeah, Student is going to flash commit engage onto Prasmic. A lot of aggression. UDL, they're looking for the pick. The Baron was a bait, but now KTU, they are just getting UDL deep into their jungle. I thought maybe there's going to be some counter collapse, but no. Zididi goes on a rampage tower picked up by Misius in the bot lane. The support is lost. The Baron has been stopped. UDL, what are they looking for? They're looking for the forever, and the Acatian Rain will be enough. Zididi goes unstolen with the AD carry dead. That's going to be the Baron start.
The Baron should go down to UDL. You can still see the 2 strong members of Billas and Misius hanging around.
Oh, Hidden finds the stun, and that is Billas dead. That's the Baron for sure. The second tower picked up by Misius in the bot lane. So KTU, they get 2 objectives, but losing the Baron here, let's see what UDL will be able to do with it.
Still, though, everybody is now running their way down towards this Drake. The Drake is picked up by KTU, that's the sole point. If the Drake is picked up by UDL, though, they've now equaled it out, stacking those Mountain Drakes, as you said, very strong. Prasmic back in on this fight.
Yeah, here comes Misius. He's got that unbreakable will. Again, he's going to be very tanky, looking for the kill. Onto CDD. Can he find a shutdown? Dashes forward and cashes in 650 gold shutdown. Going for Misius. He's gonna use the Zonius. He's buying so much time, and the rest of the KTU are now in a position to contest this dragon.
Oh, yeah, it was just time buying. That was the objective right there for Misius. Picking up that kill was also fantastic. And all of a sudden, all of the members of UDO have to, you know, take a reset. And this is going to be the Drake going over to KTU. They lose out on the Baron. They lose out on a big fight. But from some lovely play happening out of Misius and a big shutdown into his pocket, all of a sudden, this game continues to be close. That is sole point for KTU. But UDO have the Baron.
Have the Baron and also the mythic choice for CDD. Going for the crown. He's not gonna die again like this, at least not without majorly mispositioning again. That provides so much safety, and also it's not a full AP build, it's a hybrid build, so you still have that AP damage for CDD without taking too much from the nerfs.
It's a nice build. I like the sort of theory behind it. Still though, not going to be dealing as much damage as a true AD Kai'Sa would be doing. Repulsive might be called out here.
That is very likely Prasmic. That is a beautiful hook. He finds the clone. That being said, the rest of UDL, they already take the mid lane tier 2 and they're not going to stop there.
GM is dead as well, ends up going down to Sididi, and this is going to be the base cracks wide open very quickly. A nice little collapse out of KTU ends up with them losing multiple bits of their base. See if there is a return fight here.
Almost poetic, because I remember KTU having a scoreline of 20-7 whilst they were breaking the base of UDL Open in Game 1. And this is exactly what we're seeing again. 20-7, and UDL feel like they're in complete control of this game. The only thing KTU are finding are individual picks.
Yeah, individual picks, and it's nice. It's playing well, but still, we've not seen a true 5v5. I thought around the Baron, maybe? Around the Drake, maybe? No. Every single fight, somebody has been missing. Misius was off taking a top lane tower, or one member was gone. If they manage to find a full 5v5 for KTU, there is a possibility. Bobby having to go diving away. Curtain call landed.
It's going to deal some very cheap damage because it's a lot of tanky members, and DJ Forever is going to get knocked up by the Pulverize. And there on the side we have kills going on left and right. Capillo will be taken down by CDD at the end of the day, and here comes another knockout in from Student, and there is the double kill picked up by Chris. I feel like this might be it. CDD takes down Billas. It is only Misius left alive under the inhibitor tower. He is a Silas. He is healing a lot of health, but that is going to be the ace.
As soon as Sididi gets in on this fight, manages to pick it up, this should be the end of the game. You've got super minions barreling down the middle lane. The top lane inhibitor now falls, and all in all, a scrappy game to start with, but UDL felt like they were controlled the whole way through. They're gonna pick up this win.
We would be able to. DJ Forever is now up, but I just don't know if he's got enough damage. Student is getting low, does get executed, and no, UDL will be forced to disengage his KTU. Are respawning CDD, going on the offensive. He goes unstoppable, and he will be now looking for Patrick Capillo. It's up, he gets the shutdown. KTU, they stay fighting.
They keep themselves alive. This turret will go down. This is an exposed Nexus. You have to feel that although the game didn't end there, it is as good as over. Will UDL be able to clean it out? You should hope so. I don't know how DGM plays this game. As soon as Sididi goes in, presses that Acathian Rain, they die. That's it. That's the whole interaction. They die.
I was wrong, Sididi does go for the AP build. He doesn't care about the nerfs.
Yeah. Who cares? Nerfs? What nerfs? Is what Sididi has said, and is making it work fantastically. All of a sudden, there's now 2 inhibitors down, no Nexus turrets, and a wave barreling down your bot lane. You are in a horrible spot if you are KTU. What do you do to get back into this game?
I mean, Capillo Misius, I feel like those are the 2 people we need to be watching. Bellas for the setup as well, but let's be honest, he hasn't really had the most stellar game so far. But 3 items on the Silas, 3 items with the death stance on the Yasuo. Like, if they don't carry the fight, that's it.
They have to carry the fight, and if they're looking to carry the fight, Sididi has to die. There is no way that Sididi can survive. I want to see one true 5v5 though, finally. Then Drake is spawning in 30 seconds. There is a possibility of a big collapse. Fight engage.
Student, that is going to be Misius called out, and he's knocked away. Here comes Bust in the backline. There's the knockup. Sididi, he has the shield. Capillo's trying to chase him down, though there's the stun. And knockup is being found, and Misius kills Sididi. But is this actually enough? Because all the tags, look at how healthy they are. DGM Forever is just getting run down in the back line, and that is Misius dead. They killed Sididi, but it wasn't quite enough as they are still being routed to their base. Only DJM Forever and Prasmic left alive, but with the exposed Nexus, I mean, we've been here before, but they had the turret last time around. The Nexus is going to be the hard target. UDL Sigma trying to end this game, and they will send us to a game 3.
Oh, a beautiful game coming out of UDL. Sididi goes down in that last fight, and it does not matter. It was the win condition, and it wasn't enough. Everything and the kitchen sink was thrown at Sididi. Sididi does go down, but at that point, once you've blown everything, all of your main carries have gone so deep to kill one member. You're just getting routed. You're getting run through. And I mean, when you have no Nexus turrets either, it was not going to go well.
It wasn't indeed, and enough of a gold lead was found by UDL's Esports Sigma, such that they just, ended up winning those fights. We do have some replays lined up from this game, and I can't help but feel like that this was very similar to game 1, but this time we saw the good performance come out of the French squad.
Yeah, this was exactly what they tried to do the first game, but UDL did not manage to capitalize on it. You can see that Sididi does end up going down here. It began to feel a little bit worrisome at the first stages of the game, but then all of these fights just ended up going with multiple kills in the pockets of UDL, and objectives mainly going to KTU, but objectives were not winning them games. Usually objectives are the main focus of a game, but if you're not able to finally finish off a kill, you can see, I think that maybe the main issue here was the Jhin.
I mean, not only... Maybe, perhaps. I think what is poetic is how that one fight that we just saw the Dragon, it was the breaking point again for UDL. It was an early game fight where one team gets away with, not dying at very low health bars. They find multiple kills and then they just snowball away because it's just kill after kill. UDL, they've got the control on the jungle. They've got a death ball composition. So many bruisers that KTU just can't do anything. And yeah, UDL just gave KTU a taste of their own medicine from game one.
And we've seen everybody stepping a little bit too far forwards on the side of KTU, feeling aggressive, feeling confident. We said that we didn't love the UDL esports composition, but actually in the end it was really nice in that there was just so much protection for Sididi. It seems like if you do fully commit to having your main carry in the bot lane, then things go well for UDL. In this game 3, I'm really curious to see what the draft is. Do you actually allow this Kai'Sa to go through? I'd have to imagine no, but if you don't allow the Kai'Sa to go through, then what are you doing with the rest of the bans that you're then allowing to go through?
Yeah, it's tough choices for KTU. They had their game to win. Now no more chances. It's gonna be a game 3, only one more to decide who's gonna advance to the quarterfinals. Hopefully for KTU, this was a learning experience for them. They figured out what was wrong, and for UDL, well, also hopefully for them, they know what went right. So now we only have one more game to decide it all.
Straight on to a final game. It's bound to a best of one between these two. 1-1, the exact same score we saw during the group stage as well. We're going to throw to a short break, and when we come back, we'll see who takes this series.
Welcome back to UEM, brought to you by Twitch and Intel, and we are at a deciding Game 3 between UDL Esports Sigma and KTU, the last representatives of French and Lithuanian regions respectively, and only one of them will move on to face Esports Team 20 in the quarterfinal.
It's a winners takes all situation right here. The winner goes on to get themselves into the quarterfinals, to get themselves into that prize pool, and the loser goes home empty-handed and definitely sad. You said it during the break, this is basically an extended best of 5 between these two teams. We saw them fight against each other during the group stage, 1-1. We've seen them now, 1-1, so it is all down to this final game. And if we look at the previous game, I absolutely love UDL's confidence. They came out of game 1 having been beaten into the ground, and they looked at their composition and went, it was fine. We are fine. We're going to do it again, but we're actually going to play around our win condition. And when they played around Sadidi, good things happened.
Yeah, and slightly more aggressive, I might add, the composition in the second game, so, you know, maybe they were a bit too restrained. But I also like your point that you brought in the middle of that game too, is that in game 1 it wasn't necessarily just the comp of UDL that meant they were rotating all along the map. It just feels like they are better at rotations. If we look at the first 2 games of the series, when it comes to finding numbers advantages, it's UDL's game. So if you're KTU, you're gonna have to throw a curveball like you did in game 1.
You're gonna have to play around different people throughout all of that game. Unfortunately, you know, Billas did not find those fights. There were good fights out of both Capillo and Missius, and DJM was okay, but really Billas was never getting into their stride, and I think that was a big issue in that all of a sudden you didn't have that jungle help all across the map. The combo between the Diana and the Yasuo should have been insane, and instead it sort of just fizzled out into a little bit of nothingness, to be honest, and I don't think that that can happen again, otherwise UDL Sigma will come out on top. That being said, also, DJM Feather did not have a good game. I don't know if that was necessarily DJM's fault or the fact that there were a lot of tanky members and they were on a Jhin, not well suited to taking out tanky people.
That's the problem when you are going to first pick something like the Jhin, is it also has many counters, and the only way to overcome them is you need to hit the ground running early game. Got the first kill in bot lane. It looked good until that dragon fight where UDL have swung it back their way. So coming into this third game, we will have KTU on the red side and UDL back on the blue side. I mean, Jhin is going to be a weird pick, because you said you want to see the Kaiser banned. I think we might see it banned as well. But then, do you ban Jinny for KTU? Do you let CDD pilot that champion?
I don't know if you want to, but you'd have a better time, certainly, I think, with Zadidi on the Jhin than on the Kaiser. The Jhin is a lot less mobile, which is the main problem DJM was running into, constantly being caught out in situations where, unfortunately, had no support. Prasmuk should have been there with the Lantern, but Prasmuk was too busy being caught up in a lot of other fights, never was able to lay down that Lantern and keep the Jhin alive and safe. And Jhin, when you're from behind, it feels really bad, and so you're in a better spot to put Sadidi behind. The Kaiser was always going to scale up and be good. We saw that during the first game, although the early game went awfully for France. It didn't matter. They managed to pull their way back up because of the fact that Kaiser gets stronger anyway. The Jhin doesn't do anything like that. You have to get going on Jhin, otherwise you feel like you're basically throwing rocks against a mountain. Nothing really happens. So letting this Jhin through, it makes a lot more sense, I think, than letting the Kaiser through.
And also, I don't like calling people out, but Billas had a very underwhelming game too, to be honest. Game 1 on the Viego, not the most, you know, early game focused demon, but got that Quadra at the end of the game, was able to contribute in the fights. This time on the Diana, neither early game pressure nor team fights were found.
Nope. And it made me very sad because I love AP in the jungle. I will talk about AP in the jungle forever, but unfortunately when all of a sudden you don't manage to find anything, it just feels bad. There was such a good combo right there. Capillo is a fantastic Yasuo player. We saw some great Yasuo play, but it just never really got going. I think Billas may be on something more supportive, less with a carry emphasis, maybe a little bit better. I'm not saying that Billas needs to take a complete backseat, have Sejuani duty maybe imposed upon them, but something with a little bit more agency and a little bit less full carry potential, so that the rest of the members of the squad who are playing very well today are able to continue and carry.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of the time KTU found their success, it was with Bellas on picks like the Volibear or like the Zac, so he is used to those, you know, tank champions that play more of the supportive role. Viego wasn't a bad one, unfortunately was banned away by UDL in the second game, so, you know, that's why we saw the Diana maybe a bit of a mix-up there is what I would like to see, because the rest of KTU, I don't think there is too much bad to say about how they play in the game too. Of course, we mentioned it, DJM couldn't play League of Legends because you picked a Jhin into 4 tanks. I mean, you know, it happens.
Yeah, you have to be an absolute wizard to make Jhin into 4 tanks work. The only real way to do it is get so far ahead and put the tanks so far behind that all of a sudden it doesn't even matter. They're not tanks and you are shredding people anyway, but it's not going to work most of the time. The Jhin wants to be into lots of squishy people who he can blow up instantaneously. That was not the composition that KTU were facing. Coming into this game 3, they'll be in a much nicer spot for it if they draft correctly. I think that everybody is going to be wanting to change things up, mainly because I see no way that UDL managed to get the same composition through a 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, I think we're going to see significant changes in bans coming out from KTU. The question of Pyke will remain, although I still will place my bets on that being the first ban from the Lithuanian team. Also, I wonder where the last pick will go. I would personally love to see it on Vicious. I think he had a banger of a series so far. Game 1 of the Akali, the Silas performance also, well, has been overextended on the sidelines, but in terms of the pure mechanics, been looking great.
Oh yeah, I think that giving Misius the counter pick would be fantastic. We've seen that the first pick Akali can work for this squad. It's not exactly what you expect to see, but still, they did manage to make it work. We'll see what the bans are. The Akali off the board instantly for UDL. Will the Pyke be the return?
I'm expecting it. If they want to ban out some of the champions that UDL Sigma went for in the previous games, sure, but Student Spike still kind of haunts my mind from the group stage. We're gonna see the Kaiser given the higher ban priority though.
And I can't disagree with that, to be honest. The Kaiser has been running through 2 games in a row. Even in the loss, it was still fantastic. Force DD to show us something different. It doesn't matter what that different is particularly, but just get them off rocker a little bit. They've got themselves into a full-blown Kaiser mindset. Make them play something different all of a sudden. The Olaf also taken off board for KTU, and the return ban over on UDL's side was the Karma. Clearly not interested in Misius or Capio being able to pilot something so safe.
Yeah, if we see a Viego, that's going to be a round back of the bans from the second game, and that's kind of what I'm expecting here from UDL. KTU, the problem with banning out the Kaiser and forcing CDD on something else is you need to be sure CDD isn't going to carry harder on that champion. It's only one game. Like, this is it. You need to really put yourself in the best possible position. They are going to get rid of the Poppy here as last ban. Pyke is open.
Pyke is open. Come on. Do it.
I mean, it
This
makes
is
sense
much
not to
more.
first pick it.
Yeah.
Let's be
First
honest.
picking it is a horrible decision. First picking it is exactly what KTU wants in that situation, and they know that the Pyke is fantastic for Student. They are well aware of this fact. Back to the first team composition that we saw. The Kalista going to be picked up for DJ and Forever, had a fantastic performance on it when paired with a strong bot lane as well, such as the Brom. Alright, KTU know what works. What works was the first team composition that they played. They're going to run it back.
And it makes sense with the Poppy ban in retrospect. You get rid of the champion that prevents dashes, and suddenly you can lock in that Kalista for DJM forever. Now, what is going to be the response? I would expect some bot lane answer here. Are we gonna see a Pyke lane? Are we gonna see a different kind of lane? UDL, they've got decisions. They have got the cards of KTU for bot lane open.
Everything is up
For
and
God's sake.
available. We were wanting the hype. Fantastic, such a fun pick to watch Pyke, and instead we get the Book Cat. We've got the Book Cat. Alright, hover it, go on then. If you lock this in, then I'm officially writing off UDL.
Okay, well, what are you going to pick with a Yumi? Usually hyper carry is something that we
Very.
see a lot. I mean, Xayah is something that will work nicely
is
against
strong.
all the engage.
Yeah, Zai is strong at the moment. A nice little pickup here. Actually works very well in conjunction with the Yuumi, as much as we hate to say it. And that's actually pretty safe. The Yuumi's issue is it doesn't provide a lot of safety to their AD carry, but all of a sudden, if your AD carry can jump into the air with that Featherstorm, not going to be in such a bad spot. The Ornn going to be the lock-in as well, though, for Capio, and so this is a very tanky composition, and a lot of support going to be added onto this Kalista. We'll see where the jungle and the mid lane focus is going to be. Now onto the bans. What are you taking off the board here?
If you are KTU, mid laners, probably. Maybe some junglers if you still believe that Wukong is going towards the top lane. There goes the Victor. Here's the thing. looking at the comp of KTU, I don't think the second carry is going to come from Billas. He might play, like a tertiary carry, something that we saw in game 1. But I'm looking at Misius as being that second person alongside DJ and Forever that will be put on a hard carry champion. So you need to make sure he gets the best matchup possible.
Most likely, and so giving that counter pick over would make the most sense, and picking up your jungler already doesn't hurt you particularly. Jungler counters, while they are a thing, it's less of a counter between the two specific champions and more of a counter between the styles, and so picking it up before you end up getting your mid laner makes a lot more sense. France with the final ban about to come through, 2 mid lane bans going over onto Chris, not interested in seeing anything out of them.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what kind of champion Misius is going for. Victor Vigar. Well, Vigar is very safe, has got the cage. Victor wave clear.
Something that runs directly into you, perhaps.
LeBlanc?
Possibly. There is definitely a possibility for the LeBlanc. We are going to see the jungler as we expected. This is definitely good tertiary carry material for Billas. Can deal a lot of damage, can certainly be the carry, but also is safe enough and has enough mobility and utility to be helpful all across the board. High ganking, a good style for Billas. I like this Volibear pickup. Right, we're going to see the continuation and the final picks for UDL. What are they going to round it out with? A mid laner and a top laner, most likely, unless they're going to put the Wukong in the jungle with a Gwen.
Honestly, I low-key want to see Zillion here.
It would make a lot of sense. There's a lot of safety right there with the Zillion. Can be played by Chris.
Yeah, and also you just buff up the Gwen or the Wukong to just run at people faster. But also could just go for a wave click control mage. I don't think there is anything wrong with that. That's a champion that is on Chris's pool that we didn't mention before. But no, okay, never mind. Getting baited by the pigs, going for the team fighting option of Orianna.
And the Orianna also makes a lot of sense, giving a lot of extra team fighting ability for a composition that was not necessarily completely lacking in CC, but would have had a bit of a hard time landing any of it, especially when you can do the Yuumi ball, the Yuumi ultimate into the ball. Gonna be a very nice combo, but what is Misius gonna pick up here into this Orianna? Is it gonna be the Zoe?
Looking like it.
Alrighty, it's going to be the Zoe to round out, so it is a full-blown Misius and DJM carry composition with a lot of support to make that work.
People who have popped off the most consistently so far this game. I also quite like the Zoe and that there isn't a dedicated tank for UDL Esports Sigma. I mean, you have Repulsive, who's got a Hallowed Mist to be immune, and Hidden's probably going to build a Bruiser, but that is it. Other than that, everything is a fair game, but UDL Esports Sigma, they are going for a team fighting comp here.
Oh, they certainly are. There is a lot of CC knock-up and ability to lock people down, especially if the Braum goes leaping into the front line, as the Braum will be leaping into the front line, because all of a sudden you get that Fate's Call and just launch them forwards. As soon as you start tagging any of that Winter's Bite onto people, people are constantly going to be stunned up, locked up. There is so much setup on the KTU roster. They have everything that they could possibly want to set up for a strong Kalista performance and a strong Zoe performance. Zoe to burst people out quickly and Kalista to lay down consistent damage, rend people into oblivion. I like the composition. It knows what it wants to do. The only thing is, though, you have to execute. This is kind of the composition that we saw out of UDL in the previous 2 games, where they had that win condition down in the bottom lane, and then they didn't quite play through it perfectly in the game 1. It didn't end up working out for them. So if you're KT, you have to get your bot lane ahead, otherwise things are going to fall to pieces very quickly.
Yeah, because if we look at the other places on the map, Gwen into the Ornn is the big one I'm looking out for. Eventually, Gwen is going to take over the side lane. You can't really stop it. You can try and shut down Repulsive, but I think that is kind of counterproductive. So if you're KTU, you need to be the ones getting ahead. But here's the problem. Xayah Yuumi is not easy to kill, especially once they hit level 6.
Once you hit level 6, Xayah Yuumi, I'd say, is almost impossible to kill. You are going to have to lock them down with so much CC to be able to get it. The thing is, though, before then, they are vulnerable. So, as we come into this Game 3 between KTU and UDL, if there is going to be fighting, it should be in the bottom lane, and it should be early.
Alright, and we'll see who's going to take the win and who's going to move on to the quarterfinals in case anyone is joining us for the Game 3. Here's what the teams are playing for. The last representatives of the French and Lithuanian region. UDL, Esports Sigma, they have been second in Group C. France has never moved past quarterfinals. They need to win this game to tie up the record of the region. Whereas KTU, they are the first time we have a Lithuanian representative in UEM, and they have already eliminated one French team. So by doing this here, they would have eliminated France from the tournament.
Yeah, it would be a very impressive performance coming out of this squad if they're able to close it out. One game stands between them and glory right now, not winning the whole tournament, but you know what, for a brand new representative region doing very close to that for themselves. This is a hype game right here, though. We've got some very different stylistic compositions.
Junglers starting on the opposite sides of the map this time around, both of them getting leashes. Yeah, let's see if there are going to be any ganks. Belas on that Volibear definitely feels more like home, a long time comfort pick for this jungler. We've seen him so many times on this, so I mean, I just want to see some ganks, that's it.
Villas has not had the best of series so far. Definitely the time to turn it around if any time was available to them. It's do or die right now. Both of these teams, if you lose this now, you're going out and just having a very sad day. Whereas if you win, you're into the prize pool in a lovely spot. I'm quite interested by the fact that Villas has started in the bot side. I would have more expected a top lane start to come and try to punish early on. Instead, gonna go towards top side. Maybe punishing this Gwen out is the solution.
Potentially, especially that Repulsive is pushing in, and Bellar's taking the long way round, avoiding the ward on the Raptors. Actually, wait, is he going straight for the gank here? I'm not a jungler, but I'm pretty sure this is illegal pathing.
This is ridiculous pathing, and I love it. It is perfect. Exactly what was needed. Repulsive has now ticked 6, though.
He is Ignite Teleport on the Gwen. The stun connects from Bill as Repulsive is so incredibly low, and First Blood goes the way of Capio.
Oh, that was a lovely little bit of pathing right there. Nobody expects the 3-minute gank when the jungler starts on the opposite side of the map, unless they're just skipping buffs, and skip buffs indeed. Bilas, nice pathing, managed to pick up an early kill, and it looks like actually trying to put the Gwen behind early is the solution. I like it. I think it's a good decision right here. The Gwen can begin to shred through. There's lots of tanky members. Gwen is an anti-tank champion if there ever was one. And so putting the Gwen behind means that your tanks are going to be able to survive for longer and have a better time in this game.
Not sure if it's the most optimal decision, but it is the most unexpected one from the jungler of KTU, and it works. So that's all you care about. Now, Hidden does have the ability to gank bot lane. It has been spotted out by Prasmic, and DJM Forever is staying very far back. Okay, Misius, I guess he almost is going to solo kill Chris here.
Oh boy, we knew that Misius was good on this Zoe, one of their signature picks. Absolutely loves it, but nearly solo killing out the Orianna, which is billed as a very safe, good champion to just sit back in a lane. Nice pressure already. Hidden gonna be forced to come in to catch this wave, and might get caught out if they go any further forwards. Bilas is here.
Teleport from Chris. Both junglers just sticking around. Misius does interrupt the recall. Are they gonna go for a invade here? I mean, Misius does have the flash, but no ignite available. Instead, just vision scouting from the rats.
Very nice vision right here coming out of UDL. If they had not had that, it might have been a horrible situation. DJM is nearly dead. Prasmic doesn't care.
Not at all. Exhaust still available. Just one summoner being forced out, so it's a trade at the end of the day. Ignite for the flash, but that does mean DJM Forever is a vulnerable gank target, and with this much priority, I want to see Hidden path bot lane soon.
Bilas is around, is looking possibly to go for a long road gank down into the bottom lane. Unfortunately, this does mean that KT's bot lane are going to have to keep the bot lane of UDL interested.
And okay, Prasmic is just going to go in, I suppose, buying time for Bilas, but Sadidi already gets the kill. There's the flash away, and the root connects. And this is just a kill donated to the AD of UDL.
That's unfortunate. That's not what you wanted, putting a kill into the pocket of the main carry of UDL. Just bad decision making right there. I'd see what Prasmik was trying to do, keep them interested, but unfortunately, and I think exactly what managed to scupper all of Prasmik's decision making was that, sorry, Sididi and Student decided to back in the middle of a wave, meaning that Prasmik had to go in order to stop them rather than being able to just throw out the Winter's Bite. Ends up with a kill going into the exact wrong person's hands and a gank going absolutely nowhere.
And this isn't the swing we've seen, because so far every game there has been a swing moment. One where in game 1, KTU, they got DJ and Forever fed on the Callista. In game 1. In game 2, we had UDL find the fight around the dragon, set up Hidden for the snowball, and then the rest of the team followed. Right now, yes, it's been a failed gank, but we haven't seen that breaking moment. I'm just waiting for it.
Misius on a roam down towards this bottom side. Hidden is down here as well, though we might end up seeing a big fight down here.
So far, both bot lanes being pretty conservative. Misius does drop down, drop his flash.
Good roam. Well worth. Fantastic. Well done, Misius. It just was unfortunate. I think there was a possibility of a roam, but Hidden was down there. Bad tracking through the jungle meant that there was no idea where Hidden was. Still though, if we take a check-in at 7 minutes into this game, it's even gold, even kills, and nobody has decided to go for this Drake that is up right now. So everything's still to play for. Nobody's put themselves far behind in this big game right here.
Yeah, and it is... I mean, you can see, right, how much it means for both these teams, because we've seen early game plays already by this point usually give us an indication of who's ahead, who's going to do well, of, you know, junglers making decisive moves. This time around, it's all very limited. Neither team wants to make a mistake that will lose them the series, that will lose them their spot in this tournament going further, so very much more reserved.
Vilas not hit 6 yet, and so could not try to fight onto Hidden. A much cleaner game already. I know it's pretty early on, but I'm already impressed with Vilas for just early ganks. Much cleaner the whole way through, whereas in the previous 2 games, almost nothing happened pre-10, pre-actually fighting for the objectives, really. So, a nice, clean early game, but everybody's played pretty clean. The only big issue really came with the miscommunication between Prasmik and Vilas, where Prasmik went in way too quickly and ended up donating over a kill.
Yeah. Worth pointing out, though, is the fact that Sididi has a big CS advantage. DJ and Forever and Prasmik, they weren't able to find the fights. In fact, the range advantage from the Xayah Yuumi lane seems to be working just fine in neutralizing the kill threat.
I was expecting more attempts to find kills down in this bottom lane, considering the fact that Callista is an early game powerhouse when paired with the Braum can especially find kills, but there was a lot of ability to sit back and absorb that pressure out of Sididi and Student once 6 was hit. Early pressure would have made sense, instead deciding to put that early pressure up into the top lane. I mean, having your Ornn ahead is fantastic, and the fact that you have those ornaments means that you are not in a position where all of a sudden you are in a full race against time, even if your AD carry does not scale as well as the opposition's AD carry. Still, with those ornaments in, that's a massive amount of gold that the enemy will never have access to. Kipio ignited, having to jump away. That's both ultimates gone down, but possibly a big fight around this Drake.
Misius does drop the paddle star into the clone, and Dragon has been started. Priority in the bot lane from the side of UDL. Bilas, though, looking for Repulsive instead, giving up the Dragon, but finding the kill. He picked up the Herald just before. Is this going to be a dropped Herald in the top lane? 3 plates, I mean, that turret is dead, I think. That's okay. Misius! Oh, no! He takes Chris down as he flashes for the kill, and Hidden does make it a 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
All across the map, things explode in the favor of KTU. A lovely little fight of them. Going to get another charge off of this Rift Herald as well. Massive amounts of structural damage done to UDL, as well as Pride hurt. Misius, it was a nice little fight, managing to pick up that kill onto Chris. Just ridiculous amounts of fighting all across the map. Still, though, the Drake does go down onto UDL, so it is not over. Everything is still tense. It's only a 1k gold lead for KTU, but you can see as they begin to find more pressure across the map, the power of this Volibear plus Ornn combo. You don't expect either of them to do ridiculous damage, but combined, they do a surprising amount and have so much CC that it's very hard to run away from.
And Repulsive is being put behind. That means that the inevitable scaling that Gwen has in the sideline is being delayed. It is going to take longer for Repulsive to really be able to pose a significant threat, which means setting up for the team fights. If that's what KTU wants to do with this comp, is going to be a viable strategy for longer once we go into the mid game.
It certainly is, and I really like it as a decision. DJ, I'm going to have to flash away. UDL and Sididi need to be careful, though.
Yeah, Exhaust being traded, DJ forever down to half health, and look at Sididi's health bar. That's only now getting grazed as the CP Trial Bubble doesn't quite find its way over the wall, and trade of summoners, all of them blown from the bot lane of UDL.
A lot of summoner spells blown, but you can see Bilas is down here as well as Missy is, so there is a possibility of a continued fight if anybody wants it. Instead, things just going to fizzle out. It was a nice play out of Prasmuk, very aggressive. Oh, the bubble lands.
Is this Lee Bilas looking for the stun? Beautiful chaining of crowd control, and that's Bilas with the second kill of the game.
Oh, very nice gank out of Bilas. Even better setup out of Missy landing that bubble. Needs to be careful here, though.
Does have the flash to get away and lands the bubble. Here comes the Ornhorn though. Hayden is going to take no cap. Prasmuk flashes in for the Winter's Bite, and Messias takes the kill and reports him on the turret. Bilas gets out alive. KTU, they find the fight in the mid lane. I think that might be the swing.
That might well have been the swing factor. A lovely little fight there. You can see people leaping in from across the map. Capio needs to be careful. Just about going to get away. So Diddy still on the chase. Should not be able to pick up another kill here. Does not, and as you said, a swing factor right here. Prasmuk flying in from the bottom of the screen, Capio flying in from the top of the screen with that Ornhorn, just a lovely collapse, something we are more expecting to see out of UDL at the moment than out of KTU.
Yeah, KTU managed to get a rotation. They are the ones that initiated it. Even in game 1, the swing that happened, it was a response to UDL. This was a proactive play set up by KTU and executed correctly. A lot of kills going down to Messias as well. I mean, so far how this series went. After this play, we haven't seen the other team come back. That being said, I do feel like the comp of UDL is better than what we've seen in game 1 to respond to this kind of pressure from KTU.
They're not out of it. In that game 1, the comp, other than relying on Sididi finding a miracle fight, which, let's be fair, nearly did happen, it was really not a good situation for them at all. They did not have that ability to find their way back into it all. The TF was not strong enough to deal any damage. The Poppy was only finding setup in specific scenarios, you know, it wasn't a fantastic composition. Whereas this one has a lot more ability to fight back into you. You said the Gwen is going to scale to be a problem in the side lane, whatever happens as...
Oh god, DJM is just dead?
Oh boy. Yeah, that was a lot of damage straight down onto DJM's head, and this has been a problem though. DJM stepping too far forwards in a lot of fights.
Yeah. Well, good thing punishing Gwen actually works out because Capio is still heavily winning the trade, but Sididi getting the second kill of the game, and the threat of an Orianna Wukong combo is always going to be there unless KTU are like, I don't know, 8,000 gold ahead. Then, sure, you can maybe ignore that. But until that happens, you have to watch for Chris's items and for hidden engages.
It's always a shockwave just around the corner that could well destroy your hopes of moving on in this tournament. We've seen shockwaves swing the course of many a game. There is no difference right here. I would like to highlight, though, as we're just waiting for this Drake to spawn in 18 seconds, that in the top lane, Repulsive has components, and Capio has a full item, as well as multiple other components. Repulsive is having a horrible time of it in the top lane. However, Capio going to teleport down into the bottom lane, so there's going to be a fight.
Yes, he destroys Chris, help from Bilas, and that should open up the dragon, because now there's no shockwave threat. In terms of the engage, it is only hidden. Teleport up for Repulsive, but I don't know if UDL want to coin flip the game on a Infernal Drake. Let's see what the soul flip is going to be for KTU.
Be interesting, please. Mountain, that's good enough. Mountain Drake will be useful. Lots of squishy members who do not benefit massively from a Mountain Drake. However, lots of tanky members who will be able to absorb even more damage. If your Ornn is already a massive tanky boy, and then you have ornaments as well as a Mountain Soul on top, you will have a very hard time getting through them.
Granted, Gwen and Xayah are in this game, and Sididi not going for the lethality build. So, I feel like Mountain Soul not going to be a win condition in and of itself. KTU will need more than just that. But if they get to stack those dragons, that's great. And likewise, if we're gonna have UDL stacking the dragons, both Messias and DJM are kind of burst-based.
entirely. It could be an issue. There's a lot of burst, as you said, on this KTU roster. UDL stacking these Drakes would be awful for them, but it's now tied up 1-for-1. Nobody has one yet, so will either of these squads be able to begin to stack them through, or is it going to be another situation where they're going one for each team, and then a big fight around the Soul? We've seen both possibilities open up. The Herald is the next objective up and on the board. Bilas is around it. Not sure if they're going to go for it anytime soon. However, you're going to need a lot more time in order to get onto this Herald and use it to possibly crack this mid lane open for either team.
Yeah, we've got the lane set up with the bot laners being in the mid lane and with CDD and Student being completely safe and DJ and Forever and Prasmic not strong enough to really force any plays. I don't think we're gonna see that much action unless it's some kind of ARAM happening. But yeah.
Not for a couple of minutes. I mean, an ARAM is possible. Teams at this level do sometimes like to just butt heads down the middle lane. However, it seems like for the minute we've got good side lane pressure. You see Capio back up into this top lane, continuing to exert that pressure. He didn't. Oh, hit by the bubble.
Yeah, that's good. Drowsy, there's the stun. The root doesn't quite find its mark, and the paddle star not going to be thrown. Bilas looking for the follow through, but Repulsive is around. Bilas still looking through though. And together with Misius, they will be looking for this kill. Here comes Bilas looking for Hidden. Remember, no Cyclone anymore to the fair. Oh, the bait from Hidden. He didn't use the clone, guys. You need to find him. There you go. He goes into the bush. This is going to be high levels of shenanigans. Okay, maybe no. Misius goes on a killing spree.
The best attempt at shenanigans, and I mean nearly. He didn't look like he was going to jump over that wall, did not in the end. It was a good little bait, but still was stuck in that alcove. Alcove gaming not working out very well. A lot of champions down in this bot lane jungle.
Okay, though, here comes Sididi, and that is a dead Prasmic 3-0-0 for the AD carry of UDL Sigma, and Capio is going to get chased down. The slow, he doesn't really care too much about that, does he?
No, that was just a little bit too far forwards out of multiple KTU members. I'm not sure why they were in the jungle quite so deep, considering the fact they knew Bilas and Misius were down towards the bottom side, only just making their way up towards the top lane. Still, though, it's not the end of the world. The Herald is still available, and with multiple members around, I'm expecting this to be started up by Bilas, so the mid lane tower is going to be under threat, could well be cracked very soon, and at that point you've then opened the map up enough that you will be able to go for any Drakes with a lot more security and safety than you would have done previously.
Indeed. Worth also pointing out before we get into the dragon fight soon. Messias has got the magic book. 9 stacks so far, but Magi's is always a fun item to track. If he gets 10, you're getting some small bonuses, so only 1 more kill or assist needed. And likewise, if UDL managed to find a pick onto him, well, that's not a great thing.
It instantly makes the book basically useless. It's a pretty fun item, as you said. We'll continue to track it and call it out as we continue. We know Misius has the ability to pop off, has done in the previous couple of games quite well. Capio still on the hunt for Repulsive. Repulsive still far enough behind that they're not in a position to capitalize on the fact that this is a tank shredder versus tank matchup. Instead, currently Capio doing absolutely excellently, and as we should highlight, Capio is 1 level off of 14, beginning to give out the ornaments to other people. Already has one for themselves, but everybody else is going to be able to pick them up in just a level's time. And at that point, the scaling that was maybe a little bit in the favor of UDL suddenly swings back towards KTU.
UDL haven't even hit their spikes. I mean, CDD, not even at 2 items. In a fight with proper setup, we have seen how quickly you can kill Prasmic. If that happens on a large scale, sure, we might be able to see CDD pop off, but right now, I don't think Desire is in a 1v9 territory, not even close.
No. Definitely not. 3-0-0 is a nice scoreline. Only having 1 completed item, though, is not. The Drake going to spawn in 8 seconds. We'll see if we're going to have a big team fight. Currently, though, massive priority for KTU onto this Drake. It may well be gone before any members of UDL even get there.
I think contesting the first Mountain Dragon doesn't make too much sense when you are 5,000 gold behind. Yep. If you are UDL, especially that CDD, he has to be sitting on a lot of gold. I mean, it's a 40 CS advantage in the bot lane, 3 kills. There's no way the items are even, so we'll see what he picks up once he goes for the recall. And also, Bilas has got the Zonias. I mean, it's quite common in Volibear because you have a lot of AP scalings, and also it provides you that much more safety.
I like the pickup. It allows a lot more immunity to just jump into the backline and try your best to land stuns and a ton of damage, as well as just be an annoyance. If the backline of Sididi and Chris are currently running away, you cannot sit, turn back, and begin to actually lay down the damage. Even if Belas does end up dying or just has to pop that Zonias in order to survive, it means enough disruption for the carries of Misius and DJM to actually land their abilities and begin to deal enough damage to pull a fight into their favour.
Alright, Baron is up, and KTU are setting up vision, slowly but surely. Only 2 control wards in the jungle of UDL. The Baron, it's dark, and it has been started by KTU. Do UDL realize this? I mean, they have to, right? No one is on the map for KTU. They are starting to face check the jungle. There goes the blue ward. They know about it right now. They are barreling in. Remember, Hidden plus Chris. That combo is alive and well.
Here is finishing off an ornament right before the fight starts. It is now done and the fight begins.
Here comes Hall of the Forge. Got Hidden is going to get knocked out with the Featherstone coming out as well as a lot of damage, and Pilas is dead already. DJ Forever is jumped up by Hidden. He is dead, and UDL are just winning this fight. Double kill picked up by Hidden, and it's a clean ace for the French representatives.
Oh my god, what a fight coming out of UDL. That was absolutely insane. The fight was paused, went, and all of a sudden it just explodes. The Wukong into the backline of Hidden meant that no damage was being laid down by either DJM or Misius, and at that point it's just tanks remaining getting shred down by the anti-tank with Gwen. Lovely fight out of UDL. They're going to pick up the Baron and put themselves back in this game.
Gold lead has been evened up 4-0-4 for CDD. And yeah, we have seen the composition utilized to its fullest. All of the disruption, the Featherstorm to avoid the engage. And well, yeah, Misius, you want to sell that Magi Soul Stealer, because right now KTU, they're going to be playing catch-up.
Oh yeah, that was a big swing. It's back to even in terms of gold from a 6k gold lead. That's a swing right there, and oh my god, you said usually there's one swing factor in these games, but I think we might have just had a second one.
Yeah, this game, it is breaking the norms for the series so far. UDL, they put themselves back in a commanding position, and it's a last whisper for CDD. He's gonna go for the Lord's Dominic's regard, which means that, yeah, Capio, Billas, Prasmig, they're not going to be able to survive very long. And the thing is, when you're behind on a tank support, you're not really a tank.
No, you get shred down very quickly, whereas the Yuumi will almost always be useful, especially at 00 and 8 with that Moonstone completed already, you know, like that's a lot of healing going to be laid down, a lot of utility as well through that ultimate. You have to be very careful. Big 5v5s can work for KTU. They have a big team fight composition, but not if you manage to miss all of your damage onto CDD and have a Wukong in the backline, meaning that you don't get to just sit and try to deal damage.
Yeah, the siege down onto the mid lane now. UDL will be looking to take the start. Maybe after going for a bit of a rendezvous pick in the jungle here. Down comes the Glacial Fisher, but Zididi dodges away with the Feather Stone. The Paddle Star goes wide, and Zididi is unstoppable.
It's only the support going down, not the end of the world, but still not a good start. You can see that Misius is trying their absolute best to lay down the damage and not quite finding those opportunities. This mid lane tower will certainly fall. Gonna have to drop back to this inner turret. The game has begun to swing so violently in the favor of UDL.
Here comes Call the Forge, but on this side, is this the engage that KTU are looking for? I mean, there is no follow-up happening right now, so not really. Just an ultimate thrown out from Capillo stops the siege onto the tier 2. I guess it is some halting of momentum from UDL.
Something. It's what you need right now because, as you said, there is so much momentum in the pockets of UDL. Finally, we're going to have a breather. Quickly. No, we're not.
Billas is going to be aggressively looking for a pick. The Dragon up in 30 seconds. KTU, they have taken a huge loss at the Baron, no questions around that. But they still aren't tremendously behind in gold. They will still be looking for opportunities to put themselves back in this game. And if Misius finds the right burst, it is still possible.
If Misius insta blows up any member, really, of the... yeah, any member of UDL, it will still go massively in the favor of KTU. Drake is up. This would be Soul Point if KTU pick it up.
Misius does go for a Paddle Star up. Sleepy Trial Bubble as well, but Yeah, this KTU playing the long game. I don't know if they will win out on the poke, and if UDL find their way into the backline with the Cyclone Shockwave, then this fight will be as good as done. No one starting up the Dragon just yet. We do have Hidden on the side of this Wukong. He takes the Blast Cone over the wall, looking to maybe cut off KTU from their disengage. He's just sitting in this blue buff alcove, and that is going to be Capio cut out from the rest of the team. He and Orn will survive for quite a while. Glacial Fissure coming down. It's a trade of ultimates. We have the final chapter and Gwenold coming down, but that will be the Dragon going the way of UDL.
There's not a lot there that KTU could do, but before they would have been confident enough to just go flying in, try to find that fight. Instead, even when Capio was in a pretty good spot to find that ultimate, nothing ends up happening. They're not going to lose out on anything other than the Drake, now even at 2 apiece. No soul points. A little bit anticlimactic in that nobody died, but the smart decision perhaps out of KTU. But if they keep sitting back and allowing themselves to be run over, it's not going to be a good start. Ilas going in.
He's gonna try and find the pick onto Repulsive, but on the other side of the map, DJM Forever was already taken down by Sidini. There is the Zonius, and I don't know if Repulsive can be taken down in enough time. And look at Bilatsky, he's taken extremely low. Repulsive starting to heal up. The Needle War coming through. There is the knockup. Capio, just a few more auto attacks, just a few more abilities will do the job. The healing, it's disgusting. Capio running him down at the end of the day, but look at the mid lane. The inhib tower is going down, and UDL will take themselves the inhibitor as well.
One pick in return for an inhibitor and a tower. I do not think that's worth it. What else can KTU get?
See, they are going in for the fight, but Sidini is just free hitting. No one cares about that Zaya, and that's a problem for KTU here. I don't know, DJM Forever has to respond. There is the Feather Soul with Sidini going way far forward, and that is the shutdown picked up by DJM Forever. UDL definitely going way too far here.
Sidini stepping way too far forward. You can see that if the...
Okay.
There we go.
To hop away. There we go.
You can see that if the Zaya steps too far forwards, it's going to be a horrible time. But once the Featherstorm is up, once the Lost Chapter is up, all of a sudden, so much ability to just survive and lay down damage. Sidini is playing insane. Sidini is going to be the MVP of this series, should they win. Just a ridiculous play, so very good. However, there is a lot of follow-up ability and a lot of stuns to lay down if you are KTU. You've got to find that perfect fight. If they do find it, I still think they can win this out, but now they have super minions pouring into the middle of their base. The next Baron has spawned, and only 2 minutes and 40 seconds until you have to fight for another Drake.
Yeah, Messius did not decide to sell the Magi's. That means still paying on the gamble. If you find one fight, I mean, you're getting a lot of stacks. If it's an ace, at least 10 stacks. Yeah. So Missy is still hoping for a fight. And to be honest, if you're KTU right now, you are behind in this game. You have been ahead early. It was almost looking like you're going to the quarterfinals. Now you're staring defeat in the eyes almost, and yeah, you need something unconventional. You need something that will just throw off UDL so hard they will have no idea how to respond.
You need to kill Sidini. I think
yes.
that's all you need to do at this point. Although we did say that in the last game, and then everybody went full hog in to try to kill Sidini, got Sidini, and everybody else lost. So you have to kill Sidini, but with a little caveat, quickly. Very quickly and without losing every other member in the process.
You have to kill Sididi, and it at most can be a 1-for-1. Because, alright, you kill Sididi, but Repulsive, Hidden, Chris, they all deal damage. It's not like this team lacks any carries, because you've got a 2-item Wukong that is going to hurt. And Gwen is going to run through your backline, and I mean, okay, Chris, maybe not a 1v9 machine, but a Shockwave is still going to ruin your day.
Shockwave definitely available. The Shockwave is best currently in conjunction with Sididi in order to land enough CC for Sididi to just run through people and, you know, shred out all of the Lithuanian members. As we're coming into what should be the closing stages of this game, the tension is high. Whoever wins this going on in the tournament into the prize pool section, whoever loses this going home, 1 game away from having made it into the top 8. It would be a horrible feeling. We have 1 minute until the Drake spawns. Baron is up, and Inhibitor is down in the middle lane for KTU, and all in all, things feel very tense and pretty even.
Yeah, if you're UDL as well, yeah, you might have the lead, but you know that it doesn't take much more than one fight in order for this game to be looking completely different. And it's the last game. You are the last region's representatives for both UDL and KTU. And yeah, KTU, it's been a great journey. First Lithuanian team in UEM. They've made it far, but I mean, they were so close this series to going to the quarterfinals. They still have their eyes on that. Bilas, he's been spotted. Okay, he's gonna be fine.
Everybody beginning to set up. Tension is high. The Gwen is up in the top lane, does have the teleport. Has not decided to use it yet. Instead, already we're going to see Chris come down into the middle lane. Everyone is here around the Drake. This may be the final fight.
Just a bit of burst from Hidden, not too much. Teleport is being channeled by Repulsive already. Bilas going into the backside, and Repulsive is running rampant. DJ Forever is going to be the target. He goes down onto the Gwen, and Bilas is on the flank. Where is the damage coming from? Sididi has used the Featherstorm already, but Messias, he only joins the fight right now, and KTU, they are already falling. Their health bars are blinking again. Sididi is dead, but does it matter, KTU? You thrown everything at him, and he got nothing in return, as it's a triple kill for Hidden, and UDL down from game 1. Game 2 they got back. They were down in this game, staring defeat in the eyes, but they will be able to push through. They will take down KTU. The Nexus towers are going to be the target. That is the ace, and France will keep on fighting in the UEM as UDL Esports Sigma. Am I being too early? Nope. Yeah, maybe. Let's hold on.
This is done. There's no way.
They should be able to finish the game. They should be able. The inhibitor has respawned. No way. They are so close.
Oh, all of that build-up, setup, and the inhibitor. All right, and a game pause to cap it all off.
Well, I'm not the only one that got baited. Literally, Siditi disconnected. That makes me feel better. That being said, still, UDL, so close to getting into the quarterfinal against Esports Team 20. They just need, honestly, one more push. Not even one more team fight. They just need to go there and not die. They should be able to run through KTU.
It's so close. The hilarity of the fact that one of the UDL esports members were just like, oh, it's done, I'll disconnect, woo, we win. And then the inhibitor, the dang inhibitor respawns. Well, besides the hilarity of that, what an excellent fight out of UDL around that Drake, managing to keep themselves back long enough for Bilas to overextend, trying to find that pick before Messias was anywhere nearby.
Yeah, I mean, Messias went there and already Bilas was half health. KTU were caught up in the massive 5, and DJM Forever was just getting completely zoned away by Repulsive and Hidden. So UDL, their comp is working. They have got their carries online. They've got enough damage to just run through KTU. And I mean, yeah, KTU, the game's not over for them. Thanks to the inhibitor and the respawn timers, they will be able to stay in this one for just a bit longer. But how long and how do they come back here?
You gotta find that one fight where you get down to Diddy and don't have Hidden in your backline just destroying you. It's Hidden in the backline really that is the big issue, as well as Bilas going too far. Messias has got to hit that massive bubble into Paddlestar combo that just blows up a member before the fight even starts. Got to find a pick before it begins, and then find your fight with a numbers advantage. When you have one inhibitor tower and nothing else, it's not going to be a good time. If you're KTU, this is backed against the wall. This may well be an inhibitor respawning to give you 2 or 3 extra minutes in UEM, and not a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the pause might have bought them more time than they will have right now. Teleport in from Capillo. Alright, I mean, they're sending it for Baron. That has to be the play. I'm not seeing them do anything else. Repulsive will just back off. And KTU, what do you have? You have one more chance in this tournament. That is it. You lose here, you lose the game. And honestly,
all Baron sent? I mean, I can't disagree with this decision right here. Everybody from the side of UDL is either barreling down the mid lane because they just took a reset, or has gone towards the Drake. So it will be sole point for UDL, but they're going to pick up the Baron in response. This is a lovely play out of KTU. They're going to be able to go back and not have lost anything for it. It's a ballsy play, and I love it.
On we go, the game continues. That being said, 3 items on everyone from the side of UDL, apart from, I suppose, Hidden. And then on the other side, like, we have the responses. Messias does have the Void Staff, DJ and Forever on 3 items as well, but we just haven't seen them utilize it correctly. Or,
There's
well, efficiently, I
ornaments
guess.
on all members of all members of KTU as well, so it is very close. This Baron may well be useful for defending, but definitely not for pushing onto towers. This is the very last stand, but actually this time for KTU, will they be able to make it?
Alright, out comes Call of the Forge. CBD knocked up, still holding onto the Featherstone. Now it is going to be put through, and the Glacial Fury, it goes wide, but look at the shockwave! DJ F ready. Billas falls through as well. Messias, he's trying his best, but I mean, it's a Zoe. You're not going to 1v5 this. And this time around, it will do. The inhibitor will not respawn. It will not save KTU. Messias can try to throw out the paddle stars, but UDL are here to play, and they're gonna go on to the quarterfinals.
Oh, a beautiful final game out of UDL. It looked iffy at the beginning, but one majestic fight in the middle of the game, and they managed to swing it entirely in their favor. The Baron play was pure disaster for KTU. They managed to pick themselves up another one right at the end. It's a little bit of a consolation prize, but KTU, the Lithuanian squad who's done so well for themselves in this tournament so far, will be going home, and UDL Esports Sigma will move on to the quarterfinals.
I mean, commiserations to KTU, but top 12 in the first tournament as the Lithuanian region, you guys did yourselves proud, and this was a close series. We are going to take a look at the replays though, because the story of this game, it's complicated. The 2-1 scoreline doesn't quite sell it, because this is, I believe, the first swing that we said going the way of... Oh no, that's just a kill. Like, they're finding early game kills, they're finding all the advantages.
It was a nice play out of Billas, something that we hadn't seen so far. There were not a lot of early ganks out of Billas in the earlier games. Also, the fact that in the end, actually, Vicious does not die here. It manages to get some return amounts of damage, and then all of the members roam in. This is exactly what we saw out of UDL in the previous games, where they'd rotate more members. Actually, this time around, KTU rotated more members. It was a nice play into a lot of damage onto the tower. Just all in all, lovely little plays right here. And the thing was that in the early game, if you were thinking, hey, who's going to win, it was going to be KTU. But this is the Baron.
This is where the game was won. The fact that no one from UDL dies here. I mean, look at all the disruption. No one can move forward on KTU.
It is really... We didn't like the Yuumi. We didn't like the Yuumi because we thought it was bad. We didn't like the Yuumi because Yuumi is boring. And Yuumi is boring for the exact reason that was shown right here. People trying to run in towards the main carries just got stunned up massively. Not allowed to move during the Lost Chapter. Then another attempt at a fight. You can see how far forward Billas goes before any actual damage is being laid down for the KTU members. And it's a split fight, everybody off into their own area in the distance. Billas tries to jump back in again, but really nothing ends up happening for them. Nothing goes well. All in all, it is a ridiculous little fight right here, and just a lovely play. All in all out of UDL. The whole game was nice after that early game. Once it swung in their favor, it was done for.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was the one where they basically ended the game, minus the inhibitor respawning, but yeah, all it took is one Baron fight, insanely clean execution from UDL. They will be going on to face Esports Team 20, which, after this series, I mean, CDD, great AD carry, you know, we had one question, is he still going to be able to have that same kind of performance in the different meta? And yeah, the answer is yes.
Indeed, it looks like we've got an interview lined up right here.
Okay.
Which is interesting, should be a little bit of fun. I am told with Sididi, who was, I'd say, the MVP of this series. Absolutely insane play in all 3 games, even in the loss.
Absolutely agreed. I mean, yeah, nothing more to add. Okay, well, it's going to come up in a few minutes. So, I mean, you know what? Before we completely switch the focus, just one more time, congratulations to KTU for making it this far, for making it close, and honestly making it a very exciting series.
Oh yeah, absolutely insane. We are looking at a squad who's come in, who has no prior experience on such a big stage. Most of the other teams we saw had been popping up, in previous iterations of UE Masters. Lithuania never come back before, let alone this squad in particular. They've come onto this international stage and they've played fantastically. They played well in their group stage, managed to get themselves back in the last chance qualifier, fought through the losers bracket in the last chance qualifier, and managed to take this game 2-3 games. A lovely performance out of them. They should be very proud. There was a lot of good things happening, especially considering they stopped playing with their main top laner about, 3 stages of this tournament ago.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, UDL Esports Sigma are the victors. They will be moving forward, keeping French hopes alive in the tournament. And yeah, I am hearing that we are going to be hearing from City soon. Not soon. Cool, soon. Okay, you need to keep stalling. Okay, there we go. Black Boxer.
Not entirely sure. Yeah, I'd say a big congratulations to KTU, but if we're looking at UDL, they played all of this fantastically, I think. Even in that first game, there were highlight points for them, and their compositions actually and their drafting got a lot better.
It did, and I'm... Okay, we are apparently ready to go in to the interview. Not sure how that's going to work technically. There we go. Hello, Sididi. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you very well.
All right. Well, first of all, congratulations on the win. It was an exciting series. So, how does it feel to get into the top 8?
Really nice. We just need one more match to attain a really good, matches coming. So yeah, really excited about it.
Should be a good one. What were you guys thinking and talking about when you came into that first game with a loss? It wasn't a fantastic game. What were the comms like, and how are you feeling coming into the rest of the series?
I think actually currently we kind of struggle as a team, and this match was really nice because previously we're continuing playing on the French league, and we lost. So this match was a way for us to get better again. Our opponent played really well, and still, even in the defeat, we still achieved good moves, continue playing, and I think, I think it was a really important match still. Like, it was a good match, even though we lost, because of that.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that, especially... I want to put more of the focus on you because it's been a while since the group stage, right? We as casters for UEM haven't seen you guys since then. And the big question was whether you will be able to kind of adapt to the meta. Now, you, of course, said you play the French League, so the answer is yes. So how did it feel like going up against KTU, who had a whole last chance qualifier to prepare for this weekend?
Yeah, we had no data on them, and I think they train a lot more than us. So it was kind of scary, and this team can play a lot of things. So, yeah, like it was the unknown.
That's fair. So looking forwards then, you're going to be facing up against Esports Team 20, who we covered a lot during the group stage, absolutely ran through that Group D, which we called the Group of Death. It was an insane group. How are you feeling? Because they are a very strong team.
Okay, but I just learned that from you. I didn't, like... I don't know the strength of each team, so thank you for the information. And
they're good. They're very
we'll
strong.
see. We'll see then. We'll try our best.
Fantastic.
Honestly, that's the confidence I love to see. And I mean, my last question. Sorry, production is saying something. One more.
Me? No.
No. Anyways, never mind. I'll just get back on track. Production was saying something in the ear. About maybe you and the team as a whole. You like to play those carries. Is it the strategy for you guys to just set you up to 1v9 those team fights, or is there something deeper that maybe we haven't picked out?
It's not the strategy to put me as the main carry. Okay. Our drafts are done with a friend of mine who's really good at drafting. He's working in French divisions. And no, like he just builds even drafts, and I just do my job. There's no typical strategy. He knows the player and just pick the best cards for each draft.
Well, thank you very much. Is there anything you'd like to say to anybody who's been supporting you, watching through from home as you've gone through this tournament so far?
Yes, obviously thanks to them, and more importantly, thanks to my friends. Because okay. This information may be funny for you because I guess you were from UK.
Yes.
And I'm actually playing from Canterbury because I studied at the University of Kent and I had my graduation yesterday. And the match was today, so a friend, thank you very much, Octave. He met me, he set up, he lent me his setup, and I played from your beautiful country today.
Thank you very
UK buff.
much. Yes, indeed. At least somebody from the UK is still doing something in this
Yes.
tournament, considering how poorly we did as a region. Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
A fun little interview there. Thank you very much to Diddy for his time, and congratulations to UDL Esports Sigma, a fantastic series out of them, and they will move on in this tournament.
Yeah, but we have one more best of 3. After this one, we will have Braves UMA taking on ERU. I don't know their full name. The Turkish representatives. We'll see them after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Welcome back, everyone, after the break to the Amazon University Esports Masters, brought to you by Twitch, and then Intel. I'm Catch Castillo, joined by Black Boxer. We have our second best of 3 series today between Braves UMA and Yenel Mesler from ERU.
Oh boy, could we have two more different teams possible? I'm not entirely sure. Right here, we have got Braves UMA, who were the second place team, but out of the group that had Kit Esports in it. They only lost to Kit Esports, meaning that this is a very strong team, versus Yenel Mizler, who have popped in from the last chance qualifier after being lower bracket gods.
Absolutely, they have not made it in the group stage. It's a new team we're seeing come up through the last chance qualifier, which means in the domestic league they had to beat Red Dragons, because Red Dragons aren't here. And they have made it all the way through the lower bracket. They are now here. And essentially what I'm seeing is two teams whose ceilings are very hard to judge. All we know is Braves UMA are worse than Kit, which
Says nothing.
Arguably most teams are. And then Yenel Mesler, they have stomped the last chance qualifier lower bracket, which also kind of hard to put a ceiling on this team.
Yeah, indeed, the last chance qualifier lower bracket had a lot of very high-powered teams in it, and yet they stomped their way through, did very well, and having knocked out Red Dragon, who were fantastic last time around, they ended up getting themselves into the quarterfinals, was a fantastic team. This means that this is the best that the Turkish region has to present, but it's so hard to judge. Saying that Braves were worse than Kit Esports is like saying that I think the sun is probably yellow. You know, it says not a lot. You're like, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. They certainly were just worse than Kit, but so is almost everyone. There may even be some almost professional teams who are a little bit worse than Kit, you know? And so, how good are they? That was such a top-heavy group in Group B, and this team that we've never seen before has popped up out of nowhere. And so I'm excited to see how these two actually match up.
As well, I believe we are going to go into the bracket if I heard the production correctly. There we go. Of course, Esports Sigma have gone through. They will be facing Esports Team 20 in the quarterfinal. Now, if you take a look at the top right corner, that is where we are right now. Braves UMA versus Yenel Mesler, and the winner takes on Bobcats, which means Braves UMA are fighting for the Spanish quarterfinal.
Which would be ridiculously hype, a great time. If not, and if Yenel Mizler managed to take out the Spanish team, maybe they'll be able to take out Bobcats as well. Bobcats went undefeated. They were the other team alongside Kit SC White, who went undefeated during the group stage. So there is the possibility of an absolutely insane time. A lot of the time when we look at the second team in any of these groups, these people in the preliminary is always someone from the second who finished second in their group or who came through the last chance qualifier. These second teams are usually a significant drop from the first one, especially in those top-heavy groups that we saw in Group A. But also, Group B, we said was top-heavy because KSC was so good, but also Braves only losing to KSC and winning against everybody else means that they are exceptionally strong too. Everyone else in that group went 2-6. It was not a particularly strong group throughout the entirety of it. And so it's very hard to judge. We're going to keep repeating this until we see some actual League of Legends, that right now it's quite hard to judge. We can look at these lineups to give us a little bit of information as to where we should be looking, but until we actually see them, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, there we go. That is the Braves UMA with Ocaña, Nasho, Cayetano, Wicker, and Cartomenio. The same roster, I believe, that we have seen in the group stage, returning this time around looking for more.
Indeed, and if you're looking at this team, you're probably going to be looking at the top laner, because Ocaña loves to push through the sidelines as a big split pusher, and this could be quite impactful when looking over at the opposition top laner. If we will talk about that more when we take a look at the Turkish squad, but the rest of the composition of this team, it's very versatile. The mid laner can play a lot of different things. The bot lane can be quite aggressive, but also can play standard meta. Nothing here is, hey, I'm the big carry, I have to be fed. It's a very well-rounded composition.
I will just point out that it's funny that Cartomenio actually has Sylas as one of his favorite picks. We have seen the support Sylas in the group stage. I believe it was actually against KSC. Didn't work, but it's there, and I'm all for it, because this team has got a lot of potential for spicy picks, especially around the bot lane, but mid as well, with, jungle top lane being more of the stabilizing factor, but by no means boring. And I think we'll be taking a look at their opposition with the Yenel Mesler, and we will have Avni, Basitoyun, there we go, Fresh Killer, P-God, and Burkus.
Just a lovely little well-rounded composition here out of this team as well. The thing is, Fresh Killer is the main carry we've seen. Although we do not have too much information on this team, we've never seen them on stream before, we have been able to look through what they played during the Last Chance qualifier, and it was a mainly mid lane focused affair for them. Fresh Killer, the main place we're looking for. The thing is that Avni is new. This is a brand new top laner, not who they had throughout the Last Chance qualifier. Unfortunately, the main top laner for Ian Middlesbrough has hurt their hand, meaning that this is a brand new carry that they were not expecting to bring in. And so how will that change up the composition of this team?
Yeah, that is really the big question. I mean, I don't believe they have played too much around the top side of the map, but with Okanya having those, split pusher champion in the pool, it could be the difference maker. That being said, I'm also looking at this bot lane for Pigod and Burkus, because really it is both bot laners that can pull out those more crazy picks. In terms of the favorite champions, they're more tame here, but never trust a Bard player. They will pull out the weirdest thing, and Burkus, I mean, I'm kind of keeping an eye on him.
Oh yeah, definitely should do. It's a big champion pool actually for both of these supports. Play a lot of different things, a lot of different styles. If we take the previous series as any indicator, we could see some ridiculously aggressive bot lanes, and these support players would love to do that, would be able to match with aggressive picks as well. We'll see once we get to draft, which will be happening in just a couple of minutes, what the actual full focus is going to be. But overall, it looks like both of these teams are going to match up in slightly different ways with a very well-rounded Braves composition, whereas ERU has a much more, our mid laner is our main carry.
That is true, but I feel like there's a lot of versatility, and the reason why we're not really going in depth is, well, it's been 4 patches since we've seen Braves UMA play, and if UDL Esports Sigma, is anything to go by in the last series, then their playstyle will change. We will likely see a different Braves UMA, and we actually haven't seen Yellow Missler on stream, so we're gonna go into the draft picks and ban Xerath away from Fresh Killer straight away.
Yeah, Fresh Killer is fantastic on this. Picked it up 4 times during the Last Chance qualifier and destroyed on it. The Seraphine as the push back. That's a flex pick, can go into the mid lane, can also go into the support role. Hasn't been massively played by anybody on the Braves lineup, but it's still being taken off the board. It can offer a lot of support.
Indeed, and where is the ban focus going to lie? Samira taken off the board with both Wicker and Pigod. Played actually quite a bit in solo queue, so I was wondering if we're going to see it on stage. We're actually going to see it banned.
Yeah, they're just going to take it off the board. Do not want to see P-God on this. Samira can begin to pop off. Is the correct kind of AD carry for this new patch, where you're seeing a lot more of those aggressive compositions rather than the slow carries. We're going to see the Thresh off the board as well, and so a big support focus. You said Carter Menu can be a little bit insane with the champion pool. Taking multiple picks away from them makes a lot of sense if you want to limit that bot lane power.
Seraphine also a ban against Cayetano potentially. We have seen it in the mid lane. Supportive mid laners have been, our favorite narrative to run through, and Cayetano definitely a person that can go for them. Talia as the last ban. Okay, to us makes sense. Nasho hasn't played an AP jungler in the tournament yet, but plays them a lot in solo queue.
Yeah, it's very good on them. It would make sense for it to be the pickup. The Wukong is going to be the first pick, though, coming out of Braves. This is a flex pick, can go top, can go into the jungle as well. So you're keeping yourself wide open. It would be pretty good in the hands of Okanya, likes those split push champions, which the Wukong is not a full split push champion, but has enough power that they can sit in the sideline and then teleport down to fights, which is really where a lot of the power can come from for this Braves lineup. We'll see what the return is going to be. You said it.
Is it a game 1 Bard? Come on, guys. Okay, I guess we're going all out.
Sure, why not? The thing is, you're looking at Braves as a very strong composition, and so pulling something a little bit random out is definitely the way to go. Confuse your enemies, play through what your strengths are, and hey, we said Burkus loves the Bard. Pull out the Bard. If you're good enough on it, this champion can definitely swing things. The Volley Bear is the pickup as well. This means that it's a solid base for this composition to be built off of.
I mean, Volibear is a champion that has been viable all throughout the year, and as I said, it's just a great ganker, is a tank, can engage, deals enough damage, and also, if we're gonna see Basilion and Burkus roam together, then they can really cause a lot of havoc, as a bit of an issue. We'll be hopefully finding out what happens soon with that and restarting the draft.
Yeah, we'll jump back into draft as quickly as we can. Possibly a player disconnected accidentally, or somebody locked in the wrong thing and press the escape button. oh, it was an accident, didn't mean to, don't know what happened, we might have to restart. Not entirely sure, we'll get confirmation for that in a second. But from what we've seen so far, assuming that nothing ends up being changed, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it's a very, well, for Braves UMA, you locked in Wukong on B1. That tells me absolutely nothing. Though
Yeah.
focusing, I'm trying to cast my mind back to the bans. We definitely saw the Samira taken
Yes.
away by them, and I don't quite remember the other two bans. I'm going to be honest. I think we might have seen a Thresh ban, I want to say.
There was certainly a Thresh ban.
Yeah, so either way, we are seeing two bans towards the bot lane. So that Wukong tells me that, well, Wukong together with the bans tells me that we might be seeing a similar strategy to the Esports Sigma, where you kind of try to play towards the bot side.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Having something safe and stable up in the top lane that you don't have to focus on, instead play around the bot side. The Wukong has a lot of setup in team fights as well, especially if you get a Wukong into the backline, as we did say in Game 3 of the previous series. It can disrupt everything. If your carries cannot sit back and deal damage, be able to land those auto attacks or those abilities, then there's not a lot that you can do. And so the Wukong makes a lot of sense early on. Over on the other side, you know, the early pickups, not aggressive, I'd say, but like pulling out the Bard first of all, that's laying the gauntlet down.
Yeah, I mean, you're immediately committing yourself to Berikas being the main playmaker of your team, because the glory of Bard is that, I mean, he fits into most comps, right? He's just a, you know, a funny little guy, runs around the map and hopefully gets you ahead. So, you just need to pick some lanes that are gankable, that is it.
And I mean, it makes sense. If you're saying, hey, I don't really want to gank onto the bottom lane, pick yourself something safe. The Xayah, we've seen, is viable, a very safe, can sit back. We've also seen the fact that the Lucian, which does need a little bit more support, or the Ezreal are both viable in this meta as well. If you pull out the Ezreal especially, Ezreal Bard, you can just abandon the Ezreal to the lane. Ezreal shouldn't die with the ability of having both a flash and that arcane shift, and you should be able to just roam around the map, get as many meeps as possible. And once you have them all, Bard can be very strong. The thing with Bard is, though, it's the tempered fate. Does it go well? Then you win. And if you do it badly, you can completely ruin your team's fight. And maybe in the game.
I mean, I would put enough faith into Bard players at this level that they know how to use their tempered fate. Also, just some information, Nasho couldn't pick any champions. That was the second pick for Braves UMA, so that would imply that all the picks that have been, you know, locked in are legit, and we are going to see them again. Also, someone pulled up the screenshot of the bans. It was Thresh banned, yes, but yeah, no Mesler. The focus from Braves UMA was actually more towards mid, with a Xerath, Samira, and a Victor ban. So now I'm actually looking at Cayetano and thinking, alright, what are you gonna pick?
Yeah, there's a lot of things being taken off of the board by their own team, clearly not allowing anything really to go over to Fresh Killer. It makes sense, we highlighted Fresh Killer as the main carry, potentially, for Yalmizla. But now it means you're going to have a squeezed champion pool out if you're Cantano. What are they actually going to go for? There is still the ability for them to go for something a little bit more supportive. Not exactly what we've seen out of them. They can play both aggressive and supportive picks, but overall we've been really enjoying the supportive picks. Karma is up and available. Zillion is up and available, as is the Galio, which is a bit more specialized. All of those picks will always be safe. You can grab them early on or later on, whichever you want, and you'll be able to help the rest of your team play with a lot more immunity and a lot more confidence coming into the late game fights.
Yeah, still waiting on information when the restart is happening. In case you guys are just joining us, we should be getting in for the Game 1 draft very soon. The jungler for Braves UMA was not able to pick any champions, and so we will just need to sort that out quickly. Hopefully.
Yeah, not the most ideal when you can't pick any champions. Definitely not what you want from the draft of what is a very important game. The winner of this will go on into the top 8, will put themselves in on that prize pool. You know, we've got 14,500 euros on the line right here. If you are getting into the top 8, you get your little cut of that, definitely. Even if you lose the rest of your games here on out, once you're in that top 8, a little bit of the cut is yours, and you have the chance to fight for higher prizes and to win the glory of winning EU Masters. So a big game right here for both of these teams. We'll get back in pretty quickly.
Yeah, the good thing about a single elimination bracket, at least from the perspective of a team, is it's very straightforward to win it all. I mean, you just need to not lose a series. Okay,
Yeah,
I maybe
indeed.
should stop talking about it like that, because it's difficult not to lose any series, especially given some of the opposition in this tournament, but, you know, you take it one at a time. You have your opponents here, you win, you face Bobcats, then you'll worry about that then.
Yeah, facing Bobcats in an all-Spanish playoff would be pretty hype. You know, possibly one of the most interesting matchups we could see. However, we're still having a lot of faith in this Turkish squad. We've seen that actually what we expected from Turkey was Başakşehir Esports being the best ones, Red Dragons. Instead, actually, they faltered quite badly in what was, to be fair, a very strong group in Group D. Still, though, did not manage to make their way out, lost out, and have not made it back. In fact, they didn't make it back because this Turkish squad is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey as a region, they have made top 4 last year, and they have had some high performances. So did Spain, but I think last time they made semifinals was either 2020 or 2018. So it's been a while, is my point.
Yeah, not the most recent of victories. We're going to see the same bans and we're going to see the same picks. And now we'll see what the actual pick was supposed to be coming out of Braves. Nasho going to pick up a champion. Hopefully, they could actually do so this time around.
Fingers crossed. I mean, the timer is ticking. They've had a long time to think about the champion here.
Lots of time to talk about it. Talk about it they have. This is a big pickup that Castellano likes.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, Corki, it's not a pick we see that much in the current meta, but Cayetano going for that, scaling AP hyper carry.
Fantastic. So yeah, already picking themselves up a big pick that will be able to scale enough, does enough damage in the early game to be okay, scales well enough into the late game that you can continue to lay down the damage. The Leon are going to be locked in instantly. We don't usually see the supports locked in before we see the AD carries, but trying to keep their pool open for Wilker, as we're going to see what the return pick is going to be to round out the first phase of these picks. Already good ultimates available.
I mean, yeah, they're solid, I suppose. A lot of hovers towards the mid lane, trying to respond to Cayetano's Corki before the opportunity to ban out the counters comes through. And there is the Zoe. So already Enel Mesler have a comp that seems to be very focused around just finding things going around the map.
No big teamfight focus. I mean, Fresh Killer will be able to teamfight decently on the Zoe, but that's not the main focus of a Zoe. The Draven being banned instantly, and that's an interesting one right there. You do not usually see Draven bans because we don't usually see Dravens. Wyker does like it though, and when paired up with the Leona would be able to destroy people if anybody gets caught out. Gwen also going to come off of the board. We saw the power of Gwen in our previous series.
Yeah, in that previous series, Repulsive was able to do quite some nasty things in that third game. However, Avni not gonna be able to get their hands on it. Now, the real question is, where do you leave the counter pick for Enel Mesler? AD carry counter picks are pretty unconventional, but if they want to focus on Pigot and Berkus, they can do it. But if they want to give Avni a solid matchup, that's another option.
Yeah, there's a lot of different options up and available. Possibly another top lane ban if you really want to ban out this, unknown quantity in Avni. Not seen them before, a little sub in for this Turkish squad. See what the final ban is going to be, and then we'll see what the direction is going to go. The Xayah is taken off the board, one of the safe ones that can be paired nicely with the Bard, allowing the Bard to roam around. Ezreal still is available. Who do you want to leave your counter pick to? Possibly Avni, if you want them to have the most comfortable time possible.
And if Enel Mesler just wants something safe for Pigot and lock in the Ezreal, as he said right now, or if they will actually go for a kill bot lane. Vayne, also a fairly safe champion and can deal well with the tanks.
Well, when I said safe and sits back, I guess there is technically a dash that you could use backwards. Vayne players don't use it backwards, definitely only use it to go in, but I love that. That's throwing the gauntlet down. P-God wants to get hyphy, get aggressive, and this Vayne is going to be very good at blasting through this Leona. Leona does not have a good time into a Vayne. The Camille going to be the lock-in for the top lane, and we'll see what the final rounding out pick is. Probably an AD carry, unless things have gone very weird.
I would hope so. I don't want to see Corki in the bot lane. This one would... Well, we haven't seen Jinx. Okay, let's just not talk about Howard. I'm getting baited yet again. Yeah, just lock in your champion, mate. Come on. There we go. Nope. Okay.
There we go. It's going to be the MF, which is a little bit of a hark back to the Last Chance qualifiers. We saw quite a lot of MF in the Last Chance qualifiers, was doing very well in big lockdown compositions. And well, when you're pairing it with a Leona, you're pairing it with a Camille, there's plenty of lockdown CC to be able to run through and land a lot of damage. What will the final pick be for Turkey? We are expecting here for it to be a top laner. See what the pick is going to be. No, it's a Volibear in the top lane, Lilia in the jungle.
I could be Lilia top lane. I am not entirely sure right now. I'm gonna be honest.
That's true. Avni does play it.
Okay,
It's not
yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
expecting.
Okay then.
There we go. That makes more sense.
I'm not sold on Volibear into Camille. That's
Me
my
neither.
problem.
It depends on what you want from the Volibear, I think, is more the key. If you want the Volibear to come in and win the line matchup versus the Camille, it's not going to happen. The Camille has enough shields and enough ability to run away and wait for stuns to leave before they actually go back in. Enough cut down to get through a Volibear. It's a pretty close matchup, quite a high skill matchup, but still, it's not the best. But if you just want the Volibear to survive and get into team fights, then I think it can be an absolutely fine matchup. And if you don't have a lot of confidence in Avni as they're still getting accustomed to the team, then the Volibear is often a comfort champion for a lot of top laners.
I mean, yeah, that is fair enough. I also do want to add that I like the Lilia pick because it just provides a lot of disruption. And if we look at the comp of Braves UMA, it's all going, it's all team fights, just, get us to the enemy backline and throw the ultimates in. So a well-placed sleep is going to absolutely screw up that wombo combo. So I like the Lilia, not sure about Volibear. I feel like if Okanya is set up correctly, that Camille could just run away with the game.
Almost certainly. The Volibears are going to have to be very careful to not let that happen, or very skilled to win that matchup actually outright. The jungle intervention is probably not going to come. The Lydia is not the best for ganking pre-6. Can do it, does quite a lot of damage, but is very squishy. A turn and a counter gank can just ruin their day. I'm more interested in looking at the bot lane, where we have a Vayne. We have an honest-to-God Vayne, and I'm so excited for it.
We do. However, I'm thinking about the matchup. It's Misfortune, Leona into the Vayne, Bard. While I definitely think Braves UMA have got kill pressure in this lane, especially at level 6, I would hope that Burkus won't be spending a lot of time there.
No, we are not expecting Burkus to even look bot lane. We'll be there occasionally to, to pick up a little bit of farm, perhaps, to be there for a level. Actually just wants meeps. Is going to be all across the map going for meeps. Vayne is a pretty safe champion. You don't usually think of Vayne as a safe champion, but is long enough range and with the tumble to get away, can sit down there. Obviously, we are more used to Vaynes who like to go Vayne spotting, going in as far as they can, but that can come later. The thing is, with the opposition, the ability of a Leona to completely lock down CC somebody, especially when they're alone, when they do not have that support with them, and then a Misfortune to just open up with a bullet barrage, in that situation, it could be a lot of kills down in the bot lane, and possibly jungle intervention needed to stabilize things.
We are going to go into the game, first one for the series, as Braves UMA and Yellow Mesler will be fighting for one more spot in the quarterfinal against the Bobcats.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hype matchup. We have not seen these teams. Well, if you're looking at Young Misler, we've not seen them ever before on stream. If you're looking at Braves, we've not seen them for multiple patches and almost a month worth of real time. So, have they adapted? This is not a 12.5 composition, so things have definitely changed. Is it a 12.9 composition, though?
I mean, I don't even know what the 12.9 composition is at this point, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, none of these teams have decided to go for the same playstyle. We saw last series around that, there's a lot of different playstyles you can go for. Bot lane carry was the winning combination that was found. Both of these AD carries are strong enough to win. P-God specifically on this Vayne. If you manage to get a Vayne that pops off, all of a sudden it doesn't really matter who you're going against. Although there are not that many tanks to actually be dealing with if you are the Vayne.
Yeah, I mean, even Cartamenio is going for the Glacial Augment instead of the Aftershock, so you're obviously less tanky, but it provides more utility. So the whole team not as, a bit more squishy than what we have seen in the previous series today.
As we're going to jump straight into a pause, let's hope that it is not the same player. Let's hope it's not Nasho having a bad time of it. Jump back to our lovely faces, and we can continue setting up what we expect from this game. Where do you think the junglers are going to be putting most of their attention?
Well, we did already see Nashor start towards the top side, and the jungler of Yedel Mesler, now that I don't have the nameplate in front of me, I can't
John.
quite remember. Yep, he's starting towards the bot, so maybe we're going to see the Lilia path top lane. I mean, if you put down the Camille, we have seen the attempts to shut down the split push. So, yeah, that might just work.
Quite possibly. You can already see the Vayne getting aggressive in the early levels, has quite a lot of ability to just move forwards, constantly landing those shots, manages to dodge away from the E as well, out of the Leona. And so, at this point, a big amount of lane control for the Turkish squad. Will this continue later on into the game? Possibly not, because once the Bard leaves to roam, all of a sudden you have to sit back if you are P-God.
You can see P-God itemizing towards that Doran's shield, going for the defensive option, trying not to, well, die, to be frank. And, okay, that is a creative play, and that still connects first blood going the way of P-God.
Oh my god, well that is one way to do it. I don't think anybody on Braves was expecting it, and why would you? That is not a play you usually see. This is not a combination you usually see. Fantastic. Burka's clearly showing why they like the Bard as a champion, and Peacock already picking up a kill. You do not want to give Vayne early kills, will snowball it fantastically, and all of a sudden the junglers will have to come down and try to intervene. You see the top lane matchup also getting spicy.
Avni using some of that trading power early on for a Volibear. And yeah, getting good damage down onto Akanya's. Burkus, there we go, his mid lane level 2, that's the bar that we love.
Yeah, this is what we're expecting from Bard, spending as little time in the bot lane as possible, constantly roaming around, looking for those meeps, looking for those charms, and looking to find themselves little ganks, kills around the map. If a Bard is played well, can impact the entire map, and I mean, ooh, close?
Yeah, Avni is next to the target. He's gonna go for the stun, finds the kill, and 1v1 so Kanya.
Oh my god, that was a lovely play out of Avni. We did not know what to expect from this player. Brand new to the tournament, is a sub for the hurt hand top laner that we were expecting out of Yel Misler. And really laying down the gauntlet already against what was one of the better teams coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same story as earlier on. We've got the team coming in from the last chance qualifier into a team's second seed, sorry, from the group, and it seems like Edel Mesler having the upper hand early on in this game.
A nice little start, 2 kills already, which is kind of a ridiculous amount. We did not see that much early aggression in the previous series, but at this point, clearly these teams want to fight, and clearly Turkey are coming out on top.
That being said, last series it was full of twists and turns, so we need to see how well they do with this. Right now it's sitting at 1000 for a lead, the dragon is going to be up in 20 seconds, and well, you don't have too much of a bot lane priority, but if Burkus decides to show up to the dragon, I guess you can still look for it.
Drake about to spawn can be gone for by either of these teams right now. Nobody is in a bad spot. This mid lane, where we are expecting there to be a pretty much stalemate for the minute, is already a decent CS advantage for Fresh Killer, the main carry we are expecting from this Yel Misler team. If they are actually able to do as well for themselves as we're expecting, the Zoe, as we saw in the last game, has the ability to blow up people.
Yeah, P-God and Burkus, they are positioning aggressively. They know they've got the upper hand in this bot lane matchup, especially that Bazidoyan is, well, in the bot lane, to be honest.
Is this a dive angle? I don't know about that one, but...
Does connect right into the Condemn, and we can take so much damage with P-God. Maybe a bit too much. It's still a tower. You're trying to dive at the level 4. Bazidoyan, you're crazy, and Cartomania will be able to take them down. Now Burkus, Flash, Magical Journey, does go over the wall. Cosmic Binding into the stun onto Cartomania. The Xenoblade connects. That is good on the Burkus into the stun. Nasha follows through with the dash. Flashes forward as well, and Burkus falls down as Yedel Mesler doing a bit of limit testing.
Yeah, going a little bit too far forwards there. I was not sure about the attempted dive at level 4 out of a Lilia. It nearly worked, to be fair, as oh my god. Top lane is a bloodbath.
It is a bit of a bloodbath for sure, and Avni's second kill this time does die for it, which means Okaya able to trade somewhat evenly in the short term.
It's fine, gold reset. I mean, I know we're not at that point yet, but gold reset, that's what we can call it, as
Alright, Cleanse is going to be burned. However, Fresh Killer will be looking for the loop around yet again. There is the Drowsy into the series chop bubble, but he's going for the AD carry!
That was a lovely little decision there. Landed the trouble bubble onto the support, but used it just to get the support out of the way, and double kill! Oh boy!
Well then, Fresh Killer, we said it is the main carry of Yellow Mesler and absolutely stepping up to that nameplate.
Ooh, boy, I am sorry for taking that kill, but I was not expecting it to land like that. A beautiful play. We said Fresh Killer was going to be the main carry of this team, and oh boy. I mean, hey Kachka, I think I know how Young Missile like to play. It's called aggressive. Oh my god.
Yeah, usually you don't expect the Vayne lane to be the one that is starting the aggression, but I guess it just works. I mean, this is why I said don't trust a Bard player, because they will play tricks on you.
Yep, bot players absolutely love to play tricks, and tricky is the way that this game is going so far. Ridiculous amounts of action down in the bottom lane already. The rest of the map is not chill either. Only the junglers really have been, trying to stick out of the way, and even then, a dive level 4 by a Lilia is not what anybody's expecting. We had questions about Anvi, we did not need to. Already massive amounts of fighting and kills. Couple minutes into the game, are we looking at a repeat dive?
I mean, potentially. This time you do have the level 6 for Basilion. There is the magical journey stun, doesn't quite find its mark, and the sleep still will be used.
I see the aggression. I raise you over aggression occasionally, sometimes, by this team so far. Other than that, though, I'm liking their style. You cannot let Braves get themselves into a position where they're in control, because once they're in control of a game, they will destroy you from that position. So, constantly keeping them off kilter, finding fights, even if they don't always work, you're just never allowing Wyker to actually just sit back and find themselves CS, get to a scaled up enough point to be impactful. Let's see how much damage Fresh Killer does at the moment.
That wasn't too much, honestly, in the mid lane, and for a team composition that literally has the most sleeps you can have in League of Legends, they are definitely awake right now.
They have decided that they want to go in full aggression mode. Despite the fact that the gank mid lane doesn't work, the tempo of this team is ridiculous, constantly moving forward. Now we're deciding to try get themselves a Drake as well. You can see that the jungler for Braves is coming in for a gank in the mid lane. Fresh Killer will be able to just join the team, though that won't work out, and so the Drake should go over to Yelmisla already.
And one nice one to just start off the game with, but it's really all about what kind of soul we are going to see. And honestly, top lane to one lane that, we were kind of giving over to Braves UMA just because Avni is that unknown quantity, is working out. And clearly, Volibear into Camille is absolutely fine as well.
We had some questions about it, but when played aggressively enough that in the early couple levels where I'd say Volibear is almost strongest, so much healing if you can land 2 of those Ws, already snowballed it into a point where actually okay to just keep fighting in. The sleep is nearly back up for Barasiton. Once it is back up and available, we'll be able to continue trying to find these fights and ganks down into the bottom lane. We said bot lane may be the focus, and yeah, I'd say focus it is.
Absolutely, we have an advantage for P-God in this matchup, which I don't feel like should be happening. Mythic picked up by Fresh Killer. There is a response though, as you can see in the picture-in-picture, Nasho taking the Herald right now. So Braves UMA still setting themselves up for a play. Don't want to say they are finding them, because right now they don't really, but you've got the Herald, so you've got the tools, and the package is up as well.
They are not rolling over to die, most certainly. This game is nowhere near out of touching distance. It's only about 1.3k worth of a lead for Yelmisla, but we are expecting more out of Braves, to be honest. Early on in the game, they are a pretty good early game composition and a pretty good early game team. Instead, they've fallen behind, and now they're going to have to fight themselves from a position of deficit back into the lead if they want to win.
Another trade up in the top lane, and Avni getting a lot of damage. That's the second W. He's got the Sunder. Okanya does not win the 1-1 ever, trying to use the alternate to buy more time, but it's a solo kill by Avni.
Burkers jumping in out of frame just to say hi does not end up actually being needed for that kill. Afni is here to play. We did not expect great things. We were wondering how the, gelling of this team would be with a brand new subbed in top lane. Apparently just fine, and this may be a bad teleport out of Contineo.
The sleep, tempered fate into the tower, the paddle star, but it's not a sleep because here comes Nasho with the disruption, but there is another sleep! And the Fresh Killer goes on the rampage, Nasho trying to buy some more time, running towards the tower, teleport is being channeled in, but that's a double kill. Everyone is drowsy by Okanya. No, it's a shutdown stolen by Cartamenio! Doing his top laner dirty, and Bazidoyan taking the blast over the wall. Doesn't have the flash. If he gets caught up by TT, it could be a lot of trouble. There comes the flash down into the bullet. Okanya takes this one, and Burkus flashing away, but the Zenith Blade finds its mark. Here comes Pigot. Oh, is this the turnaround from Yenil Mesler? The support is going to go down. I don't think the Vayne is strong enough right now. Will need to run away, and
going in.
I mean...
wants to find this fight. I love the aggression.
Still staying in the enemy territory. That is a big chunk of damage. Flash over the wall from Beacon, but there's the shield, and he does go down in the end of the day to Wicker, but the sleep coming in because Fresh Killer respawned, teleported in, and joined this fight in the meantime.
I think this fight might have been 2.5 minutes long. Oh my god, these teams are bloody. They want to fight constantly. Yamizla coming out on top just about. You can see the aggression out of Pigor, despite the fact that the Vayne was not in a position to constantly be tumbling forwards yet. Oh, you said earlier that the amount of damage done by the paddle star was not that much. It is now nauseating.
Yeah, that's quite a lot. I will give you that one. And honestly, if not for the Hex Drinker, could be a one-shot here.
Yeah, already as well, despite the fact that, you can't land this. No, okay. Still though, you can see Fresh Killer constantly looking for those picks. When you have paddle stars always bearing down on you, it's very hard to step up to objectives if your health is constantly chunked down. Another dive attempt, perhaps, as you can see this roaming death squad of Bassett, Owen, and Burkus constantly looking to find picks. And just always forcing people off. Already you can see that Kayento is having to back away. Herald has been dropped though.
It's gonna get a lot of the damage down onto the tower. Currently I can't see if it's 14 minutes or not. I don't know, let's have it thinking.
Lovely little play, actually not a wasted... Oh boy, that's a lot of damage already.
Yeah, but the blast cone over the wall from Nasho, and he's gonna be fine. Tempered Fate does get two though, and you can see Bazidoyan trying to set up for the Sea Bullet Time, doing some zoning, and Zenith Blade onto the back line. Fresh Killer caught up by the Solar Flame. Here comes Cayetano on the Corki, able to find the first kill of the fight already, but gets put to sleep, and that is Fresh Killer making it a 1-for-1.
See Pigod deciding that they want to continue walking forwards, laying down the damage. You can see the combo right here, that is the Zoe and the Vayne. The Vayne laying down continuous damage, everybody's getting chunked out, and as soon as you lose a little bit of your health, just 8%, 9% of your health, already then you are in one-shot territory for this Zoe. The next Drake has just spawned. We'll see if once again Yenzo Menzler are going to go down and pick it up. Then they'll be on 2 Drakes. We'll see what the soul is going to be, and this could determine the course of this game. If the soul is something everybody wants to fight for, then all of a sudden there's a big win condition right there for Yenil Mesler.
Yeah, Avni though gonna get caught out by Nasho. It is a mountain soul, perhaps maybe a bit anticlimactic. Avni still looking for the damage. Does he actually have enough? The healing, it's insane, but no. Okanya disengages and Nasho will be able to take the kill.
Collapse down in the bottom lane though. I think that Waker is gonna be dead. Ooh, not quite does manage to escape.
It's just trying to buy some time. The Glacial Augment doing quite a bit of work here. And, right, it's a clear split on the map because Yenil Mesler, they just completely took over bot lane. I mean, Wicker, he's dying here, I think. I have been wrong about that quite a few times this series already. And in fact, Braves are on their way towards the bot lane. As the Tempered Fate connecting onto Wicker and the Tide straight into the stun. That is 2 kills found by Yenil Mesler. However, the rest of Braves UMA are here. Can they find the collapse though? Doesn't seem like the answer is yes, and Pigot now. Nacho is going completely the other way, trying to find the kill onto Bazidoyan, but gets exhausted. Double Cyclone doing no damage at all, and Pigot goes for 1-1.
I would like to reiterate to you viewers that Yenomizla came through the lower bracket of the last chance qualifier.
Yeah.
They did not play in groups. They didn't qualify to groups. We saw Red Dragon as the Turkish representative. This team was not good enough as of the last time there was qualification for this tournament to make it. Clearly, they've had a little bit of a change or found their way into this game, because now having a great time of it. Okeania might be dead.
Here comes the dunk, and Avni finds the kill. It's easy as that. I mean, honestly, it takes a really good team to out-fiesta the Spanish representatives, but I mean, they're doing it.
This is incredible. If this pace continues, we could be on for a pretty quick end, sorry. It's only 17 minutes. There's another Herald up and available. Could be gone for this. Mid lane turret is nearly down. I see a slight issue with the way that this team plays, in that they don't take a lot of turrets. They'd rather just get the kills under the turret instead.
Yeah, I mean, 2 towers is still a pretty good score, especially in the last series. The games have been slow enough that I feel like the winning team would have 2 towers by 17 minutes, but I agree, it is a lot of focus on the kills, and objectives usually take the wayside. That being said, Avni working on this Herald right now can be used maybe when the Dragon or the Baron comes up to just draw attention.
It's been taken at a pretty good point where you could either pop it quickly in order to pick up a turret, or keep it in your back pocket to lay down as a little bit of lane pressure whenever you want to make a play somewhere else. Or if you ever win out a team fight, you can use it then.
Focus, he finds the stun. Batadone is going to get jumped on by the Hextech ultimate. Mokanya just walking away here. Teleport down into the bot lane. I believe it's Avni channeling it. What is going on here? Okay, just teleports. To be honest, I think he did save P-God, judging by how low the burn did take him down, but this is a Herald being dropped down, and a 2-item Volibear. I don't know if anyone can stop him right now.
Apparently, the answer is most certainly no. There's multiple members and a tower there, and still nobody wants to step up to this Volibear. Okeania are going to have to run as well. And across the map, it is so much power, so much priority for all of the members of Yenomizla. This Turkish squad playing fantastically. Anvi surrounded by 3 members now, managing to get another charge off of this Rift Herald. And the rest of the map pushing as well. Every single lane is a point of pressure for Turkey.
And the objectives are now starting to follow. We had 2 towers taken down in quick succession, and the gold lead is increased to 6,500. This team is, I don't want to call this clean League of Legends, but it is methodical League of Legends.
They know what they want to do as a dive happens.
Jesus Christ, Avni! 2 shots, Wicker. I mean, he was half health to be fair, but still, that's just hilarious to watch. As the mid lane tier 2 is going to go down the way of Yenomizla. They're making a statement in the first game. Like, we weren't sure what the comparative power level of these 2 teams is. Right now, it looks all the way for the Turkish for this Macedonian. He's not even going to die. These health bars are illegal. Fresh Killer in the base, just kiting around everyone. P-God falls down at least, but that is the sleep found onto Nacho, and Fresh Killer, yeah, he's gonna die. Takes a turret shot, shut down, going the way of Cayetano.
Still, that was a very low health Zoe in the base at 19 minutes, and it took 3 members to take them down finally. This team is trying to speedrun this game. Oh my god. Yenomizla, we were not expecting this from this squad. We said that actually Braves were only bettered by Kit Esports. Well, possibly by Kit Esports and Yenomizla too. A team who's made their way through the lower bracket of the last chance qualifier and is doing their best to win game 1 of this best of 3.
Well, Dragon is up. Braves UMA, they are going to be trying to contest. In fact, Nasho just absolutely sent it over the wall, starting up the Dragon. Do they have enough time to finish it off though? Because I am seeing Yenomizla collapsing, and here comes Avni, very big, very angry Volibear, and the package is going to go through, but it only tags onto Avni, who's gonna go golden. Cayetano goes on a killing shoes, Macedonian falls down. It's a 1-for-1, so Kanya dies as well. Avni in the backside will finally be taken down, but here comes Pigo. The bird goes over the wall with the magical journey. He will be looking to slow people down, and the nukes from Fresh Killer will be set up soon. You have to believe Cayetano. He's flashing forward. He takes down Pigo. This is looking good for Braves UMA because Yenomizla lost so many members. It's hard for them to fight back, but Alcove Gaming has been engaged. Cayetano is still staying alive. The Power Star, it goes wide, and Nasho kills Burkes. Fresh Killer, I mean, he's just totally up.
Yeah, at this point, Fresh Killer cannot step any further forward. So that was a lovely little fight out of Braves. This is more the Spanish squad we were expecting to see. Still, nobody picks up the Drake in that exchange. It is still up and available. All of that fighting for a Cloud Drake as well. Not exactly what you expect, but you can see that the power of this Yenomizla squad is a lot in Fresh Killer, and unfortunately the Zoe was not there to start up this fight. It meant that a lot of damage was missing, and so people were surviving a lot longer than was expected. It looked cool. It looked like Avni was going to go in and it was going to be okay, but actually went in way too deep, way too far, and then got caught out, and by the time that Fresh Killer arrived, things were already done. Drake started up though.
Yep. And we're going to be trying their best to taking down Kanye's over the wall together with Cayetano, but I don't know if they will have any ability to steal the dragon. And Soul Point. It's Cloud Soul, not the most exciting one out there, as Burkus is going to burst out, but does find a sound to Cayetano, and well, a full health burst is better than a half health burst, as that is going to be a Kanye falling down to Fresh Killer.
That was a lovely little catch right there. It looks like it doesn't even matter if you feel like you've picked up Burkers. All of the members of Yomiz are going to go up towards the Baron now as well. If they pick this up, they're going to have an even easier time pushing through these towers. Already they're down to mostly base towers that they're going to have to take out. 2 members of Braves are down already, so this should be a pretty free Baron, unless, Nasho has something to say about it.
He's alive, he's got the smite, but I think he's being a bit late. The Baron down to 1000. Yep, it's gone. No way for a steal. National Poke describes Bloom after it goes down. Don't think it's disastrous with the kind of goldie that Yedel Mesler have. I mean, a Baron is probably the least of your worries.
That's landed.
It's gonna force the clients from Wicker immediately, and now Cartamania trying to get away. Nice Solar Flare will stop Yedel Mesler in their tracks.
You can see, though, constantly landing those bubbles is constantly forcing that cleanse out, which means in the actual team fights where it matters, all of a sudden that cooldown is not up and available for Waika. This is an insane pace of game. We're only about 25-ish minutes into this game, and yet we've already seen a truly ridiculous amount of kills. If this pace continues, this will be not the fastest game that we've seen, but the bloodiest game we've seen in this playoff so far.
My big question for your Yedel Mesler right now is how cleanly can you close out this? Good steal there from Wicker. But, you've got this massive gold lead. You are finding the kills. You're dying a lot, right? Okay, I'm willing to put this down to the playstyle if you can close it out, within the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Oh, the amount of damage that Paddle Star does. Agreed, though. You need to close this game out because your composition is not going to get any stronger. See, Anfi going in.
Cayetano is going to be the target. Goes drowsy and dead. Double tempered Fatal setting up for the CC. The bullet time. You can just see that Wicker unfortunately just doesn't deal enough damage with this one. Avni is running on towers. Finally, someone stops that bear. 3-4-1 going the way of Yedel Mesler. They will be able to take the mid lane inhibitor and lay siege to the Nexus towers themselves.
It is only just beginning to teleport back onto this turret, will only now join the fight. We're split pushing the whole rest of the time as the base was going down. Will go down anyway, though, and this may well be the game.
Wicker goes down, that's the ace, and Yedel Mesler, what a statement in the game one. I don't think they'll be able to finish. The health bars are too low, there is no minion wave, but nonetheless, we are looking at a 9,000 gold advantage at 24
Okay, never mind.
minutes.
This team is ridiculous.
I mean, I don't think they can end. They are greeting right now. Pigot is going to get caught out by the Solar Flare, and the follow through from Cayetano finds the shutdown, and the rest of the team does disengage.
Everybody else decides to walk away, and it may be a death for Pigot, but they do pick themselves. Anytime Zoe goes in, you have to be cautious. Do manage to pick themselves up one of the Nexus Tower. Only one half-health Nexus Tower does remain. Still, though, this game is exploding all the way through. I don't think we've had a moment to breathe this entire game. Once the action started, it did not stop. Yeno Mizla are here, and they want to play.
I think we are close to 2 kills per minute. Hold on, let's do some quick maths. We have 44 kills, almost 2 kills per minute. Oh boy.
That's ridiculous. In professional leagues, and I know this is not professional, but it is pretty high level. At the top levels, you're expecting 1 kill a minute to be a bloody game. The fact that this is almost 2 kills a minute and may well continue to get worse.
Yes, the effort forced almost one-shots Wicker itself, and there we go, auto-attack. Fresh Killer is on a rampage. Basil Oin looking to go out on the side, goes gold, and that was a tempered fate. I believe the nuke doesn't quite find its mark from Fresh Killer, but the sleep does, and that will be a dead Cayetano. Yep, Burkus taking the kill.
They're just going to push their way down the mid lane. This team seems to like to ARAM as well. They are indeed going to bring in the rest of the minions. No Baron up and available, but a very low health tower.
Yeah, and they are going for the fight instead. Why? In the game where you can get some more kills. Avni is going to go down, but double kill picked up by P-God, and this was a bloodbath, but one controlled by Yellowmesler. As in the game 1, they will obliterate.
Oh my god, this was over 20 minutes of game, but it felt like about 3 because every single second was fighting and kills and destruction, and this team, Yellowmesler, everybody needs to watch out. They are insane. What was that?
I mean, honestly, I was not expecting that much of a mismatch. I was expecting, you know, one of these teams is probably going to look better in the game 1. Not that much better. We're gonna have some replays lined up, so we're gonna take a look at them. And I think the hope for Braves UMA here is that you were able to find some kills. But this seems like just difference in how comfortable these players are. I mean, the flash predict on the Cosmic Mind, like, it doesn't get more stylish than this.
Every single thing about that play was ridiculous. That's not what you expect. This is a dive attempt pretty early on into the game, about 6 minutes. Look at Fresh Killer on this Zoe. I don't think Fresh Killer will be able to pick up the Zoe again because the just landing paddle stars left, right, and center manages to pick this one up as well. A double kill down in the bottom lane. And basically, from this point on, the grind never stopped. Anytime anyone was anywhere, all of a sudden, Yellowmesler wanted to get a kill, managing to well, they managed to pick up a lot of kills here. It does turn into a bloodbath, and this was the fight that ended up going on for about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Fresh Killer dies, I think, somewhere here, and then by the end of that fight will respawn and join, it kind of tells you everything. Yeah, we didn't even replay the whole thing, because why at this point? And this was such a high pace. It's League of Legends, we haven't really seen that much, honestly. Maybe some of the top teams in the group stage have played similar games, but this is playoffs right now. You are facing the second seed from Group B, and we're gonna have to see a drastic change in Game 2 for me not to put Yellowmesler as in the running for this thing, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh yeah, if they manage to pull out this kind of play again in a second game, then I will 100% be on their hype train. They managed to make a miracle run through the lower bracket of the Last Chance qualifier and now have played the most insane game I've ever seen in a game of League of Legends. The thing is, I have to question is it perhaps that Braves UMA had done the exact same thing as we had done, had not seen Yellowmesler, was not expecting the Yellowmesler. Maybe once you're expecting whatever this was, all of a sudden you know to be cautious, know to sit back a little bit further, and this sort of run straight at you playstyle doesn't work without the element of surprise.
If you're a Spanish fan, you sure hope so, because if Braves UMA fall, Bobcats are next, and a lot left to be desired in Game 2, I think, for Braves UMA. Of course, they are now down in the series, but that was the same story for UDL Esports Sigma. I mean, I want to see some adaptation, I want to see a more coherent game plan from them, and hopefully we will get to see them actually play how they want, but that all will come after the break, so don't go anywhere, we'll be back. Welcome back, everyone. The Fiesta is alive as the NL Mesler take a banger of a game 1 against the Braves UMA. I'm Kachka, joined by Black Bloxer, and, well, we'll see if this one's any different.
This one was insane. The first game between Braves UMA and Yellow Misler was just ridiculous. I don't think Braves knew what hit them. It was such pace. Yellow Misler managed to make this game be 2 kills a minute. Usually, in case you need context, 1 kill a minute is a bloody game. This was insane the whole way through. I would really like a game like this again because it was so much fun.
Yeah, that being said, if you are Braves UMA or a fan of them, I think you don't want that because
Possibly not.
they just absolutely lost in the sheer chaos. Now, there are 2 options for how I see the second game go. It's gonna be... Okay, you know what? I will need to rethink that. But there's the one generic option of it's gonna be a Fiesta, and if it's favored for Braves UMA, then they will adapt to it. Or they will come up with a draft strategy that will allow them to contain the chaos. That's the, second option.
I think trying to contain the chaos was probably the correct decision, possibly because they didn't expect the chaos. We'd not seen this team on stream before. There was no footage of how they played. You could look at the kill scores, you could look through how they'd played in terms of just like raw stats, but nothing can really prepare you for just the pure unleashed chaos that was a Bard Vayne being the catalyst for all things good, in that they managed to find themselves a kill in the 2v2 at like level 3, just out of nowhere, by using the magical journey of all things.
Yeah.
A just ridiculous little play. It's something I'd not even considered, but as you said, don't trust a Bard player, and well, that was ridiculous. But will that be a repeat performance? Without the Bard, I don't know how much of that chaos comes back.
I mean, some contextual information on the Yellow Mesler, since they are a new team to the broadcast, is that they were undefeated at the KEP League. I can only guess that's the Turkish league. And the mid support jungle have been playing for 3 years together. And also they're planning to win the whole thing, which I feel like after the game 1 is, you know what, yeah, fair enough, guys. That you're kind of justified in saying that.
If you can play it the exact same way the second game, then fine. You get to have, the hopes to be able to actually get yourself all the way up.
And yeah, it's a tough challenge for Braves UMA. They only lost to Kid SC, which also has felt insurmountable, so they kind of have been in this place before. And I know, last time around, they played against KDC, they pulled out some spicy thing. And when I mean spicy things, Zig Silas bot lane is what I'm talking about.
That would really match the level of chaos that we've been seeing in this game so far, and it would be great fun. I would love for that to pop up as well. Matched chaos is perhaps the riskier option, because if you are Braves, you are 1 game away from going home. If you do not win this, you are not top 8, you don't get any of that prize pool, and you get to compete in this tournament no longer. So matching the chaos of a team who pulled out is possibly the most chaotic matchup we've seen, possibly all tournament long. As you said, when we've seen teams run through other people that quickly, it's usually been either Bobcats or Kit Esports against a team who has kind of no business competing against them, who are doing their best, but really Kit Esports or Bobcats could just run through them, not really thinking about who's there. That was not the sort of that was not what we were expecting from these teams. We were not expecting that big of a gap between skills.
Yeah, it definitely felt like what you said here, a bit of a gap of skills. I am still going to put an asterisk to that. I think the draft did a great job, and I feel like just the comfort of Burkus on that Bard going in, setting up the play. I mean, I'm sorry, if you flash predict the enemy AD carry at level 1, mental is gone. Like, they're not coming back from that.
Oh yeah, there's absolutely nothing you can do at that point. You're like, well, this guy's a god, what am I meant to do? People don't usually play versus Bard either. They're not used to playing against that good a Bard. Fantastic play right here out of Burkus, and if they're able to repeat that, do you let the Bard go through in the draft? That's the question.
The follow-up question is, what do you ban instead? They banned Xerath, Samira, and Victor.
Yeah. Do you let the Xerath go through?
I mean, maybe Victor I could see being led through, but
we saw how good Fresh Killer was on Zoe. There's definitely ways that Braves can get back into this. They need to find themselves a strong matchup, mainly in the top lane. We expected the Camille to do well until the Volley Bear. We were wrong. Actually, Anvi did fantastically. all the way through, Avni was having the nicest time of it up in that top lane with the volley bear, was just running through people. And there were a couple of occasions where Okanya was off split pushing, and actually the enemies people were in their base. So like, it was not the best time to be split pushing. Either get yourself a better split pusher and win your lane, or get something to actually join the team to fight, because constantly being in a 4v5 is not a good way to play League of Legends.
Or even maybe play around the top lane. I feel like
Yeah.
if we're going to see Nasho put more focus towards that, we won't see Avni win the 1v2, hopefully. If he does, then I mean, that's a whole different conversation. But in theory, you are expecting focus towards the top side to go well, and bot lane, it already was, you know, we have seen a bot lane, so maybe don't go there. Either way, Braves, you need something new. You need something innovative, and we are going to go into the picks and bans for the second and potentially final game, as a lot of the bans dedicated towards the support position. There we go. The Bard is no more.
The Bard is indeed taken right off of the board, as we were expecting, and yeah, leaving it up and available was probably going to be a bad decision. That does now mean you either get to ban out the Samira, or you leave the Samira Victor open, get rid of the Zoe. We were also talking about that. Fresh Killer played the Zoe fantastically, was able to constantly be landing those paddle stars, dives at level 4, 5, 6. Fantastic play. Getting rid of it makes a lot of sense, but actually, Avni is very happy with that, possibly looking to relock in that Volley Bear. Maybe not.
We'll see. A lot of Havers. I don't want to get baited by any of them. Yep, that is going to be the Volibear once again, most likely for Avni.
Yeah, Avni played it fantastically, and there's not a lot of matchups that you play into the Volibear that go very badly for it. Can always be pretty safe, and when piloted well, can also fight into a lot of these matchups. If you're looking for something to really destroy the Volibear, you're probably moving more towards a Mordekaiser. That can win in the 1v1, but at that point you're in such a risky position of, if you don't win it, you are falling so far behind. That's a Lucian lock-in though.
That is something different, and I believe it can also be piloted by Cayetano, so we don't actually know if it's going to go towards that mid or the bot lane.
It can be piloted by either of those. I love the Lucian for the flexibility. And look at that. Nasho is going to say, hey, I liked your Lilia, I'm going to play it too. Will this be piloted as well as Bassitoin's was, or will Nasho have their own spin on it and be able to do even better perhaps?
It is a slightly different comp, and also that does unlock the Lucian's solo lane. It's an AP jungler. I mean, you made this point 1,000 times. You can play AD in the solo lanes right now. Now, Yenel Mesler, what is the response? Bard, you can't take that. I mean, let's go.
Fine, go for the Samira. Say, hey, if you want the Lucian in the bot lane, then we're going to be able to fight you just as well. The Samira lock-in, I like it. It was one of the bans, so clearly it was something that Braves didn't want to play against. With this Turkish squad, it's now been forced to be open. This is the joys of winning your first game. All of a sudden, your enemies are reacting to you and to what you pulled out that destroyed them. And so we'll see what this final pickup will be. Will it be the support? A Karma and Samira. The Karma can go into the top lane, mid lane, or support role. If you do pair it up with the Samira, you've then got a very high-powered bot lane with a lot of poke that can definitely find early kills.
I mean, it would feel a bit weird to put Fresh Killer on the Karma, but we have seen this happen in the tournament already. Right now, we're gonna count it as a flex pick, but it does have the potential to go into the bot, and I agree. A poke lane would be nice. Depends on the support, and depends if it's actually a Lucian in the bot lane. With the Corki locked in, yep, we are very likely to see Wicker on Lucian.
Yeah, this is what we are expecting. Pulling the Corki out again, it was not the best time. I don't think that Kayanto had the nicest time on this Corki. Was dove constantly, wasn't able to find any of those picks. But maybe if this game goes slightly less ridiculously in the favor of Young Misler, first of all, it will be okay. The Victor's still going to get to be banned out because the mid lane was not picked up. This was what was banned in the first round previously. The Aura are going to go off the board. Possibly another ban will also go in the favor of Okanya, because Okanya is kind of the main split-pushing focus of this Spanish team.
Yeah, and we'll see if something like Camille gets banned away. I mean, don't see any reason why it would, because Avni probably very happy to run that matchup back again. But if they want to hit it harder, why not? Support is also a role still yet to be completely banned out. Leona is a pick that is still up on the table, and I don't know if Yenel Mesler might want to get rid of it.
Quite possibly. The Leona would be paired very well with the Lucian. A lot of kill threat in that bottom lane, if that's what you want. depends on if they also want to put some more top lane focus. No, it is actually going to be the Nami taken off the board. Don't want to see the Nami Lucian. Makes a lot of sense. Nami buffing up Lucian will be a slightly nauseating time for anybody trying to fight into them, not get taken out instantaneously. Also, a Nami wave into all of the sleeps from the Lilia is not a great time.
Also worth pointing out that this could actually be Volibear jungle, since the Gwenban kind of just reminded me that, yeah, Volibear is still a jungler. Poppy. I mean, it's a good pick into the Samira, but is it gonna go top lane? Looks like that right now.
Poppy's also a good pick into the Volibear. Nobody really realizes it because why would Volibear's Q be a dash? But it is. There's a small jump that happens right at the end of the Volibear Q animation that will get you knocked up by a Poppy. It feels very bad because it doesn't look like you're dashing anywhere, but can disrupt a lot, so it's a good matchup into this Volibear. It's gonna be a Nautilus locked in, so this will be a Karma, possibly into the top lane or into the mid lane. Do you want to put your best player onto a supportive champion?
Been the choice for quite a few teams, AIX. I mean, AGH, Magister, I think is a great mid laner. He mostly plays supportive champion, so something that we have seen time and time again. And with this, if that is indeed a lock-in, I still don't know. It could be Silas top, it could be Silas mid.
Could be size top, could be size mid, as you said, as well as the fact that the Volibear can move around too. The Karma is flexible. The only person I'm pretty solidly knowing where they're going to go is definitely going to be the Samira and the Nautilus in the bottom lane. The Braum, possibly locked in. This would then mean it's a Poppy top. Is locked in. Alright, so we do have Braum Lucian, which is the premier bot lane. When you think of bot lane duos, I mean, unless you're thinking Zyra Khan, it's Braum Lucian.
Yeah, it's one that goes way into the past, and also, it's a very short-range comp from Yenno Mesler. The only ranged champion is really Karma, because Samira, you really want to get up close and personal with everyone, so I like the Braum into that. And, well, just from the draft, I'm not convinced that it alone will allow Braves UMA to, you know, actually turn around the pace we saw in Game 1.
I like their composition, it's good. It has a lot of ability to fight, the Braum is good. But as you said, it's not one of those ones where I go, oh god, this draft is fantastic, it's going to be winning instantaneously. I think both sides have good elements. The Silas could be a big swing factor. We saw just how good Fresh Killer was. Now giving them the Silas, which can be insane, versus a lot of good ultimates as well to use, could be a definite pop-off avenue. I wonder if the bot lane will be able to find quite the same amount of success, though, versus a Braum.
Yeah, and bot lane I think is where I will be focusing, especially if we're gonna see mid laners or junglers paying visits down there. It can be the huge swing factor. I mean, Samira and Lucian, you put either of them behind and it's gonna take them a long time to come back.
Putting them behind will really allow you so much ability to sort of move across the map. I wonder what Drakes will play as an impact in this game, because we saw Yenno Mesler was managing to pick them all up basically by just constantly fighting and sneaking them out sort of by the back door whenever there was fighting going on elsewhere as well. Will this be the same sort of play, or will it be a bit more of a, hey, we'll fight around Drakes as a composition? If that happens, then I think Braves will have a bit better of a time with it.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Of course, Braves UMA fighting for their lives in the playoffs. A loss here eliminates her, and Yenno Mesler, they've had a huge run through the lower bracket, all the rounds from round 1. They are now here in playoffs, and they are almost looking to book themselves a match against the Bobcats, which, well, if they can do it in a similar fashion to the Game 1, is certainly going to be an interesting one. But they've still got a whole game of League of Legends ahead of them, and if the first series is anything to go by, yeah, don't trust the first game.
The first game can be completely different to everything else that we've seen. I wonder perhaps if Yenno Mesler are not hyped up and warmed up. As you said, they played all of the last chance qualifier rounds. It might be that they've got themselves to a point where they are excited and ready and feeling themselves. Whereas Braves UMA, we've not seen them in about a month. Multiple patches. It's a long time to sit idly by while a lot of the leagues have not been running.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't know about the structure of the Spanish university scene. I mean, they did send a representative to the last chance qualifier, so there clearly was a tournament, which presumably Braves did play, and so, yeah, they definitely played League of Legends since then, as I am going to guess there is a pause in the game right now, because we should have been going in right now. Well, there is a pause, it's been confirmed by production.
Yeah, a small pause. We'll get into the game as quickly as we can. Not sure for the reason of this right now, but as soon as we know, we will let you know, and hopefully we'll jump into game because we're both really excited to get into this one. This Turkish versus Spain matchup is insane, and as we've said, if you look at the bracket, if the Spanish team wins, then it's going to be a Spanish versus Spanish quarterfinal, which would be incredibly hype for the inter-country rivalries. Just saying, hey, which is the best university? They've probably duked it out during the actual university scene in Spain. Then they could duke it out again on the UEM stage.
But on the other side, if you're Lionel Mesler, take out the first Spanish representative, go on for the second, give yourself a shot, of course, Bobcats. A whole different story, but we are going to go into the game, and let's focus on this match, because still, Lionel Mesler, they need to win this one, and Braves, they've got a different comp, they've got a different plan. Let's see if they can do it. Instead of Halo Blades on the Brom.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Base.
Okay, but this is Chaos from the other team, so maybe the decision has been, hey, let's go for Chaos from all ends. I like it, though. Just the decision to go, hey, we see that you're going to constantly be fighting into us, we'll fight into you too.
And you can see how aggressively they are positioning. Alright then. Braves UMA, they have embraced the chaos. They are going to throw hands.
They clearly did not like the fact that they were constantly being put behind, getting dogged on in the bottom lane. So hey, we're going to fight back. We are going to show you that we are here to play, here to have a good time, and not constantly be running away and getting dove under our tower. You can see the Volibear going to be starting down on this red side. Whereas for the side of the Lily are going to be starting with the chickens, as is usual for these big AoE clearing junglers. This little split could mean that there's going to be Spanish help down in the bottom lane, whereas maybe a top lane focus, which makes not much sense, but possibly a mid lane focus then? When I look at the top lane, actually, I don't really want to see Karma and Poppy getting a high amount of gank priority.
Okay, a hook is going to be coming out from Burkett, and an immediate gank from Bassett Oyen. The Hail of Blades doesn't matter if you just gank them level 1. First blood going the way of Pigo then. Oh my god, they're gonna kill the support as well. Yeah, Burkett's taking this one.
Sorry, I do not mean to giggle my way through that fight, but this comp, this team, Yenomiz are the most fun set of players to watch. They've decided, hey, level 1 Bard going through a magical journey to get us a kill. Now that's not cool enough. Let's just bring our jungler down, having cleared level 1 as well. I mean, if you are Braves, why didn't you expect it? Why didn't you expect something completely ridiculous to happen? Already, though, that's 2 kills. One of them went over to the Samira, one of them went over to the support, and already we're seeing a roam.
Because he's still level 1. Yeah, he just walks mid lane, he's going to zone Cayetano away, and he's still sticking around, trying to support Freshkiller. And, yeah. Also, worth pointing out, in all the chaos, we actually did lose the point that we are seeing Avni on the Karma in the top lane into the Poppy matchup, which means that naturally there's a huge CS advantage right now.
Yes, the Poppy is going to have an awful time of it. Karma is highly poking, always going to be able to lay down damage in these early levels. Going to have to actually get on top of the Karma, which can be quite difficult with all of the speed ups in order to do anything as... Oh no.
Because what are you doing there? I mean, Freshkiller gets a kill, that's 3-0 for Yenil Mesler. This team is insane.
This team wants blood constantly. I don't know if you want this, Nasho. There is a Silas on the way.
I mean, Burkett is level 2, right? He's gotta die sometime. Cayetano going forward, that is a pre-level 6 Corki, of course. I mean, usually when the support is this deep in mid lane, I expect them to be level 6 at least. However, look at the top lane. Avni is going to be just fine. Bazidoyan saying hi.
Dive setup is going down on top of P-God, but the support is on the way.
Pigo just trying to kite around, but the Hail of Blades, 3 stacks, he can't get the 4th one, the stun is not connecting, and Burkus finds the Dredge line. That is a lot of damage down onto Wicker. However, here comes Nasho, he's got the Swirling Seed, Wicker is dead! Pigo takes the kill, double buff on Nasho, come on. You can't allow them to escape. Surely Pigo is going to get tagged by the Blooming Ball, and he's just fine. This is such a aggressive team, and Burkus, though, he is going to go for the cook. Cayetano almost dead, below 100 health. Pigot still going forward. The health ones are blinking on Braves. He's able to go on a killing spree, and down comes Freshkiller. Are they going to be able to find those? I mean, Pico goes forward yet again. He is going to get shut down by Cartameno. And that is Fresh Killer killing Cayetano. Cartameno, not long for this world. You have to believe if there are the cooldowns available. No, there are not.
Are you not entertained? This is the kind of League of Legends that we want. Is it clean? No, but like you said in the last game, it is well thought out, well executed and structured. Everybody on Yelmizla knows what they want to do. They know what they're doing. It may look like complete chaos, but this is orchestrated chaos completely through Turkey. They want this to be happening at all times, and they're working it beautifully. If you're Braves, you are scrambling now to catch up. You've put yourselves behind 2k already, simply through constantly trying to find fights that you really should be winning, and yet you're not, because the Chaos Meisters of Turkey are coming out on top somehow every time.
The confidence of these players to go for these fights and dare Braves UMA to fight them, and they are coming out on top. You not only have to be confident, you have to be good to execute that consistently, and they're going for yet another fight. We are going to see Berkut getting stunned up. However, here comes a gang, and Basilion is going to find the lockdown. Peagle takes down Wicker, who will be looking for the double, and sure enough gets it. 5-1-1 Samira. Look, I don't want to call any team out already, but boy, this is not looking good.
Oh, this is not looking good at all. What an embarrassing exit this would be for Braves UMA, the second best team out of Group B. And all of a sudden, Group B looks like it may have just been Kit SC. And hey, if Kit SC ran through everybody, but everybody in the group is bad, how good is Kit SC? I mean, that will be an interesting question to answer next time around. But for the minute, just insane out of Yelmizla. Braves, they still have the ability to fight back into this game. It's not done and dusted.
Yeah.
We're not late enough into the game for this. But it is certainly not a good position to put yourself in, especially when you have a 5-1-1 Samira to deal with.
It's the position that you need to snowball if you are Yenil Mesler. Not necessarily that you get outscaled, but if you're this far ahead and you can't close the game out, well, something is wrong, and that could be indicative of bigger issues. Berkus just walks through the tower. He doesn't care. He is going to die. 1-for-1 for the time being, and Pigon and Basilion, they need to be careful, as in the meantime, Fresh Killer goes on a killing spree, taking down Cayetano. We are 4,000 gold ahead at 7 minutes.
It could have gone better for Burkus, but they ended up using the Hex Flash directly under the tower. Took way too many turret shots, otherwise it would have been quite a nice flank. Still though, you can see Avni, we were not expecting too much out of this matchup, but actually it's just been a horrible time for the Poppy. We're expecting the Poppy not to have a good time, but still, the CS lead as well as the pressure advantage constantly being produced. We weren't sure what to expect.
And there comes another dive. I mean,
More kills, more dives. Yeah, we should be expecting that at this point.
I feel so sad for Wicked and Cartameno. I mean, you drafted the Braum Lucian, you go for Halo of Blades, exhaust, ignite, like you are looking for kills. I'm getting clapped.
Yeah, you're just having the worst time of it, because that Hail of Blades, the Braum is so very squishy, going down so quickly. At this point, Avni as well has so much pressure on the top lane that there's not really an avenue to really play through. Nasho does have the ability to find a gank here. Possibly, this would be small consolation though.
Avni doesn't have flash, so yeah, Nasho should be really finding a kill here. Alcove Gaming is being initiated, the shield to try and run away. The stun doesn't quite find its mark, but there is the sleep, and that is going to be the kill. Okanya does have the shield, thank god. That was almost a return kill.
That was a very nice play out of Avni. Ends up going down in the end though. Well played by Nasho too. The fancy feet did not quite manage to keep them alive. This bot lane tower so very nearly dead. Not quite going to go down in the end. This is pre-10 minutes, by the way. This bot lane tower has had all of its plates taken off of it. Killing it now would be the most ridiculous show of power that we've seen.
Yeah, usually when you see this much of a gold lead, you start asking questions about a perfect game. Thankfully, it's the Idol Messler. I don't think they're gonna get a perfect game this tournament. No matter who they're against, someone will die. Probably because Burgers will dive 3 towers at once. But either way, this is a 7,000 gold lead at 9 minutes. This is... I mean, I'm gonna put it
Sorry,
this way.
could you
This
say
is
that one more time? That gold lead.
7,000 gold lead at 9 minutes. This is the kind of game that if you're in solo queue, 3 people on your team are AFK already.
Absolutely, you've been flamed to God. You know, everybody's AFK. You've already wanting to do a surrender vote, but you can't flash over the wall.
Yeah, and Cayetano is going to be taken low. Fresh Killer goes back in onto Nash. Will have to flash out because I believe that the Yellow Missler have a bit more than they can chew. Now, here's the thing. We saw the gold for a second, and usually it's a big thing. We're like, oh, look, this guy has almost double the gold of his opponent. P-Gold has almost triple the gold of Wicker.
That's ridiculous. Look at that gold. P-God is so far ahead at this point in time. This top lane matchup has got to feel awful if you are Oshana. You've just sat up here like, it's fine, we'll be okay. It's not fine. This is a mid lane tier 2 tower being taken down already. Should not fall here. Maybe a big fight thereof. Multiple members collapsing in.
Alright, let's see. You've got a package. Braves, you mate. That is your chance to get back into this game. Okania going over the wall. Berkus is getting low and dead. Double kill. Picked up by Cayetano and the calling coming down onto Fresh Killer. There's a lot of shutdowns being picked up by the Spanish squad.
That was nice. It was a little bit of an overextension out of Yen Mizla. You could see that Braves are not dead. They are still trying to fight right now. Looks like Casino are going to go top lane, trying to stop more turret plates from falling down in this lane, but you can see the pressure. P-God.
P-God is going to be put to sleep, and you have to imagine dead. Does drop the exhaust onto Wicker and finds one return kill for it.
Zerkus is still on the way up as well. You can see that the fighting just does not stop. Still though, managed to pick up a kill. Again, Braves constantly finding themselves small picks, but when it comes to those big team fights, they've been put so far behind by the pure chaos of Yeno Mizla that it's very difficult to actually fight when you're so far behind in gold. As you said, 3 times behind. P-God has 3 times the amount as Wyker. That's insane. You never see that. Other than when, I don't know, you play a challenger team versus a bunch of bronzies, and that is not what this is. Braves UMA is a very good squad.
I'm kind of lost for words. I mean, right, yeah, lower bracket run, undefeated in their own regional league. That happens. This is UEM. This is not supposed to be this one-sided, but Yellow Mezler are just running over. Okay, this should be the kill onto Avenue, right? Cayetano, a few more auto attacks. See, oh, to flash away. He's the heal. He's so much HP right now. The Karma, the shield coming through, and he completes the outplay.
Oh my god, if that is not the cherry on top of this absolutely ridiculous game, when you see a Karma solo killing a Corki. Oh, come on, Avni has got to go down at this point in time. It's been too good by now.
To imagine double kill being picked up by P-God on the other side of the map together with a Tide, and Avni is just running circles. Like, you know the circus music of running around? Cue that. Okay, never mind.
Yep.
I thought it was gonna go for a bit longer. However, here comes the rest of Yenel Mezler, and P-God is on the side. He is 9-2. He's a Samir. He's going to shred your team to smithereens as he's going in, pulling the Inferno trigger, and it's not into the wall. That was a bit anticlimactic, but it's a rampage nonetheless.
Still manages to pick up a kill, and you can see that even though Avni did end up going down, still a massive amount of damage as P-God going in.
Okay, DPS check. Let's see. Fresh Killer, should he be able to find the kill? I don't know if the Ignite is going to be enough. Yeah, he needs something more. There is the Kingslayer. And he goes unstoppable.
Fresh Killer with a very nice little kill there. You can see the amount of power on all members. Even the Karma's getting in on the solo kill train, so of course the Silas is. All in all, this is a ridiculous game. We have said that a lot, and we will continue to say that. I think that Yeno Mizla are the Chaos Gods at this point, because the thing is, very good teams who play against worse teams are used to being able to play slow, methodical, good play. If all of a sudden you come up against someone who's just going to play chaos at all times and you never get to get into your flow, then you never get to play in the way you're expecting to. Is Afni going to try and pull out Houdini things again?
I don't think he's escaping, he's going forward. That's the problem. And I absolutely agree with you. You know, they just embody the chaos of League of Legends. They don't care. You know, about anything. They just want to go in, they just want to fight, and there we go. The calling is going to get Basiloyan quite low, but he's just able to walk right behind the rest of his team, and Avni kills Okanya, and the chase will continue. Berkus will be fishing for the dredge line, does connect it straight onto Nasho. Fresh Killer goes dominating, gets some kills on the side, get into
goes
a bunch
behind.
of people, and yeah, Pigot joins. You know, the guy who's the most fed person on their team. Yeah, let's throw him into the fight as well. Dashes into the inhibitor tower, range goes unstoppable for the double kill, and Cayetano will dash away from the abduct. Yeah, it's a stomp.
It's an absolute stomp. I do not like to ride out teams before the Nexus falls. In a chaos game, more chaos could well ensue and Braves UMA could come back in. But if you've got your pen out and are beginning to write the obituary for Braves UMA, I would not judge you right now. It is incredibly one-sided. There's still a chance. Of course there's still a chance. The composition that has been drafted for Braves UMA does not fall off particularly hard. The thing is, you're so far behind that you're going to have to stall for probably 20 minutes. And Zambi just sidesteps that bowling ball.
Yep. She's not dying here. Feel free to continue talking, by the way.
Yeah, I think I'm pausing to talk just to think, is this somebody running away or is this somebody baiting and taunting the enemy? And I think, yeah, with the emoji, it is definitely bait and taunt. Pigot also manages to steal away that blue buff just to add a little bit of insult to injury. Okay, I'm going to throw you the hardest question you've ever heard. How do Braves UMA win this?
I mean, here's the problem. I can't answer this question truthfully without saying that I don't think they can. But if we're looking at how they can stem the bleeding, is look for picks. Nasho is 3 and 2, he's got the Mythic, and I mean, Wicker also has the Mythic. Lucian is gonna hit hard in the late game, however. Fresh Killer is godlike already, Pigot is godlike as well, and Cayetano will be looking for Avni. Can he find the kill though? He can't do it. Double kill is also being picked up. Where is he even getting those kills? I don't know. Fresh Killer gets some more kills. Cartamenio left to die. Because bro, you can't do it like that. It's an ace. There we go. 16 minutes in, 16,000 gold lead.
I thought that all of the members of Yelm as well were moving over towards the Baron. There's no Baron. It's 16.5 minutes into the game. They're going to pick themselves up a Rift Herald because at this point there's nobody else to kill, which is clearly the favourite pastime of all the Yelm players. Just absolutely murdering people left, right and centre. If you want entertaining League of Legends, then here is your team. I'd say from the way that they played, Yelm Misler might have found themselves a few more fans from the audience because I certainly want to see this team go far.
Oh yeah, I am looking forward to seeing more games, and yeah, if or when they can destroy the Nexus in this one, they'll be through to the quarterfinals as Pigot joins the fight in the bowling. You see Nasho on the disengage, forced to flash away, but here comes Berkus, Fresh Killer, flash, hook, connects, Pigot is legendary, goes for the double kill, and now he's looking for Cartamenio as well. Okanya on the side, just standing there menacingly. Fresh Killer dashing in between the inhibitor tiles, does get stunned and put into the wall, but just doesn't seem to be taking any damage at all. Okanya whiffs the Poppycopter, and Cartamenio just doing a bit of a loop around the rift.
I felt marginally bad at the beginning of this game.
Is he gonna kill him in the fountain? No.
I felt marginally bad at the beginning of this game when I started giggling when that early game gank came down where Basseton ran in and managed to get a double kill. I felt bad for giggling through that because I was like, what if this game isn't actually a fiesta? Then I've giggled during a big serious moment. I feel bad in no way anymore. This has been a complete fiesta of the best kind.
And they get 2 kills per minute is my only question that I have left for Yellow Mesler. As Pigot goes legendary under the turret, does get shut down. 1,000 gold going the way of Nasho. They do get the Nexus tower, and
oh, people are chasing.
Okay, I really don't know, Braves. You should not be doing that because you are sheep walking into the slaughterhouse of Yellow Mesler, and that will be the last one left alive. Okanya just dying.
It is lemmings off of the edge. Alright, we love Yen Minsler at this point. This has been the most fantastically fun game. I am so sorry to Braves UMA. This is the worst possible way to get knocked out of this tournament. If this Nexus falls, Braves UMA are done. They no longer get to play in this tournament. They don't get any prize pool. Now this team from the last chance qualifier, Yen Minsler, are going to get themselves into the qualifying for the top 8. Going to get into the prize pool, fighting for this final Nexus takedown in what has been the most insane series we've seen all tournament long.
Might take them a while, spoiler alert for the audience, just because it tends to be difficult to finish games before 20 minutes. I think they can do it. Braves UMA, they're gonna go into the jungle. They're gonna try and kill Basidolian and Cartameño. It doesn't have the flash. He's in quite some trouble. Will dash over the wall, but gets caught by the stun. And Fresh Killer goes legendary. Nasho also doesn't have the flash. Will just get locked up and die. Double kill picked up by Fresh Killer. We are almost at 2 kills per minute. There we go. 2 kills per minute for ERU's Yenil Mesler. Triple kill going the way of Fresh Killer. One more Nexus turret. I mean, they should be able to get it soon.
They should indeed. I don't think unless they fully commit to trying, they will be able to finish pre-20 minutes. Maybe, come on, they can do it.
Alright, yeah, the Nexus is open. Nope, 20 minutes will pass, but Yenil Mesler is still absolutely eviscerating Braves UMA with their own type of League of Legends. The gods of chaos are real, and they're out for blood.
Oh, what a game out of Yenil Mesler. What a series, managing to take down Braves UMA in what has been some of the fastest games that we have seen this entire tournament. Just absolutely insane. These guys are just off their rockers, just nuts, and I am here for it.
Well played by Yenil Mesler. They're going to go up against the Bobcats right now, and if you're Bobcats, you've got homework to do, guys. Like, you need to make sure you can contain this. We are going to take a look at some of the replays for exactly what happened. But I have a feeling, if anyone in the audience has been watching the game, we're going to see a lot of the same. And it all started with a 2-minute gank into the first blood.
Yeah, we were expecting something crazy, possibly nothing as crazy as a 2-minute gank. But why weren't we expecting it? Probably should have been. This should have been a dive into a kill. This is what you're expecting. It's not going to be. Spoiler alert. Instead, some lovely footwork coming out of P-God is going to end up keeping them alive. And this is just a fight that keeps on going. Finally, a couple kills do end up going in the favor of Braves UMA, but not for the longest time. A lot longer than anybody really would have been expecting.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say in this game, and usually I don't want to say it in any other context, but Braves UMA have been clowned on by Yenil Mesler. And I want to make this into a positive for Yenil Mesler. I don't want to kick Braves UMA when they're down, because they did get out of the group as the second seed. They beat everyone apart from KSC. This does mean they are a strong team, but unfortunately there is no way to sugarcoat it. Yenil Mesler are just a league above them, at least today.
At least today, we were expecting things to happen the other way around. Lower bracket gods, this was just a lovely play. Just enjoy this play out of Avni right here. Lower bracket gods is always a fun thing to say because they get the momentum going. You know, they're really excited to be playing well, but still, they were in the lower bracket. You know, they were not in group stage. They were not good enough to make it into the group stage during the earlier portion of this tournament. They've then had to fight their way through the lower bracket for having lost in order to get there. You know, that does not mean that a team is fantastic if they're winning all the games, but it's lower bracket. But if you get that momentum going, which clearly Yenil Mesler have, then it's just ridiculous. And being able to run through kids like this is incredibly impressive. I am so excited to see them in the next round.
Yeah, honestly, Bobcats versus Yenil Mesler, that's gotta be probably one of my favorite quarter-final matches coming up, and we only have half of them. There is still a whole 2 rounds of preliminary, and here...
Lemmings off the edge.
I mean... It's a desperate play, that's the best I'll give you.
Yeah. At that point, it's either a desperate play or a plea for it to be over, because you're so far behind, you know you're so far behind. There's really very little chance you're actually going to be able to pull yourself into a position where you could win. And at that point, oh boy. Oh, we're going to go to an interview in just a second.
Well then. Okay, we actually have to try and pick an MVP for this game. I mean Berkus, yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be Burkers. All the way, it's got to be Burkers. That was the most ridiculous thing that I possibly have ever seen. Just the aggression of both the bot and of the... and of the Nautilus. Just being able to flash over walls, land hooks, constantly going for people. Just ridiculous.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I just looked up who Yenil Mesler lost to in the last chance qualifier. Just to know, if they got matched up against AGH in the first round, understandable. It's Estuba, a team that isn't here.
Estuba?
Yeah.
Not the team we'd have expected.
So, I mean, what more embodies chaos than that kind of playstyle and getting dropped down to a lower bracket to a team that didn't they beat them later on? No, they didn't. Okay, I am making that up, but still, it's just such a fun team to watch. I really hope they can make a deep run in this bracket because I'm all here for it.
Oh yeah, and I mean, this is a much better showing of Turkey. Not to throw shade on people who are not here to defend themselves too much, but Red Dragons were a little sad to watch in that they always got themselves a big lead and then lost it in horrible ways through throws that really shouldn't have happened, and it just felt bad. This is a feel-good Turkey team, having just the absolute best time of it.
Right, I think we are going to be having an interview ready. So let's see. What, Alright,
hello.
very good. Hello, can you hear us? Alright, well, first of all, congratulations on the win, and, how does it feel like to absolutely dumpster your opponents?
Actually, we feel relaxed after the first game because we were nervous at the beginning. We always lost first games. The first games are really bad for us, so we were nervous actually. But after the first game, we really relaxed.
Good, I'm glad. I mean, how does it feel to have put yourself up into the top 8, be in the running to possibly win the whole thing, and already in the place to get some of that prize money?
Actually, it feels great. We were playing for the finals, but after a few games with Slovakia and other teams, we think that we are not good enough. But then I think after hard work, we become good. So I believe we can succeed in this roster.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm at a loss for words, basically, by the kind of game that you brought to the table. Personally, how did you feel in this series? Because, I mean, you said game 1 you were nervous, but you literally got a flash predict in the game 1. Like, come on, that doesn't just happen.
It was lucky of me, actually. You know, I felt like he was going to flash, so I could use it, but he got sent, so it was kind of lucky, and it was a combination of luck, and then it goes on like this. And actually, I think I didn't even play good. Our most valuable player was, I think, in the first game was our mid laner, the Fresh Killer. You know, did you see his bubbles? You know, we went his
I
bubbles
mean,
from
yes.
yeah. I mean, it was great for he carried game 1v9 in my opinion. Actually, I did nothing or did nothing. He played really good. I didn't even expect it. You know?
Well, we love somebody who is humble, although we both gave you MVP for your troubles because that Nautilus and that Bard game were both insane. We were expecting something interesting because we had not seen Braves in a long time and we had not seen you guys on stream ever before. In the end, it was absolute pure and total chaos. So, looking forwards, how do you feel about going on to face another Spanish team, this time Bobcats, who went undefeated in their group? Do you feel confident?
Actually, we are totally afraid of them, but we're working really hard. So I think they should afraid us from too, because we will be totally different in other games. So they can ban our champions, but we will play other compositions. So I think they should afraid, not us.
Alright, I mean, that almost answers my next question. It was like, what's... Okay, you don't have to, of course, tell me your strats, but, like, what's left for you guys? Like, what should I be excited for seeing you guys in the further rounds?
The thing about our team is we can play weak side bot lane or strong side bot lane or weak side top lane. We can really change it really good. So if they have some composition, and if they, for example, if they play strong bot side, we can play strong top side and we can answer it easily. Or if they play strong top side, we can play strong bot side. So I think they need to balance it like we do. If they do this, then we can compete and we can give a good game. But other than that, I think we can play and they cannot enter our battle game if we play good. I believe that. But I saw their gameplay, so they are really good too. But I think we are better.
Well, thank you very much. Is there anything you'd like to say to... I mean, I wouldn't say people who have watched you come through because we've not seen you on stream before, but any new fans who are maybe enjoying the absolute Chaos God style that you guys have played?
Yeah, actually, Turkish fans are always saying this, but sometimes it's really throwing. You know, I struggle a lot of games during some, the tournaments, but the chaos are really our style, and we are really adapted to it. So I think other teams should answer our chaos, otherwise they will lose. We like to play in chaos.
Fair
Love
enough.
it.
Anyone when you want to shout out? Just at all?
I think I shout out to So our AD carry is really young, and I think the other teams or like some master teams or in some other regional teams, I think they should see him play, and I think he deserves a good team. You know, I'm old, I'm 22 years old, but it's time for me now. But I think our AD carry is really good and deserves a good team. So if they're watching, they should talk and maybe they can arrange a team for our AD carry. And he's promising, really promising young talent.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time and congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
Alrighty, that concludes our little interview right here. Thank you very much to Burkus for giving us his time, and what a fantastic play. Out of every single member of that team, Yell and Minza are the most fun team we've seen this entire tournament, I'd say. Obviously, I'm very much looking forward to seeing them in the later rounds, and maybe if they come against one of our top teams, possibly the Bobcats they're facing next week, this will be an insane matchup that will be great fun to watch.
It's going to be absolutely insane. We have had bangers of a series today, and especially the last one to cap it off with. But that is going to be it for us today. Tomorrow, of course, there will be 2 more preliminary rounds, which we've got Uludag versus AGH and BME versus AIX. So there are some great matches to look forward to. But Blackboxer, anything else you want to say before we throw it off?
I'm all in on the Chaos Gods hype train. I want to see more of this. I mean, I am so excited. I'm excited for the games tomorrow. I'll be back again to bring those to you as well. So should be a fantastic time. But I hope that everybody enjoyed the Chaos God as much as I did.
But that is it. It will conclude this day of the Amazon University Esports Masters. One more shout out to the sponsors that make it possible, Twitch Student and Intel. But that's going to be it. We'll be back tomorrow for more preliminary round matches. But have a good rest of the day.